Today was the annual Class Talent Awakening Ceremony. Ding! You have entered the Awakening Ceremony. The Infinite Attribute Modification System is now binding. My system is finally here. 5 years. Do you have any idea how I survived these 5 years? I threw back my head and shouted in the middle of the awakening grounds. I was a transmigrator. 5 years ago, I had just finished graduate school when I was beaten to death by the husband of another graduate student who came looking for me. Then I woke up in this world. Now, at long last, it was finally my turn to receive the system every transmigrator deserved. System, what can you do? This system generates 1 modification point per second. Modification points may be used to modify any of the host's attributes, including strength, defense, speed, magic resistance, critical hit, evasion, and more. +1. +1. Right before my eyes, my modification points kept climbing. It's that powerful. I forced down my excitement. In this parallel world, people could awaken all kinds of class talents. Some granted terrifying offense, while others provided incredible defense. Then a system panel appeared in front of me. Host, Jiang Tian. Level, 0. Modification points, increasing, +1. Strength enhancement, currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Speed enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Critical hit enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Magic resistance enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. System level 1. Energy required for upgrade, 0/100. Note, killing mutant beasts grants energy points. At the next level, the system will generate 2 modification points per second. After reading the panel, I turn my attention back to the awakening grounds. E-rank talent. Next. E-rank talent. Next. Every class is worse than the last. You are the worst group of students I have ever taught. Many of the instructors overseeing the ceremony shook their heads and sighed. Nearly 200 students had already awakened, and almost all of them had received E-rank talents. If this continued, what hope would Sealy No. 1 High School have in this year's Combat College entrance exam? Next, Jiang Tian, class president of Senior Class 1. The moment my name was announced, the teachers and students all looked over expectantly. My academic grades had always ranked near the top of the year, and everyone believed I would awaken at least a B-rank talent. If I truly awakened a B-rank talent, I would have a chance to place among Pingjiang Province's top 100 candidates in this year's Combat College entrance exam. Good luck, class president. Many students from Senior Class 1 shouted excitedly. Humph, what's so impressive about him? Plenty of students from Senior Class 2 and the other classes cursed under their breath. Under my leadership, Class 1 had always outperformed them. This time, they desperately hoped I would awaken the most worthless talent possible. Jiang Tian, awakening failed. No talent detected. What? The class president failed his awakening. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. The students and teachers from Class 1 could not believe it. Even some of the other instructors were stunned. According to statistics in this world, 80% of the population awakened successfully. In other words, only 20% failed and remained ordinary people. Is the class president really going to be an ordinary person? In this era, an ordinary person had almost no chance of rising in society. They occupied its lowest rung. Ha! Heaven really does have eyes. Jiang Tian failed his awakening. Still, with his academic grades, he could probably get a clerical job at my family's company someday. Several smug, sarcastic students immediately joined in. The examiner worried that the equipment had malfunctioned and made me test again. The result was still a failure. But no matter how powerful a class talent might be, could it possibly compare to my system? More than an hour later, Sealy No. 1 High School's awakening ceremony finally ended. All that remained was for the principal to discuss the Combat College entrance exam taking place the day after tomorrow. I'll keep this brief. What I have to say can be summarized in the following 6 points. After school, I prepared to head home. I checked my modification points first. More than 2 hours of accumulation had brought my balance to 8,200. System, put every point into strength. Ding. Strength enhancement successful. The host's current strength is 8,200 gene. Power instantly surged through my limbs. I clenched my fist, and the corner of my mouth rose. According to the class talent statistics I had read, even someone with an A-rank strength type talent would possess no more than 800 gene of strength immediately after awakening. In just over 2 hours, I had already reached 10 times that amount. At this rate, by the time the Combat College entrance exam began the day after tomorrow, my strength would exceed 100,000 gene. I would be able to sweep through the entire testing ground. Pingjiang Province's top 100 was no longer a worthy goal. I was going for first place. My goal was to become Pingjiang Province's combat exam champion. Zhou Xiaolong, the class president of Senior Class 2, had awakened a B-rank giant talent. It was a strength-type ability. Now, he and several lackeys from Class 2 surrounded me. Ha ha, Jiang Tian. I never thought even you would. Bang! Zhou Xiaolong had not even finished speaking, but I had already heard enough. I punched the lackey closest to me and sent him flying before they had any chance to gang up on me. And yes, I mean literally flying. With my current strength of 8,200 gene, and with that lackey weighing less than 200 gene, he shot more than 30 feet into the air. Then he landed in a tree and fainted from terror. Zhou Xiaolong and the others went pale. The test results clearly said that my awakening had failed, but nothing they had seen could explain the scene before them. How could one punch carry so much force? Zhou Xiaolong had just awakened a B-rank strength talent, yet even he could not punch someone into the air. He stared at me, all the arrogance on his face replaced by fear. What he did not know was that I had still held back. Otherwise, that guy probably would not have come down yet. Get him together. The rest of Zhou Xiaolong's lackeys charged. Bang, bang, bang. A few seconds later, the tree was covered in people. As for Zhou Xiaolong, I lifted him with one hand and threw him like a basketball, sending him several hundred yards into the campus's artificial lake. Splash. Water erupted from the lake. Oh my God. Didn't Jiang Tian fail his awakening? Didn't they say he was an ordinary person? Zhou Xiaolong weighs more than 200 gene, and Jiang Tian threw him into the artificial lake like a basketball. You're telling me that's an ordinary person? That's supposed to be ordinary? When I returned home, my father, Jiang Gua, immediately came over and asked, "Well, what talent did you awaken?" "None. No talent." Jiang Gua sighed. In an instant, he seemed to age by decades, and his face filled with weariness. Maybe that's for the best. A peaceful life is a blessing. He quickly added the words because he was afraid of crushing his son's spirit. He knew how fiercely competitive I had always been. In that case, cancel your combat college entrance exam registration online and switch to the academic exam. There's no need, Dad. Trust me. I merely smiled. All right. Jiang Gua said nothing else. He assumed this was his son's final act of stubbornness. The combat college entrance exam would not begin until the day after tomorrow, so he believed I still had time to adjust and accept reality. The materials in front of me had all been distributed by the school. They covered combat college entrance exam precautions and several universal martial techniques permitted during the exam. Every technique was Tier 1, meaning it was designed for levels 1 through 10. Within each tier, martial techniques were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate grades. I needed a way to kill the many mutant beasts I would face. I first examined an advanced technique called Blazing Fist, a super technique called Gale Kick, and an ultimate technique called Great Sun Halberd Art. These are all meant for awakened fighters. I wonder if I can train them. I thought. My strength was already formidable, and the techniques I had chosen suited me perfectly. I opened the instructions for Blazing Fist. Ding. Modifiable martial technique detected. Blazing Fist. Modify. Huh. The system's voice suddenly sounded in my mind. What was going on? Could I modify martial techniques too? Blazing Fist. Beginner. Available modification. 1, 349 tenths. 10 points would raise Blazing Fist from beginner to competent. Modify. I pressed the button. The next second, Blazing Fist became simple and familiar inside my mind, as though I had practiced it hundreds of times. 1, 339/100. I spent another 100 modification points, raising the advanced technique from competent to proficient. Taking it from proficient to perfect cost another 1,000. Even someone with a terrifying S-rank talent could not reach competent in less than half a month. A true genius with exceptional comprehension might manage it in 3 days. Modification was freaking awesome. I wanted to raise the super technique Gale Kick and the ultimate Great Sun Halberd Art directly to perfect as well, but I did not have enough points. In that case, I would simply do it tomorrow. When I woke early the next morning, 10 hours had passed since I last spent any points. I checked my current balance. Available modification points, 36,000. I first raised Gale Kick and Great Sun Halberd Art to competent. 20, 200, and 2,000 points raised Gale Kick all the way to perfect. 40, 400, and 4,000 points brought Great Sun Halberd Art to perfect as well. I had 29,400 points remaining. I invested them all in strength. Added to yesterday's 8,200 gene, My strength had now reached 37,600 gene. Once the modifications were complete, I left my room. My father had already gone to work. He had left a bank card on the table with a note. He told me to buy something for myself and cheer up. I took the card. I already knew exactly what I wanted, super alloy. I planned to have a war halberd forged from it so that I could finally put Great Sun halberd art to use. I needed a weapon with extreme weight and a razor-sharp edge. Otherwise, relying on my bare hands to kill mutant beasts during the combat college entrance exam might not be practical. After breakfast, I went to a specialty superalloy store. Hello, I need a custom war halberd. A war halberd? Are you sure? The owner looked skeptical. I should warn you that superalloy is extremely dense. A halberd made from it will weigh at least 100,000 gene. I calculated silently. My current strength had not yet reached 100,000 gene, but at the rate my modification points accumulated, I would have enough by 6 o'clock that evening. A war halberd is exactly what I want. Just forge it. All right. The owner stopped arguing. Why would he turn down money? We went inside and discussed the weapon's shape and dimensions. I paid the deposit, and the owner promised it would be finished that day, no later than 9 that night. After leaving the store, I checked the balance on the bank card and discovered that it was nearly empty. It had contained 50,000 yuan. Now only 10,000 remained. The deposit alone had cost 40,000 yuan, and that did not include the remaining balance of 360,000. Weapons really burn through money. I was speechless, but earning money would not be difficult for me anymore. I already possessed 37,600 gene of strength. I would find a way to pay the balance. The nearest dungeon was more than 30 miles from Sealy City. Reaching it required an official spatial gate, a teleportation array created by someone with a space-type talent. Wealthier families could afford the fee. Martial Academy instructors also brought students there to kill mutant beasts and temporarily raise their levels. Young man, are you planning to enter the dungeon alone? A Martial Academy instructor looked me over in confusion. Dungeons had an extremely high mortality rate. Without an instructor escorting them throughout the trip, a beginner who entered alone faced almost certain death. Why don't you join my class, kid? I happen to have one opening left, and it isn't expensive. Just 100,000 yuan. Hey, don't listen to him. That guy is only level 8. I'm different. I'm already level 10. Joining my class would be much safer. Many Martial Academy instructors tried to recruit me, but I was not interested. Sorry, I don't need one. I refused. The main reason was that I had no money. Of course, even if I did, I would not spend it this way. Wouldn't it be better to find a gorgeous model and get a massage at a private club? Get ready. Teleportation is about to begin. The government employee operating the gate barked. Everyone immediately fell silent. The first people we encountered on the other side were the wolf hunters, a team specializing in killing ice wolves. The beasts sometimes dropped ice crystals, a primary ingredient in Tier 1 medicines. Before long, I reached an area with no teams nearby. Oh whoa, the moment I stepped inside, a level 3 ice wolf charged out. An ice wolf at that level normally served as a pack captain. Oh, kid, your luck is terrible. You ran into a wolf captain. Hurry up and run. He's right. Don't just stand there. Ice wolves are extremely fast and aggressive. Even I would avoid a direct fight with one. The speaker was a level 3 team captain himself. Why isn't that kid moving? Looks like this is his first time here. He must be paralyzed with fear. Everyone else was occupied with the ice wolves in their own areas and could not help me. Regret appeared on their faces. Man, I wonder whose kid he is. What a shame. Why didn't he sign up for a class before coming here? Charging into a dungeon alone? Isn't that? As they talked, the ice wolf captain had already lunged at me. Its enormous claw was more than 3 feet long and carried astonishing power. Bang! I met it head-on. I wanted to test the ice wolf's strength, but the moment we collided, I discovered it was nowhere close to mine. Based on a rough estimate, that swipe had carried approximately 6,000 gene of force. I did not kill the ice wolf immediately. Instead, I used it to familiarize myself with real combat. Once I had adapted, I decided to test Blazing Fist. Boom! I drove my fist forward, the air roaring around it. The ice wolf assumed the human teenager was challenging its authority. After all, how much strength could an 18-year-old possibly have? Is that kid really going to fight an ice wolf head-on? Even I wouldn't do that with my C-rank strength talent. How does he have the guts? Who in their right mind met one head-on? But the next second, oh whoa, the ice wolf captain howled in agony. My punch blasted a hole through its skull, and blood poured out mixed with white brain matter. Thud! The massive wolf carcass crashed to the ground and threw up a cloud of dust. He killed the ice wolf with one punch. That was a level 3 ice wolf captain. No, I must be dreaming. This can't be real. Everyone stared in disbelief. How could a teenager kill a wolf captain with one punch? Any one of their teams would have needed to plan ahead, surround a wolf captain with several people, and fight for 15 minutes or even half an hour before taking down something that strong. But this kid had simply walked up, met it head-on, and killed it instantly. He had one-shot an ice wolf. Hiss. Everyone sucked in another cold breath. Scales protected an ice wolf's skull, yet his punch had still blasted a bloody hole through it. That kid's fist must have carried at least 10,000 Jin of force. One ice crystal sold for approximately 1,500 yuan. If I collected 300, I would have enough to pay the remaining balance on my superalloy halberd. I decided to hunt higher-level ice wolves. Level 3 and Level 4 beasts had been rare earlier, but they were common here. There were even Level 5 and Level 6 wolves. Naturally, the fighting was much more intense. Holy crap! Run! The Ice Wolf Alpha is here. A muscular man burst from the grass ahead and sprinted away. Boom! An ice wolf more than 6 feet tall and 10 feet long leaped out and crushed the muscular man to death with a single swipe. Holy crap! A Level 8 Ice Wolf Alpha. The moment the enormous wolf appeared, every member of the nearby farming teams froze in fear. Ice Wolf Alphas normally appeared only in the inner region. They possessed exceptional strength and speed. In the current situation, no one could even escape. It's over. We're dead. This is my first time farming materials with a team, and I'm already going to die, someone groaned. Run! A whoa! At that moment, the Ice Wolf Alpha howled. More than a dozen enormous Ice Wolf captains emerged, each of them level 6. Are they hunting us? An experienced fighter asked. Ice Wolf packs went on organized hunts at regular intervals, and that was almost certainly what was happening now. Then let's fight. Damn it, someone shouted. Their path of retreat was already blocked. Take down the leader first. If we kill the Alpha, we'll survive. Several level 6 team captains charged the Ice Wolf Alpha. Boom. All of them possessed strength-type talents. After activating their abilities, their muscles swelled until each man resembled a small giant. Take this. Their poses looked impressive, but the actual result of their attack was pathetic. Slash. Of the 3 men who charged, one was torn in half by the Alpha's claw. The other 2 suffered wounds so deep that their beating hearts were almost visible through their chests. Even if they were not dead yet, they were close. The 3 strongest fighters had been eliminated in a single exchange. From that brief clash, I estimated the tearing force of the Alpha's attack at no less than 25,000 Jin, and possibly even higher. Those level 6 strength-type giants barely possessed more than 3,000 Jin. Of course they had been destroyed. What do? We can't run, and we can't beat them. Everyone grew even more terrified. At a moment like this, survival outweighed everything else. Is anyone nearby? Somebody save us. I'll give everything I own to whoever gets me out of here. Anyone who saves me can have me. Several women even shouted at the top of their lungs. Ha! You're lucky you ran into me. A familiar voice sounded. A martial academy instructor approached with 6 students. I remembered him, the level 8 instructor who had tried to convince me to join his training class before we teleported. He was the one who had tried to recruit me before we entered the dungeon. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Xiong Ba, an instructor at Titan Bear Martial Academy. My class is Boxer, and I possess a strength-type talent. I can certainly save you, but the price? 1 million yuan per person. Not 1 cent less. Xiong Ba began extorting them. After all, what use was 1 million yuan to someone about to die? Staying alive mattered more. But we don't have that much money, many people said. They earned their living by farming and selling materials. They were not wealthy. You can sign an IOU and repay me after we leave. Valuable collateral works too. Either way, the price is non-negotiable. I don't think we should hesitate. Titan Bear Martial Academy selects only elite instructors. They're practically invincible at the same level. He's level 8 too, so 1 Ice Wolf Alpha should be easy for him. Exactly. What are we waiting for? I'm agreeing. Instructor Xiong, this is my bank card. It has 200,000 yuan. I'll write an IOU for the remaining 800,000. 1 million was worth it. Absolutely worth it. Xiong Ba collected everyone's bank cards and put away their IOUs. Only after everything was secured did he begin dealing with the Alpha. I've killed at least 800 ice wolves, if not 1,000. You think something at your level can threaten me? Xiong Ba smiled contemptuously. He activated his talent, and both fists expanded to almost 20 inches across. Students, watch carefully and see how I deal with this thing. Xiong Ba did not forget to show off in front of his students. If they believed he was powerful, they would enroll in his classes again or recommend him to others. These students came from wealthy families, and tuition frequently reached around 1 million yuan. That meant piles of money for him in the future. Oh whoa! The alpha lunged forward and collided with Xiongba's enormous fists. Both sides were forced back nearly 20 feet. Xiongba endured the pain. Looks like I won't finish you quickly unless I show you some real skill. Supernatural energy gathered around both of his fists, condensing into a crimson force. Students, pay attention. This is Blazing Fist, a universal Tier 1 advanced martial technique with tremendous offensive power. Your instructor needed only 3 years to train it to proficient. With that, Xiongba punched. Oh whoa! This time, the alpha was blasted more than 30 feet away. Its enormous body crashed to the ground like an earthquake. The students and nearby fighters immediately applauded. As expected, instructors from Titan Bear Martial Academy are incredible. If I have money someday, I'll definitely send my children there. One of my relatives was just talking about enrolling his kid. Titan Bear Martial Academy looks great. Instructor Xiongba has to be one of the best teachers around. Wow. Instructor, you're amazing. What did I tell you? Titan Bear Martial Academy is excellent. You couldn't go wrong enrolling with me. But I saw something different. Although the alpha had been thrown more than 30 feet, it had suffered very little actual damage. It was not bleeding. Even the heavy impact against the ground meant little to an ice wolf's rugged body. Oh whoa, a mutated ice wolf alpha. I considered the possibility. My academic grades were excellent, and I had memorized every mutant beast encyclopedia. The alpha before me had clearly mutated. Xiongba is screwed. The corner of my mouth rose. Instructor Xiong, be careful. That thing looks like it mutated, one student warned. Anyone could see that the alpha's aura had become much more ferocious. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing can go wrong. Xiongba smiled lightly. Oh whoa, what? How did it get so fast? Xiongba's pupils contracted. He finally took the fight seriously, but it was already too late. He crossed both fists to block the alpha's attack. Bang! The next second, he flew backward nearly 20 feet. Bloody gashes covered both fists, and the scent of his dripping blood made the wolf pack even more vicious. I took your full power attack. Now let's see how you handle mine. Xiongba was furious. He had just enjoyed everyone's praise, only to be knocked back a moment later. Boom! A fist projection shot straight ahead. Red scales suddenly appeared across the alpha's head as it charged directly into the attack. Thump! A shock wave spread through the area. Xiongba's fist projection shattered, while the alpha's head continued forward without losing speed. This is bad. Xiongba sucked in a cold breath. He had expected the mutated alpha to become stronger, but not this much. His attack had been broken. If he refused to retreat and took the charge directly, he would probably die. At the critical moment, Xiongba activated a movement technique. I'm out of here. His speed surged, and he plunged headfirst into the nearby forest. Yes, he ran. He was also level 8. Unless the alpha pursued him personally, none of the level 6 wolf captains could catch him. And with so much prey still present, the alpha would gain nothing from chasing him. It was far better off hunting these much weaker targets. I became its next target. At that moment, I was checking my system panel. More than 3 hours had passed since I spent my points that morning, and my modification points had climbed past 11,000. System, put all of them into strength enhancement. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength, 48,600 gene. I smiled as tremendous power spread through my body. An increase of more than 10,000 gene was more than enough to deal with this oversized animal. Boom. The wolf's head slammed into me. The enormous impact made my feet plow a trench through the earth and push me back nearly 3 feet. Then I planted both feet and steadied myself. The alpha's massive jaws came straight down at me. Its huge fangs were nearly 20 inches long, razor-sharp, like divine weapons. But the next second, I forced its enormous jaws apart with both hands. No matter how hard the alpha tried, it could not bite down any farther. You don't even have the strength to bite someone, and you call yourself an alpha? I sneered. Its bite carried approximately 40,000 gene of force, but unfortunately, that was still weaker than me. I gripped its 2 enormous fangs and unleashed my strength. Oh whoa, the alpha screamed. Blood poured from its mouth as I ripped out the fangs that looked like massive swords. The scene was unbelievably brutal. Agonizing pain shot into the alpha's brain. It tried to flee, but I had already grabbed one of its forelegs and began slamming it from side to side. Boom, boom. Its enormous body struck the ground, shaking the area like an earthquake. The surrounding wolf captains tried to rush over and help. I grabbed the alpha by the tail, used it as a weapon, and knocked every wolf captain away. Oh whoa, Howls of agony rang out as the level 6 wolf captains fell one after another. Ice crystals dropped from time to time, along with the occasional energy core. The farming teams stared greedily, but who would dare run over and pick anything up? They understood how powerful the teenager before them was. He had defeated an ice wolf alpha with his bare hands. All right, I'm done playing. I punched the scales covering the alpha's head. They instantly crumbled to powder, and its massive skull split apart. An energy core dropped from the corpse. It's dead already? The people nearby had not even processed what happened. It had all ended too quickly. Are we safe? Yes, we're safe. Everyone embraced one another and wept with joy. They had thought they were certain to die, only for everything to reverse at the last moment. It feels so good to be alive. Bro, you're incredible. We've decided to explore with you. The 6 students looked delighted. If someone that powerful escorted them during their training, their safety would be guaranteed. My rates are expensive, 200,000 yuan per person. I immediately named a price. Compared with exhausting myself farming materials, it would be easier to take these 6 around for a while. They only wanted some experience. I could occasionally find a few weak mutant beasts and let them make the kills. No problem. We'll transfer it right now. The 6 students, 3 men and 3 women, pulled out their phones and sent me the money. I checked my account. All 1.2 million yuan had arrived. I decided to continue deeper with these 6 fools who had more money than sense. Wait. Xiong Ba had originally fled, but while running, he heard the wolf pack howling. His many years of experience told him those were the cries of dying wolves. If the powerhouse who saved everyone was still there, Xiong Ba would not mind claiming credit by saying that he had brought the person over. That might offset the damage caused by his escape. But if the powerhouse had already left, then he could silence everyone. Otherwise, these people might report his heroic conduct to the Martial Academy after they returned. There was an unwritten rule in the industry. Abandoning students was the one act no Martial Academy instructor could be forgiven for. It crossed the profession's ultimate line. Instructor Xiong. No, Xiongba. Why are you back? The 6 students asked in confusion. I want to get reinforcements. That's why it took me so long. Reinforcements? You obviously ran away. The students might have been foolish with their money, but they were not complete idiots. Fine. Since you know, I'll stop pretending. Only the dead can keep today's events from spreading. When he said that, the farming teams that had not yet left looked at him with complete disgust. Do you have no conscience at all? You abandoned your students, and now you've come back to murder the witnesses. With an instructor like you, Titan Bear Martial Academy can't be any better. Once we get out, we're exposing this so-called Titan Bear Martial Academy, the crowd cursed. Heh, none of you are getting out. Xiong Ba roared and charged, intending to silence everyone. The next second, I broke his arms and legs. He collapsed limply on the ground and stared at me in terror. You're the powerhouse who saved them? He could not believe it. I was only a teenager who had just gone through awakening. Even an S-rank talent could not possibly produce something this terrifying. What kind of monster was this kid? Could an ordinary person have killed the wolf pack? After that, I farmed materials with the 6 students. I killed most of the mutant beasts, though I occasionally let them handle a few. After nearly 3 hours of killing, all 6 students had reached level 2. They were thrilled. Their chances in tomorrow's combat college entrance exam had improved dramatically. I did not care. I was not an awakened fighter and could not gain levels by killing mutant beasts. Letting the students make a few kills cost me nothing. Ding. Energy points have reached 100. The system is about to upgrade. System upgraded to level 2. You will now receive 2 modification points per second. Host, continue killing mutant beasts and keep up the good work. Energy required for upgrade, 0/500. The next upgrade required me to kill 500 mutant beasts. That was clearly impossible today, so I decided to leave with the 6 students. By then, my strength had reached 58,400 gene. An ordinary awakened fighter would need to be at least level 25 to reach a value that terrifying. Besides, the system was now level 2. My growth would become even more outrageous. +2. +2. I returned with the students. Before I could say anything, they told their parents what had happened. A group of influential families soon became involved. I could not be bothered with what happened next. After bringing all 6 students home, I received an additional 500,000 yuan from each family as a thank you gift, a total of 3 million. My account balance reached 4.21 million yuan. I sold the materials I had gathered to a purchasing store and earned another 340,000. After dinner, I reviewed information about the combat college entrance exam. It would officially begin at 9 the next morning and last for 3 days. Once I had studied the details, I went home and fell asleep. Perhaps I had been too exhausted. I slept straight through until 6:30 in the evening. The first thing I did after getting up was check my modification points. Available modification points, 64,000. I dumped them all into strength again. My strength shot directly to a terrifying 122,400 gene. Next, I had to visit the superalloy store and collect my custom war halberd. I soon arrived at the shop. The moment I walked in, I saw my custom halberd displayed on a rack, gleaming brilliantly. This halberd weighs 108,000 gene. Young man, are you sure you can lift it? The owner asked worriedly. That's nothing. I walked over, gripped the shaft with one hand, and lifted it directly from the rack. Then I performed an entire sequence of Great Sun halberd art. Holy crap. Throughout the performance, the owner could not form another sentence. He was not an educated man. All he could say was, holy crap. More than a dozen employees had spent over an hour carrying the finished halberd into the shop. Yet this teenager had picked it up with one hand? Was he even human? By the way, young man, this dagger is a gift. The owner produced an exquisite dagger. During the combat college entrance exam, a dagger can sometimes be more useful than a halberd. Thank you. I paid the remaining balance, placed the halberd in its matching case, and left. When the time came, my father would still have something to be proud of. An academic career might not have the same prospects as combat studies, but at least my future position and salary would be no worse than his. The combat college entrance exam began at 9. I got up at 7:30, strapped the halberd case to my back, brought the dagger, ate a large breakfast, and boarded the bus taking candidates to the testing ground. I scanned my admission ticket and stepped onto the bus. Thump. What was that? The driver and the candidates already on board looked confused. Was it this candidate? The driver glanced at me. Other than the long case on my back, nothing about me looked unusual. The driver clearly could not afford to take responsibility if anything went wrong. Is there something unclean on this bus? The driver muttered. During the inspection, all 4 tires had been fully inflated. Now they were visibly compressed. This dedicated examination bus had been built with advanced technology. Even 100 passengers should not weigh it down. Yet only a dozen people had boarded, and the suspension was already sinking? Forget it. I ignored the issue. As long as the bus could reach the testing ground normally, nothing else mattered. After a while, every candidate assigned to this neighborhood had boarded. Chong, check attendance for the candidates in this district, the driver called. Chong was the latest artificial intelligence developed by Xia. The moment a candidate scanned an admission ticket, Chong received the information. By comparing it against the registration database, it could determine whether anyone was missing. All candidates are present. Departure is authorized. Navigation has begun. Total distance, 2.5 miles. Estimated travel time, 12 minutes. Chong's voice sounded through the bus. The vehicle started normally. Several candidates who had boarded later finally noticed me. Isn't that Jiang Tian, the class president of Senior Class 1? He's taking the combat college entrance exam too. Several candidates who knew me began whispering. I could not help it. I was famous at Sealy No. 1 High School. No idea. Maybe he still hasn't given up. What a shame. He's an ordinary person now. An attractive young woman sighed regretfully. Before awakening, she had been one of my little admirers. Forget him. Let's talk about the students who might become stars in this year's exam. I think Zhou Xiaolong has a real chance. He awakened a B-rank strength talent. Whether Sealy No. 1 High School places anyone in Pingjiang Province's top 100 depends on him. It's possible. Someone from our school once reached exactly 100th place with a B-rank talent. I just realized that even though Zhou Xiaolong is ugly and always looks greasy, that B-rank talent somehow makes him look more handsome every time I see him. Several girls agreed. They all possessed D-rank talents. If they could establish a relationship with someone holding a C-rank or B-rank talent, their futures would become much brighter. A B-rank talent thinks he can enter the top 100? That's hilarious. A discordant voice came from the rear seats. Judging by their uniforms, the speakers were candidates from Elemental High School in Pingjiang Province. Elemental High had awakened dozens of B-rank talents this year, along with more than 10 A-rank talents. Every year, its students occupied at least 20 of the province's top 100 places. Several times, Elemental High candidates had even entered the top 10. You're talking nonsense because you're jealous of someone else's B-rank talent. Several girls immediately shot back. You people really won't accept reality until it crushes you. The Elemental High students activated their talents. See this? A B-rank Earth Mage. And my talent is the worst among our group. Mine is A-rank. Wood Mage. After he spoke, The other Elemental High students activated their talents one after another, leaving the candidates from Sealy number 1 high school speechless. Frogs at the bottom of a well. Spend too long at a garbage school like Sealy number 1 high, and of course you know nothing about the world. Why waste time arguing with trash? After the Combat College entrance exam, they probably won't even reach the minimum admission score for a standard Awaken University. What was last year's standard university cutoff? For 150 points, right? I think only a little over 100 Sealy number 1 high students passed. This year will probably be worse. More than 1,000 students, and not even 10% will qualify. How embarrassing. The Elemental High candidates continued mocking them. The girls from Sealy number 1 high looked furious but did not dare respond. They turned toward me, apparently expecting me to argue on their behalf. I had no interest in engaging them. What good would an argument do? It was better to save my energy for the exam. At approximately 8:20, buses from every district arrived at the designated site, the special entrance for the Regional Combat College entrance exam. Shirley had expected me to awaken a B-rank talent and place among Pingjiang Province's top 100. That result would have helped her next professional evaluation as well. Jiang Tian, why are you here? Didn't you cancel your combat exam registration? Shirley asked worriedly. Candidates had to withdraw 1 day in advance. Don't worry, Ms. Shir. I'm here to take the Combat College entrance exam. Trust me. Stop joking. Shirley looked helpless. She assumed my failed awakening had struck me so hard that I could not accept reality. She sighed. There was nothing she could do. Under the exam rules, anyone with an admission ticket who had not withdrawn was allowed to participate. Then I hope you take first place, Shirley encouraged me. In reality, she knew it was impossible. Even if my awakening had succeeded, Sealy number 1 high school had never produced the province's top candidate. Other schools could train candidates to levels 3, 4, 5, or even 6. In previous years, the highest level candidates had reached level 8. Sealy number 1 high's highest level candidate this year was Zhou Xiaolong at level 3. What hope did the school have? Thank you, Ms. Shir. After speaking, I walked toward the entrance. The mayors of Zhejiang, Sealy, and Elemental City were all there, along with the education directors of all 3 cities. A muscular man stood at the center of the officials surrounding him. A razor-sharp aura radiated from his body, and one glance from him was enough to send a chill through anyone. He was Lin Jingxiong, the chief examiner for this testing site, a level 56 powerhouse with a B-rank swordsman talent. Once every candidate assigned to the site had arrived, Lin Jingxiong made an announcement. Everyone, I will emphasize the exam rules one final time. First, the schedule. The exam begins at 9 and lasts 3 days. Once it starts, all of you will be teleported into the appropriate dungeon. Use your talents and supernatural abilities to kill mutant beasts. Targets from level 1 through level 10 award different scores. The weakest level 1 beast is worth 1 point, while a level 10 beast is worth 1,000. Of course, I hope some of you actually possess that ability. Across all of Xia, fewer than 5 candidates in history have killed a level 10 beast during this exam. After approximately 6 minutes of explanation, the candidates began collecting spatial watches. These storage devices were manufactured by people with space-type talents. Of course, most candidates obtained supplies directly from the environment. They killed mutant beasts and ate them, while certain specialized class talents could absorb energy from their surroundings. A wood mage possessed nearly endless energy in a forest. A fire mage gained the same advantage near a volcano. If danger became overwhelming, a candidate could teleport out of the dungeon immediately. I collected my spatial watch and asked the AI, Chong, to check the interior. It contained only 1 cubic meter of storage. That was not much. I wondered whether the superalloy halberd would fit, so I would not have to carry it. But the storage space was too small. The halberd was simply too long. It is now 8:45. 15 minutes remain before the exam officially begins. Anyone wishing to form a team may do so now. Teams greatly increased both the kill rate against dangerous mutant beasts and a candidate's chances of survival. Zhou Xiaolong, can I join your team? Many Sealy number 1 high students immediately surrounded him. Most possessed only E-rank or D-rank talents. Relying on themselves, they would struggle to reach the standard Awaken University cutoff. But if they joined Zhou Xiaolong, who held a B-rank talent, reaching the cutoff should be easy. Come on, brother Xiaolong. Please. Several girls even acted cute and spoiled, and Zhou Xiaolong was clearly tempted. He patted his chest. Don't worry. Leave it to me. He glanced at me as though to say, you used to steal all the attention, but now I've taken it back. I did not look at Zhou Xiaolong again. Instead, I studied the candidates from the other schools. Chun Luan, C-rank strength type talent. Anyone want to team up? Me. C-rank speed type talent. I'll join you. Count me in. Elemental High in particular completed its teams quickly. The school had arranged the most effective combinations for its students on the day of awakening. The school had even hired instructors who specialized in predicting exam content to train them. Judging from the results, Elemental High's candidates would average at least 520 points. At last, the clock reached 9, and candidates from all 3 high schools entered the testing ground. Various terrains surrounded the abandoned city, making the area especially favorable for elemental talents. The moment they landed, many candidates impatiently began killing mutant beasts. Rankings soon appeared. I was in no hurry. With the halberd on my back, I wandered through the hills outside the abandoned city. I wanted to stockpile food first. I had heard that mutant beast meat contained abundant energy. I might not possess a talent, but I still consumed stamina and got hungry. Besides, I was carrying a 108,000 gene halberd. If I failed to prepare food in advance, I skillfully drew the alloy dagger. It looked small, but it weighed a full 7,000 gene. I had also spotted several one-horned azure bulls nearby. Their meat was rich in nutrition and energy. One serving was equivalent to an energy pill. I planned to kill several, roast the meat, and fill my spatial watch. I circled behind 2 one-horned azure bulls and prepared an ambush. With a burst of strength, I threw the dagger. Its 7,000 gene weight combined with the super alloy's armor-piercing ability, and my 122,400 gene of strength killed one bull instantly. The other turned, saw me, and charged. A one-horned azure bull's charge, combined with its razor-sharp horn, struck like a cannon shell. I raised the halberd and smashed it down on the bull's head. Bang! The bull suffered far worse. Its skull shattered beneath the halberd, and red blood mixed with white matter poured out. 2 level 2 mutant beasts killed. 10 points awarded. Chang's artificial voice announced the result. I did not care about my score yet. I lifted both one-horned azure bulls and carried them to a small spring. Using the alloy dagger with practiced ease, I skinned the bulls and removed the meat. I cut several branches to use as spits, built a fire, and began showing off my cooking skills. After eating one bull leg, I felt completely energized. I roasted the remaining 400+ gene of beef and stored it in my spatial watch. Now I would not have to worry about going hungry. While eating and roasting, I decided to check the standings. Chang, show me the current rankings. Certainly. The current rankings are as follows. An electronic screen appeared before my eyes. Zhejiang High School, Han Li, B rank Titan Giant Talent, 45 points, rank 1. Elemental High School, Zhao Kun, B rank Earth Mage, 42 points, rank 2. Elemental High School, Ma Xian, B rank Metal Mage, 39 points, rank 3. I glanced over the list. No A-rank talents had entered the top 3 yet, which meant the areas where those candidates landed probably contained fewer mutant beasts. Once all the beef had finished roasting, I shut down the AI, stood, and prepared to leave. I had no intention of entering the middle zone yet. I would kill level 1 beasts in the outer region first. After all, the system needed 500 kills to reach level 3. Mutant beasts in the middle and inner zones awarded more points, but they were harder to kill and appeared in smaller numbers. Hunting them would inevitably slow the system's upgrade. Once I made my decision, I set out with the halberd on my back and the dagger in my hand. At the same time, thousands of drones were filming from high above. The Combat College entrance exam authorities had prepared them for the official live stream. The stream would continue for 3 days and 3 nights. Candidates with B rank or A rank talents were normally the primary focus. Well, would you look at that? Isn't that our Zhejiang High's Han Li? How did he end up in first place? The principal of Zhejiang High asked smugly. Don't say that. First place now doesn't mean first place forever. Elemental High currently holds 6 positions in the top 10. That's not bad either. It was simply too embarrassing. Principal Li, why don't any candidates from Sealy number 1 High appear on the rankings? The other 2 principals turned toward Li Ping, the principal of Sealy number 1 High. Li Ping looked embarrassed and could not respond. Come on, don't be silent. TSK. Now you don't even have anyone in the top 50. Hey, Sealy number 1 High's best candidate is currently 65th. That's acceptable. It's about the same as previous years. They finally cut to footage of a Sealy number 1 High candidate, and he's being chased by a mutant beast. Hurrah! Every sentence from the other 2 principals sounded worse than the last. After the principals came the education directors, followed by the mayors of the 3 cities. There was no need to explain what happened. The other 2 always joined forces against the 3rd. Lin Jingxiong ignored their bickering. He studied the live streams in front of him, and several talented candidates attracted his attention. Who is Yin Jiping? He wasn't in the top 10 earlier, but now he's suddenly in first. Lin Jingxiong praised the candidate repeatedly. Chief Examiner Lin, Yin Jiping is one of Zhejiang Hai's trump cards this year. He possesses an A-rank spearman talent and wields a gilded spear weighing more than 10,000 jin. Over the past few days, he also trained the universal Tier 1 technique Great Sun Spear art to competent. Seriously? He reached competent in a single day. Most people needed half a month just to reach beginner. If Yin Jiping had reached competent in one day, he was an absolute, once-in-a-generation genius. Chang, pull up Yin Jiping's livestream. Lin Jingxiong ordered. A video appeared before him, showing Yin Jiping killing a mutant beast. His opponent was a level 3 stone armor beast, a species famous for defense. Even another level 3 fighter would struggle to penetrate its shell unless they held at least a 2-level advantage. But Yin Jiping wielded his gilded spear like a dragon. He flowed through lifting, thrusting, and piercing techniques so smoothly that Lin Jingxiong and the other important officials watched in amazement. His spear technique is already this refined. Lin Jingxiong praised him again. Chief Examiner Lin, this still isn't everything Yin Jiping can do. He hasn't even used his spearman talent skill yet. Once he does, he'll be far more powerful. In that case, Yin Jiping should have no trouble entering this testing site's top 10 or even Pingjiang province's top 100. Naturally, Zhejiang Hai's principal replied smugly. I found a place to rest at the edge of the ruins. After almost 10 hours of hunting, I had finally killed 500 level 1 mutant beasts in the outer region. System upgrade. I wanted to see whether the level 3 system would unlock another modifiable attribute. Ding. Upgrade successful. The level 3 system has unlocked defense modification. Current system effect. Generates 3 modification points per second. An attribute panel appeared before me. Host. Jiang Tian. Currently available points. 234,891. Modification points. Increasing +3. Strength enhancement. 122,400 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor. Note. Armor reduces physical damage. Speed enhancement. System level insufficient. Locked. Critical hit enhancement. System level insufficient. Locked. Magic resistance enhancement. System level insufficient. Locked. System level 3. Energy required for upgrade. 0/1000. Note. Killing mutant beasts grants energy points. At the next level, the system will generate 4 modification points per second. Across yesterday and nearly 10 hours of hunting today, I had accumulated more than 230,000 modification points. I decided to spend some. Let's make my strength a round number for now. Raise it to 200,000 gene. I spent 77,600 points to raise my strength to 200,000 gene. With 157,291 points remaining, I considered my next move. System, give me 3,000 armor first. I spent 150,000 points to add 3,000 armor, leaving 7,291 modification points. What did 3,000 armor actually mean? More importantly, other people had to carry the weight of battle armor. My protection weighed nothing at all. Ding. Strength has exceeded the 200,000 gene threshold. Hidden system skill activated. 10-foot golden body. 10-foot golden body. When activated, the host's body grows to 10 feet tall and strength doubles. Duration, 15 minutes. There's another reward? I had been preparing to rest when the system suddenly gave me something new. Ding. Host. Whenever an attribute reaches certain thresholds, it will activate hidden system skills. Defense, speed, critical hit, and other attributes follow the same rule. While resting, I checked my current ranking. A score of 506 should not be too bad. The standings appeared before my eyes. Elemental High School, Meng Tian. A rank Wood Mage, 763 points, rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yinxue, A+ rank Shadow Assassin, 761 points, rank 2. Zhejiang High School, Yin Jiping, A rank Spearman, 732 points, rank 3. Sealy number 1 High School, Me, No Talent, 5,000 points, rank 10. After reading it, I lay down and fell asleep. I was sure the examiners and school officials were watching me too. I wondered what expressions they wore when they saw my ranking. What did their faces look like? Examination records released later showed that Lin Jingxiong and the education officials from each city had indeed been watching the standings change. They worked their way down from first place. Their expressions remained normal until they reached 10th, where Lin Jingxiong nearly stumbled and fell. Jiang Tian has no talent, yet his score entered the top 10? Are we certain the data is correct? Lin Jingxiong looked dazed. This was ridiculous. Every other candidate in the top 10 possessed an A-rank talent. How could I enter the list with no talent at all? Even the candidate in 11th possessed an A-rank talent, yet I had still pushed him down? What? Jiang Tian is 10th. Sealy number 1 high's principal and my homeroom teacher, Shirley, cried out. Both clearly remembered that I had failed to awaken a class talent. Impossible. It has to be someone with the same name. Maybe another class also has a Jiang Tian, Principal Li Ping muttered. Chang, show us Jiang Tian's feet. Lin Jingxiong shouted. The mayors, education directors, principals, and a group of homeroom teachers all turned to watch. Killing mutant beasts without supernatural power sounded impossible. Doing it with pure physical force was theoretically possible, but how much strength could an ordinary person possess? A few hundred gene at most. That's Jiang Tian. Lin Jingxiong studied the teenager on screen. Even if someone beat him to death, he would not believe this kid had reached the top 10. He wanted to see how I killed mutant beasts, but night had already fallen and the candidates were resting. Naturally, there was nothing to watch. Only after the monitoring records were released did I learn that Lin Jingxiong decided that very night to place my feed under priority observation the next day. Just as Lin Jingxiong and the others prepared to leave, a group of uninvited guests suddenly appeared in the sky beyond me on the feed. Stinger wasps, everyone shouted. Stinger wasps were level 5 mutant beasts. The needles they fired possessed tremendous armor-piercing power, and they always moved in swarms. The government had once conducted a test. Even the strongest Tier 1 alloy battle armor lasted only 6 seconds against stinger wasps before their needles pierced it. What a shame. His time in the top 10 ends here, Lin Jingxiong sighed. He had wanted to see what I could do, but I was unlucky enough to encounter an entire swarm. Only teams composed of high-rank talents could defeat beasts like these. Ideally, they needed at least a B-rank fire mage or earth mage to have any hope of resisting. Stinger wasps were small and extremely fast in flight, making them very difficult to kill. Almost no candidates deliberately hunted them. The mayor and education director of Sealy, along with Principal Li Ping, Shirley, and the others, sighed regretfully. Sealy number 1 high had finally produced a potential top 10 candidate. Luck is part of strength too. Don't be discouraged. Maybe Sealy number 1 high will produce another top 10 candidate. The principals of Jiujiang and Elemental High laughed at them. Everyone knew that was impossible. A Stinger Wasp King appeared on screen as well. The level 6 beast was nearly twice the size of the others, with a body almost 20 inches long. Find the nearest rescue team. Lin Jingxiong shouted. The spatial watches used during the combat college entrance exam had an emergency button that could teleport candidates out, but when mutant beasts launched a surprise attack, whoosh, 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 the Wasp King had already fired. One enormous stinger, accompanied by dozens from the swarm, shot toward me at once. In the livestream replay, Lin Jingxiong's expression changed dramatically. The rescue team could not arrive in time. Everyone believed the swarm's stingers would pierce straight through me. I was waiting for the swarm and its king to come closer. Then I would kill the king in an instant. Without its leadership, eliminating the remaining stinger wasps would be much easier. I did not fear their attacks because I knew this species. Their armor-piercing ability was powerful, but at most, it could penetrate 1,000 armor. I had 3,000 armor. What the hell was there to fear? Clink, clink, clink. Stingers continuously struck my back, but I felt nothing. The moment each needle touched me, it snapped. A faint smile appeared on my face. The time had come. I grabbed the dagger, spun around, and threw it with 200,000 gene of strength. Its extreme speed left the Stinger Wasp King no time to react. First, the king believed its barrage had already killed me. Second, a dagger thrown with my current strength moved far too quickly. Bang! The razor-sharp, super-alloy dagger possessed exceptional armor penetration. Stinger wasps excelled in offense and speed, but defense was their weakness. The blade pierced the king's head on the spot, and its entire body fell to the ground. When the remaining stinger wasps saw it die, they scattered. I grabbed a handful of stones from the ground and threw them densely into the sky. I could not aim every stone precisely, but there were so many that they formed a storm of bullets. Within only a few seconds, every one of the dozens of stinger wasps fell. After finishing the fight, I checked my score. The swarm had awarded me 156 points. My ranking immediately rose to 8th. High-level mutant beasts really did award far more points. At the same time, The drones transmitted the entire battle to the examination hall. He killed every stinger wasp. Lin Jingxiong asked in shock. He had served as an examiner for more than 10 years, and geniuses emerged every year. But one person had eliminated a group of level 5 and level 6 mutant beasts in seconds? If a team of high-rank elementalists had defeated the swarm, he might have believed it. But an ordinary person without supernatural power had merely thrown a dagger and a handful of stones, and every wasp died? Did the killing process have to be that brutally simple? To be fair, several teams from Zhejiang and Elemental High could probably eliminate the swarm just as quickly. But one person annihilating the enemy alone? Nothing like that had ever appeared in either school's history. Is that footage fake? Is Chang playing a science fiction movie? Zhejiang Mayor Chao Ling asked. Nonsense. This is a live broadcast, Lin Jingxiong snapped. I suspect Jiang Tian used banned enhancement drugs. I demand a complete investigation, the mayor of Elemental City said. Mayor Shun is right. Jiang Tian clearly possesses no supernatural ability, yet he is still this powerful. He must have used a prohibited drug. Sealy number 1 high has no shame. If his awakening failed, he should accept reality. Instead, he used banned drugs to take the combat exam. I'm reporting your school to the province. The officials and principals from Zhejiang and Elemental City immediately began accusing them. I agree. Even Lin Jingxiong nodded. He gave an order. Chang, scan Jiang Tian and determine whether he used any prohibited substances. Request received. Scanning. Ha. Just wait for all the complaints. Wait until the province punishes you. With a scandal like this, even the mayor will be held responsible. The officials from the other 2 cities continued piling on the accusations. Scan complete. Jiang Tian has not used any banned substances. All readings are normal. What? Zhejiang Mayor Chao Ling and Elemental City Mayor Shen Bing froze. They were not alone. Even Lin Jingxiong ordered Chang to scan me again. Unfortunately for them, the result was exactly the same. Sealy Mayor Zheng Desui, Principal Li Ping, Shi Li, and the others released long breaths of relief. They still did not understand how I could be so powerful. But if I had not used banned drugs, I could remain in the exam. Based on the methods I had displayed, taking first place among the 3 schools might actually be possible. I might even challenge Pingjiang Province's top 10, though that was a much higher standard. Pingjiang Province contained 30 cities, and many of their best schools possessed foundations even deeper than Elemental High's. Replays released after the exam showed that while resting, other candidates also checked the standings to see whether anyone from their schools had entered the top 10. Holy crap! Elemental High holds 6 of the top 10 spots. We're as strong as ever. Zhejiang isn't bad either. We have 2 candidates in the top 5. Same to you. But what's going on with this Jiang Tian? He suddenly jumped to 8th, and I've never seen his name before. He's from Sealy number 1 high. But the data says he has no talent. An ordinary person? The records are probably wrong. He must also possess an A-rank talent. If I get the chance, I'd like to meet this Jiang Tian and test him myself. Several A-rank candidates said this, along with a few B-rank candidates. What? The class president reached 8th. The candidates from Sealy number 1 high senior class 1 stared wide-eyed. They all remembered that my awakening had failed. At the same time, everyone had to remain alert and prevent a mutant beast from launching a surprise attack. Early the next morning, I caught and roasted several one-horned azure bulls. They were the only nearby mutant beasts suited for food. I placed the excess beef in my spatial watch and continued on my way. I roasted more than 400 gene of meat and stored it in the watch. A drone hovered above my head, broadcasting everything live. After eating, I strapped on the halberd, tucked the dagger into place, and prepared to enter the middle zone. Too many beasts in the outer region had already been killed the previous day. That suited me. The middle zone contained level 3 through level 5 beasts worth far more points. It was the perfect opportunity to push my score. Taking first place was not unreasonable, right? As I walked forward, a figure rushed toward me. I recognized my classmate Zhou Hui, who also served as our vice class president. Class president? Thank God I found you. Zhou Hui stopped, caught her breath, and spoke urgently. What's wrong? Is a mutant beast chasing you? No. A guy from Zhejiang High is after me. He wants to steal my energy pills. While Zhou Hui spoke, her pursuer arrived. It was Han Li from Zhejiang High, the student with the B-rank Titan Giant talent. He held a pair of gilded war hammers and towered over us, staring like a predator. Keep running. Why did you stop? Hand over the energy pills. Watching through the live stream, Sealy number 1 high Principal Li Ping protested angrily. How can Zhejiang High allow this? Your student is stealing from other candidates. That's not fair. The Combat College entrance exam never says candidates can't take one another's possessions. It only prohibits killing. Isn't that right, Chief Examiner Lin? Exactly. Only weaklings from Sealy number 1 high complain like this. If you have the ability, steal something yourselves. Steal what? Their entire school has only one B-rank talent. They finally produced Jiang Tian, and now he's run into Han Li. He's probably finished too. Han Li's pair of officially approved gilded hammers weighed 15,000 Jin in total. One strike would probably defeat me. Chief Examiner Lin, you're a level 56 expert with a sharp eye. Between Jiang Tian and Han Li, who has the better chance of winning? In my opinion, Han Li. He's an awakened fighter. Beyond universal martial techniques, an awakened fighter also possesses unique talent skills. That's something an ordinary person can never match. Back on my side, Han Li naturally did not know who I was. Combined with his respectable talent, that ignorance made him extremely arrogant. Hand over the energy pills. As a strength-type fighter, Han Li needed more energy than 3 pills could provide. He did not want to search for another way to replenish it, so he had decided to steal instead. Be smart and hand them over. If I have to take them myself, you'll get beaten too. If you really piss me off, I'll press the button on your spatial watches and teleport both of you out. You talk too much. I had no interest in continuing the conversation and charged. Han Li swung one gilded hammer. It weighed 7,500 Jin. In his mind, one blow would make me obedient. Bang! I threw an ordinary punch without using much strength. Han Li's hammer flew from his hand, shot into the sky, and kept traveling farther away. At last, it became a tiny flash of light. What? Han Li was shocked. Do you have a strength-type talent too? Looks like I'll have to take you seriously. Han Li clenched both fists. An enormous fist projection appeared, the universal Tier 1 advanced technique, Blazing Fist. He had reached beginner and could form a projection almost 20 inches across. Blazing Fist, he roared. The fist projection tore through the air toward me. You have the nerve to call that Blazing Fist. I looked at him with contempt. Then a gigantic fist projection, more than 16 feet wide, condensed before me, nearly covering the entire sky. Its shadow fell across Han Li. Holy crap! Han Li went numb. He had trained Blazing Fist and understood exactly how powerful the technique could be. Until now, he had believed he had progressed farther than anyone else. Even sudden enlightenment wasn't this ridiculous. Not good. Han Li hurried to defend, but it was too late. The fist projection struck his body and smashed a massive crater into the ground. Boom! The next second, a gigantic figure climbed out of the crater. It was Han Li after activating his Titan Giant talent. He now stood more than 8 feet tall. His entire body bulged with muscle. An intimidating aura radiated from him, and faint yellow light covered his skin. Your technique may have reached perfect, but unfortunately, it lacks offensive power. Are you sure? If I hadn't been afraid of killing you, do you think you'd still be standing? Candidates were prohibited from killing one another. Anyone who did would first be disqualified, then punished under the laws of Xia. My full power strike could even kill an S-rank defensive talent instantly. Let's see whether you can withstand this move. Gravity enhancement, 5 times gravity. Han Li slammed both feet into the ground. Gravity throughout the surrounding area immediately increased 5-fold. Every target except Han Li suffered a tremendous slowing effect. Mount Tai Crush. Han Li jumped high into the air and dropped like a human bomb. Combined with his height and weight, the strike carried at least 50,000 Jin of force. Why isn't he dodging? Lin Jingxiong and the others watching the livestream asked. Is he planning to take it head-on? I'll admit Jiang Tian has some ability if he forced Han Li to use his ultimate talent skill, but this is the end. Inside the gravity field, Jiang Tian can't move. Han Li's human bomb attack came down. Bang! I caught him with one hand, just as I had once caught Zhou Xiaolong. Then I made a stylish basketball shot and threw Han Li several hundred yards away. The height was just right. With the Titan Giant's defense, the fall should not kill him. That attack carried 50,000 Jin, and he lifted Han Li. The Titan Giant lost in less than 2 exchanges. Zhejiang Mayor Chao Ling had believed victory was certain 1 second earlier. The next, reality slapped him across the face, and it hurt. Zhou Hui and I walked over to Han Li. The fall had not endangered his life, but he was dazed. I pressed the teleportation button on his spatial watch. Whoosh! White light flashed, and Han Li vanished from the testing ground. His Combat College entrance exam had ended early. Although he had gained a decent number of points from yesterday's kills, he had not yet reached the admission cutoff for a top Awakened university. His only bad luck was running into me. Class president, thank you. Don't mention it. We're classmates. We should help each other. Um, Class president, can I follow you? Zhou Hui asked. After witnessing my terrifying power, she decided to cling tightly to my leg. If she followed me and coasted along, she could probably coast straight into a top university. All right, with your ability, who knows what might happen if you meet someone else from Zhejiang or Elemental High. Thank you, class president. Now that I possess the ability, I naturally wanted to help my classmates. If they followed me, reaching a top Awaken University would not be a problem. Their future prospects would improve dramatically. Other footage transmitted by the drones showed teams hunting high-level mutant beasts throughout the inner zone. Unlike in the outer region, almost every candidate brave enough to enter had formed a team. They hunted together because the beasts here were all level 6 or higher. A group of level 5 candidates would struggle to kill them alone. Teams changed everything. Different talents could complement one another. Support talents increased everyone's offense and defense, while some could even accelerate the entire group. Offensive talents handled the main attacks. The team distributed final kills for points, allowing the group to advance together. Huh? What's going on? Why hasn't Hanli returned? One team was resting. Hanli had previously said he was leaving to find something that could replenish his energy, but he had been gone for a long time. That guy always drags his feet. If he doesn't return soon, we're leaving without him. Otherwise, our ranking could fall in only a few minutes. But without Hanli, our team loses a huge amount of strength. Those people from Elemental High won't wait for us. Zhejiang now holds only one place in the top 5. Even I've fallen out. The speaker carried a spear. He was Yin Jiping, one of Zhejiang High's trump cards and an A-rank spearman. We'll wait 5 more minutes. If he doesn't come back, we'll hunt that level 6 stone armor beast pack, Yin Jiping said. Wait, why did Hanli disappear from the rankings? Someone on the team suddenly shouted. He had just checked the standings and discovered that Hanli's name was gone. At first, he thought Hanli had dropped out of the top 50. But when he checked the top 100 and even the top 200, Hanli was nowhere. Did Hanli end his exam early? That's the only possibility. Otherwise, his ranking would still appear. Did he encounter a vicious mutant beast? We're at the edge of the inner zone. Nothing that dangerous should appear here. Something else must have happened. He probably tried to steal someone else's energy pills and ran into the wrong person, Yin Jiping guessed. One of those A-rank talents from Elemental High? Forget it. If Hanli's exam has ended, we can't afford to fall behind. We'll kill the stone armor beast pack first, then see if we can recruit someone else. Yin Jiping gave the order. He was the team's leader and possessed an A-rank talent. Everyone else had only B-rank talents, so naturally, they followed him. Under my leadership, the members of Senior Class 1 quickly gathered. We formed a team and began hunting mutant beasts on the second day. Most of our activity took place in the middle zone and along the edge of the inner region. Low and mid-level mutant beasts were numerous and relatively easy to kill. The inner and core zones contained creatures at level 7 and above. Candidates needed teams to kill those beasts. Naturally, the high-rank talents cleared the easy targets first before tackling the difficult ones. The day passed quickly. Class President, you're incredible. You killed a level 5 striped tiger with one attack. Zhou Hui and the other girls said admiringly. The boys joined in the praise. Didn't your awakening fail, Class President? How are you still this powerful? Did you receive an inheritance from some god and awaken another talent? This must be the Class President's secret. We shouldn't ask. By the way, Class President, we won't hold you back tomorrow. Every one of us has more than 1,100 points now. With our talents, following you into the inner zone would only become a burden. You've already given us so many mutant beasts. Our current scores are enough to enter top Awaken universities. They would slow the Class President down. Judging by the power I had displayed today, becoming Pingjiang Province's top candidate was no dream. All right, I said nothing more. The Azure Bowl is finished roasting. Everyone has worked all day. Come eat. It smells amazing. One bite, and I'm completely satisfied. Oh, let's check the rankings again. Chong, show us the current standings. The familiar ranking panel appeared the next second. Sealy number 1 high school. Me. No talent. 5,763 points. Rank 1. Elemental High School. Lu Yinxue. A+ rank Shadow Assassin. 1,761 points. Rank 2. Zhejiang High School. Yin Jiping. A rank Spearman. 1,532 points. Rank 3. Holy crap. The Class President already has more than 5,000 points. Zhou Hui and the other girls stared open-mouthed, their eyes filled with disbelief. They knew I had killed many mutant beasts today, but I had given them some of those kills. Even then, My score had still reached a terrifying 5,000. Of course, think about how many packs the class president wiped out today. Each level 5 pack contained dozens of beasts, and he destroyed nearly 20 packs. If I remember correctly, Pingjiang Province's all-time record is 7,324 points. If the class president works hard tomorrow, he might break it. What do you mean might? He definitely will. I'm celebrating the class president's new record in advance. Too bad we don't have liquor or milk tea for the celebration. Once the exam ends and the scores are announced, I'll reserve a banquet at the biggest hotel. We can all celebrate the class president together. Yes, let's do it. The group laughed together, and the atmosphere was filled with joy. After nightfall, the other candidates also began resting. The live standings let everyone see the enormous gap between me and second place. Holy crap, more than 5,000 points? Is this a joke? He's guaranteed to enter the province's top 10, and it's only the second day. Even an A-plus ranked talent fell behind him. What the hell is this Jiang Tian? No talent means he's an ordinary person. Can that possibly be true? Almost every candidate stared intently at the rankings floating before them. At one campfire, a woman with a long sword on her back sat in silence. She was Lu Yinxue, the only candidate at this testing site with an A-plus ranked talent. Her talent qualified her for guaranteed admission to Celestial University, but she had insisted on taking the exam for the experience and to see how difficult it was. That alone had given her plenty of pride. But now I had appeared, an ordinary person with no talent. Worse still, I led her by more than 3,000 points. She could not accept it. Am I really inferior to an ordinary person? Lu Yinxue clenched her delicate fist. One day remains. The core zone contains level 10 mutant beasts. That's my chance to surpass him. Lu Yinxue spoke to herself. Each level 10 beast was worth 1,000 points, and every testing site contained 15 of them. She was confident. As a swordswoman, she possessed unmatched offense and speed. Reclaiming first place should not be difficult. Besides Lu Yinxue, several teams contained A-ranked talents, including spearman Yin Jiping and wood mage Meng Tian. What the hell is this Jiang Tian? More than 5,000 points? Is he even human? Since when did Sealy No. 1 High produce someone like this? What's his background? He silently shot into first place and even suppressed Lu Yinxue. Do you think there's another possibility? What possibility? Maybe Jiang Tian's team lets him take every final kill, stacking all the points onto one person. That would give him an incredible personal score, but everyone else would have almost nothing. The combat college entrance exam decides their futures. Without points, they can't enter an Awakened University. Money and influence can't change that. Maybe Jiang Tian's family paid them off. Give each person several million or even tens of millions, and they might abandon their exams to serve him. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. It has happened before. Disgusting. And here I thought he was actually powerful. Advanced Blazing Fist, Super Gale Kick, and Ultimate Great Sun Halberd had all reached perfect. Lin Jingxiong simply could not understand it. How could one person bring 3 martial techniques to perfect in a single day? Even an S-rank talent could not accomplish that. Could this guy actually modify them himself? Companies and other organizations were also searching the candidates for exceptional talent. The company where Jianghua worked was called Six Nuclear Bombs, a sports drink manufacturer. The company was watching the live stream. Jianghua, isn't your son's name Jiang Tian? According to the latest standings, your son is in first. Company owner Chen Lu said. Impossible. My son's awakening failed. He isn't even taking the combat college entrance exam. It has to be someone with the same name, Jianghua replied. He certainly wished his son had achieved such a score. Look, the feed in the upper right corner seems to show Jiang Tian. Enlarge it, Chen Lu ordered. His secretary expanded the video. Holy crap, that really is your son, Jianghua. No mistake about it. Jiang Tian visited the company before. I've seen him several times. That's the kid. I never expected him to rank first among all 3 schools. Sealy City has never produced a first-place candidate. Jianghua stared at the screen, then rubbed his eyes, wondering whether he was still asleep. Stop rubbing, Jianghua. It's real. Your son is about to take first place. He's bringing honor to all of Sealy City, the owner said with a broad smile. Old Jiang, you're blessed to have such an outstanding son. When he enters an elite Awakened University, don't forget to buy us drinks. Facing everyone's praise, Jianghua scratched his head and grinned. Of course, absolutely. But confusion remained in his heart. Hadn't his son said the awakening failed? Had the boy been joking with him? Yes, that had to be it. Someday, I'll bring honor to Sealy No. 1 High, just like Senior Jiang Tian. Speaking of Jiang Tian, I taught one of his PE classes before. I taught his music class during his freshman year. Several instructors spoke excitedly. Even when candidates found more low-level mutant beasts, there were too few to add many points. Level 10 mutant beasts, on the other hand, awarded 1,000 each. They had become the most desirable targets. The core of the inner zone. With the halberd on my back, I entered the territory of a level 10 Stone Armor King. The Stone Armor King was a Tier 1 super mutant beast. Even among Tier 1 level 10 beasts, different grades existed. Like martial techniques, they were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, super, and ultimate. Boom! The Stone Armor King sensed an intruder and rose. Its body was so large that the surrounding land shook like an earthquake when it stood. Is he going to fight the Stone Armor King alone? I had become the primary focus of the livestream, so a drone filmed me continuously. Naturally, it did not miss the moment I confronted the beast. Looks that way. That's a level 10 Stone Armor King. Only someone with an S-rank offensive talent at the same level could probably break its defense. But candidates have only one day after awakening. Reaching level 10 is complete nonsense. A team might have a chance. Countless viewers commented on the stream. It was not that they refused to believe in me, but the situation was too absurd. They had watched me kill many mutant beasts the previous day, but those had been only level 5 or level 6. Challenging a level 10 beast alone was an entirely different matter. Could it possibly be real? In the replay, Lin Zhengxiong frowned when he saw the scene. If you dared to go there, you must have another trump card. Were yesterday's techniques still not everything you had? Lin Zhengxiong wondered. He had assumed those two techniques were my complete arsenal. He's far too reckless. He went after the Stone Armor King alone. He's definitely going to fail. If he doesn't, I'll eat an entire pig in 3 bites on livestream. Ha. The people from Sealy number 1 high are way too confident. So what if we're confident? So what if he fails? He still has more than 5,000 points, far above your candidates. Even if Jiang Tian earns nothing today, can any of them catch him? Humph. We don't know who wins until the end. There are 15 level 10 beasts. A comeback isn't impossible. Both sides launched into a verbal war, arguing so furiously that spit flew everywhere. The feed returned to me. Let me test your defense first. I hurled the dagger. Clang. The dagger struck the Stone Armor King's shell and fell to the ground, leaving only a white scratch. What incredible defense! I exclaimed. Still, I had used only 70% of my strength, and the dagger was too small. The result might be very different with the halberd. The Stone Armor King was furious. It opened its enormous mouth and sprayed a stream of molten rock. More than a dozen boulders, each nearly 20 inches wide, shot toward me at high speed. Bang! 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 I did not bother dodging and allowed the rocks to strike. My armor had reached 3,000, and the Stone Armor King was not a strength-type beast. My defense was more than enough. Now let's test my halberd. I pulled the cover away. What is inside that case? Countless viewers filled the chat with questions. More than 1 million people had already entered the livestream showing me. That dagger seems to be made of super alloy. I think the case contains a war halberd made from the same material. No way. Super alloy is insanely dense. If that's a halberd, it must weigh at least 100,000 gene. Plus one. Plus one. Holy crap. That really is a super alloy war halberd. The livestream audience went silent with shock. How can he lift a halberd weighing 100,000 gene? Did Jiang Tian awaken a strength-type talent? But even with an S-rank strength talent, he would need to reach at least level 20 before lifting that weapon. Oh my god, Jiang Tian is holding it with one hand. The talent scanning system had to contain certain gaps. It could not detect everything. But if some secret method had evaded detection, that meant the system would still label him talentless, a completely ordinary person. And that was the most terrifying possibility of all. In the replay shown inside the examination hall, the Stone Armor King curled into a sphere and charged at high speed. This was one of the Stone Armor species' 2 basic attacks, Stone Roll. On its own, Stone Roll had no sharp edge and might not appear especially lethal. But combined with the Stone Armor King's 16-foot body and enormous weight, my academic knowledge was excellent, so of course I understood the principle. But I possessed 200,000 gene of strength now. What the hell did I have to fear? I needed no technique. I simply had to meet it head-on. Boom! As the rolling beast charged, I held the halberd horizontally and rushed forward. The Stone Armor King moved too quickly and carried too much momentum, so it still forced me back several yards. I quickly steadied myself. With one hand, I braced against the rolling beast. With the other, I gripped the halberd and drove it into the Stone Armor King's body. The weapon sank almost 3 feet deep, nearly burying its entire head, yet the beast did not make a sound. You're not even going to scream after that. Boom! I violently shook the halberd. The Stone Armor King's rocky shell broke into chunks and fell away. Only then did I see that the armor was nearly 3 feet thick. No wonder I had failed to injure it. A stone armor beast truly deserved its name. Thick rock protected its entire body. Once the shell shattered, a yellow beam gathered at the Stone Armor King's head. Its innate beast skill activated, pulling every piece of broken stone around it onto my body. Another thick suit of rock armor formed. That was what made the Stone Armor King terrifying. It could rebuild its shell almost without limit. But I also understood its weakness. Although it rebuilt quickly, the process still required 5 or 6 seconds. That opening gave me enough time to attack again. I had noticed that even after the rock shell broke, another layer of scales protected the skin beneath it. A defensive beast possessed more than one line of protection. But those scales could not cover everything. It was still a living beast that had to eat, drink, and relieve itself. I decided to attack from behind and drive the halberd straight up its ass. The Stone Armor King rebuilt its shell, only for me to smash it apart with another halberd strike at exactly the right moment. Now, that ass belongs to me. I roared and drove the sharp superalloy halberd head deep into the Stone Armor King's rear opening. Roar! A howl of agony rang out. Its weak point ruptured, and the Stone Armor King's entire body collapsed. I twisted the halberd with all my strength. Its internal organs churned and were largely destroyed. The beast had effectively received a death sentence. Holy crap, he finished it already. That was unbelievably fast. That's a level 10 super mutant beast specialized in defense. Hey, no matter how high its defense is, its ass is still a weak point. Even a heavyweight champion fears an attack from behind. That's 1,000 points secured. The gap between Jiang Tian and everyone else will only grow. Livestream viewers flooded the chat. By now, almost no one remained in the other candidates' streams. I stepped forward to finish the Stone Armor King, but a dangerous aura suddenly appeared. An enormous shadow crashed down. Whoosh! I rolled aside and dodged. Boom! The shadow struck the ground and split the earth apart. When I looked carefully, I saw a red-scaled python beside the Stone Armor King. The creature was nearly 65 feet long, with a body more than 3 feet thick. Red scales covered it from head to tail. From time to time, it spat dark green poisonous mist or venom. Even stone corroded the moment the toxin touched it. White smoke rose from the dissolving rock, showing just how corrosive the venom was. Holy crap, a sneak attack. I stared at the red-scaled python. It had concealed itself well. I had been so focused on the fight that I never noticed it. Based on the knowledge in my head, I knew the red-scaled python was also a Tier 1 super mutant beast at level 10. Unlike the Stone Armor King, however, this creature specialized in offense. It also possessed a body covered in tough scales. Its defense was not as extreme as the Stone Armor King's, but it could still stop ordinary attacks. Hiss! The python flicked its tongue and used its massive tail to launch several boulders at me. I pulled out the halberd, but after where I had just put it. Ugh! I tossed it into a nearby pond in disgust and let the water rinse it for a while. As for the boulders, I shattered each with one punch. With my current 200,000 gene of strength, that was easy. Boom! Another blast tore through the air. While I smashed the rocks, the python's huge tail whipped around and struck me directly in the back. Thud! I flew through the air. I had not expected the red-scaled python to possess some intelligence and use actual tactics. I had underestimated these mutant beasts. I crashed into a patch of grass, and sharp pain immediately shot through my back. The blow caused no real injury, but the pain was unmistakable. My armor still isn't high enough, I muttered. Even without actual damage, pain could interfere with me. I opened the modification panel. The level 3 system generated 3 points per second. After more than a day, my balance had reached a terrifying 256,723 points. I opened the system modification panel. Host, Jiang Tian. Modification points, increasing, +3. Currently available points, 256,723. Strength enhancement, 200,000 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement, 3,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Critical hit enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Magic resistance enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. System level 3. Energy required for upgrade, 24/1000. Note: killing mutant beasts grants energy points. At the next level, the system will generate 4 modification points per second. System, add 2,000 armor. I spent 100,000 points to add 2,000 armor, bringing my total to a terrifying 5,000. Ding. Armor has reached 5,000. Hidden skill activated. Enhanced 10-foot golden body. Enhanced 10-foot golden body. When activated, strength and defense double. Duration, 15 minutes. Now I wanted to go out and see whether the red-scaled python's attack still hurt. Where's Jiang Tian? Why did he disappear? I just switched over from another stream. The red-scaled python hit him into the grass. We don't know how he's doing. Is Jiang Tian dead? Don't talk nonsense. He's probably injured. If it were serious, the rescue helicopter overhead would already be descending. He's definitely hurt. Jiang Tian's strength is unusually high, but every advantage comes with a weakness. Defense must be his weak point, and the red-scaled python specializes in offense. Whoa, Jiang Tian is actually fine. Unbelievable. The python's tail hit him directly, and he's uninjured? Impossible. He probably vomited all the blood out while he was in the grass. A human body can't compare to a mutant beast's. I agree. Jiang Tian is probably forcing himself to stand because the drones are broadcasting live and he doesn't want to lose face. I walked back to the red-scaled python. Come on. Once again, I crossed my arms in front of my body and motioned for the python to hit me. Hiss. The red-scaled python flicked its tongue. A Tier 1 beast could not speak, but it must have been thinking, is this really happening? A human actually wants me to hit him? Even stronger targets were crushed when its tail connected, let alone this tiny human. No way. Is Jiang Tian really going to take the red-scaled python's attack head-on? That's an offensive mutant beast. Did Jiang Tian awaken 2 talents, strength and defense? Dual talents have never appeared before. Even if he possesses a defensive talent, he isn't wearing battle armor. His defense should still be pitiful. This looks dangerous. I don't think so. That confident expression says this attack means nothing to him. More than that, I felt the tail strike accelerate my circulation. It was surprisingly comfortable. When the python saw that its attack had done nothing, its eyes widened. It swept its tail at me again and attacked 5 or 6 times in succession. Unfortunately, against my 5,000 armor, it could not move me. It simply could not. The python opened its enormous mouth and prepared to spray venom. But before it could release anything, I dragged its entire body off the ground. I grabbed its tail, unleashed my strength, and began slamming the red-scaled python back and forth. Boom, boom, boom. Every time its massive body struck the earth, it caused a small earthquake. The area never had a chance to become quiet, and clouds of dust rose continuously. Scales covered the python's entire body, but they could not withstand repeated impacts. Before long, it lay beside the Stone Armor King, covered in wounds and barely alive. I prepared to finish both top-tier Tier 1 mutant beasts, but hunger suddenly struck me. The fight had consumed too much energy. I hurriedly pulled a one-horned azure bull leg from my spatial watch and began eating. Once I finished, I prepared to kill both beasts and collect 2,000 points. Huh? The noise up ahead stopped. Different voices came from both sides. 2 teams emerged. One was Elemental High's trump card team, 5 elements. The other was Zhejiang High's trump card team, 1 shot, 1 kill. Both were led by A-rank talents. A-rank with Mage Meng Tian led the first, while A-rank spearman Yin Jiping led the second. The 2 teams also contained 2 other A-rank talents. Everyone else possessed B-rank talents. They had formed these groups specifically to kill level 10 beasts. No C-rank talents were included because weaker talents would only become burdens against final boss targets. What was a pleasant surprise? This was a pleasant surprise. They had expected another brutal fight. Instead, 2 top-tier beasts lay dying on the ground, waiting for them to collect the kills. You're Jiang Tian, right? I admit that beating 2 top-tier mutant beasts into this condition proves you have real ability. Unfortunately, your luck isn't good enough. We won't be greedy. We'll take only 1, what Mage Meng Tian said. So what if the fight was being live-streamed? Points were king. The method did not matter. Heh, the remaining 1 naturally belongs to me, Yin Jiping said. He did not want to offend with Mage Meng Tian, but I had just fought 2 top-tier mutant beasts. In my current condition, how could I possibly have enough strength left to resist him? Holy crap, how can they be so shameless? They're all candidates, yet they're stealing someone else's trophies. Those teams seem to come from Elemental City and Zhejiang City. Disgusting. What kind of schools produce candidates with no morals? In my opinion, we should report every official in both cities and demand a provincial investigation. They'll definitely uncover something. Rotten leaders produce rotten followers. That makes sense. What's shameless about it? The Combat College entrance exam exists to select the strongest awakened candidates. Besides, no rule says you can't steal someone else's mutant beast. You're only afraid our Elemental City's champion Meng Tian will surpass your Jiang Tian. Exactly. Zhejiang is the same. If you don't like it, have Jiang Tian fight us. If he wins, we won't say another word. Do you have no shame? Jiang Tian just finished a battle, and now you want another? Worse, two full teams are bullying one person, and you still brag about it. Yeah, I said it. What are you going to do? Crawl through the internet and fight me? This was the first time the stream had descended into chaos like this. As the different sides argued more intensely, the official moderators had no choice but to mute everyone. If the conflict continued, it might spill into real life. People could even arrange fights offline. I still had 150,000 unspent modification points and had not activated enhanced 10-foot golden body. If these people thought they could defeat me, they were dreaming. So what if they had A-rank talents? Captain, let me test him. A B-rank Earth Mage stepped forward from the Elemental team. He clearly did not believe I was as powerful as the rumors claimed. Earth Element, Falling Meteor. We stood on solid ground, terrain perfectly suited to an Earth Mage. As long as his feet touched the earth, he could use his talent to gather the surrounding Earth element and form an enormous meteor. It descended directly toward my head. Boom! The meteor fell. I caught it with one hand. Based on a rough estimate, the meteor weighed approximately 50,000 gene. The Earth Mage on the other side was only level 5, yet he could mobilize this much Earth. Elementalists truly depended on terrain. In the right environment, they could display combat power far beyond their own attributes. Unfortunately for him, matching terrain meant nothing. Could he compare to someone using a modification cheat? I held the meteor like a bowling ball and threw it toward the Elemental team. Earth Element, Magma Barrier. The Earth Mage mobilized the terrain again, forming an enormous wall of molten rock. It stopped the incoming meteor. An Earth Mage standing on solid ground has unbeatable defense, he boasted. Bang! The next second, I shattered the magma barrier with one punch. Then my fist smashed him into the ground. He lost consciousness instantly. You should be grateful that the combat exam prohibits candidates from killing one another. Otherwise, every one of you would die today. My voice was cold, and my gaze became even colder. Big words. He only lost because you caught him by surprise. Do you really think you can stop all of us? Meng Tian ordered his team to attack immediately. A B-rank metal mage could control metal and convert other elements into it. He could also enlarge or shrink any part of his body at will. He could transform into any metal, including extremely hard alloys. The metal mage shaped one hand into a pistol. Judging by the details, he had clearly spent plenty of time handling guns. Bang! Bang! The elemental pistol converted material from the surrounding air into metal, condensed it into bullets, and fired them at me. We'll help too, Spearman Injiping said. They all understood that anyone who could reach more than 5,000 points was no ordinary opponent. Defeating me together was safer. Otherwise, they would not obtain the top-tier mutant beasts, each worth a full 1,000 points. 3 ultimates, Sword Aura. A B-rank swordsman swung his longsword. More than 100 razor-sharp arcs of sword energy filled the air. Hidden weapons. An A-rank weapons master wore a brocade pouch at his waist, filled entirely with concealed weapons he had made. They possessed tremendous offensive and armor-piercing power. A storm of deadly attacks flew toward me. Seeking absolute certainty, Meng Tian used Wood Element as well. Several thick vines erupted from beneath my feet. Wood Element, Entanglement. The vines wrapped tightly around both legs, turning me into an immobile target. In front of the livestream. Holy crap. This isn't fair at all. How is Jiang Tian supposed to beat that many people? Is this where Sealy City's Jiang Tian gets eliminated early? Even if he is eliminated, he still has more than 5,000 points. Those people would need to kill 5 top-tier mutant beasts just to catch up. Chief Examiner Lin, aren't you going to stop them? Under the rules, candidates may spar as long as they do not kill each other. Lin Zhengxiong's answer practically gave tacit approval to the group surrounding me. I also wanted to see the true limits of my power. I always felt that my strength extended far beyond what the surface suggested. Faced with so many deadly attacks, I merely smiled. Everyone was physical. With my current 5,000 armor, I could ignore the entire group's offense. Bang! Bang! As expected, 3 ultimates, Sword Aura, the metal mage's bullets, golden spears, and every other attack struck me without producing the slightest sensation. The sword energy shattered on contact. The metal bullets dropped instantly to the ground. The weapon's master exhausted every superalloy concealed weapon he possessed, yet nothing worked. What? The members of both teams stared wide-eyed. This was absurd. Why was this guy's defense so high? These were the two strongest teams at the entire testing site. Even together, they could not penetrate one person's defense. Impossible. I have to be dreaming, Spearman Injiping said. With defense like mine, there was no way to fight me. He's not even wearing battle armor. Where did that armor value come from? He must have at least 1,500 armor. The two teams went numb. Most of their members had become useless because none of their attacks could move me. Zhou Xian, you're a lightning mage. It's time for you to act, Meng Tian shouted. Zhou Xian was an important member of his team. Elemental talents were normally limited to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Zhou Xian was an exception. He had awakened the lightning element. Lightning was not a simple physical attack. It carried magical damage as well. By my true energy and the power of creation, Lord of Thunder, aid me. Zhou Xian roared. A bolt of lightning as thick as a thumb struck down, but I had already broken free from Meng Tian's vines. The entangling vines were extremely tough, yet my 200,000 gene of strength tore through them effortlessly. I had allowed them to hold me only because I wanted to test the enemy's attacks. Restraints at this level could never immobilize me. Once free, I dodged the lightning. I had not unlocked magic resistance modification and had no desire to test its power, even if the caster's level was low. I decided to end the fight. My first target was the lightning mage. I pulled my halberd from the pond. Most of the stench had washed away, though some remained. Quick! Protect Zhou Xian! Meng Tian shouted. He summoned wood element, creating several enormous wooden shield walls in front of me. My halberd was forged from superalloy and possessed exceptional armor-piercing ability. The wooden shields could not stop it. I broke through them one after another. A fire mage and water mage attacked together next. But they still failed to slow me. Stop him! Injiping joined the fight. He and the elemental team were now on the same side, so he raised his gilded spear to confront me. Try my great sun spear art, Injiping said proudly. It was a tier 1 super martial technique, and he had already reached proficient. With superior technique, he was confident he could stop me. Clang! The next second, Injiping's gilded spear collided with my superalloy halberd and was knocked away by a single strike. Injiping and the others finally realized that my strength and defense far exceeded their estimates. Bang! Injiping's body smashed heavily into the ground, and my figure appeared in front of him. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Killing is prohibited during the exam. Do you plan to violate the rules? Injiping smiled faintly. He knew I was carrying killing intent. The rules gave him confidence. I'm an A-rank talent, one of the few in the country. The nation will focus on developing me in the future. I don't believe you dare do anything to me. Even if the universities recruiting him did not rank among Xia's top 10, they were still extremely famous. I don't dare kill you, I said. The combat college entrance exam rules had been established by all of Xia, and my current power was not yet enough to violate them. Doing so would mean opposing the entire nation. I still needed time to accumulate points, level the system, and continue developing. I'm still not strong enough, I thought. If I could kill a level 99 powerhouse with one punch, why would I need to fear these rules? Slash. I swept the halberd and severed both of Injiping's arms. His talent was spearman. Without arms, he was practically crippled. Arg! Injiping screamed in agony as blood sprayed like a fountain. Jiping. Every member of the Yin family cried out in grief, and their gazes toward me filled with murderous hatred. You dared cripple my Yin family's genius. I'll make you die a miserable death, said Yin Liang, Injiping's father and the current head of the Yin family. The highest talent the Yin family had ever produced was B rank. They had finally gained an A-rank talent, only for someone to sever both of his arms. The Yin family would remember this grudge. At the public's demand, the moderators now lifted the global mute. He cut off both of Injiping's arms. Good. That's exactly what he deserved. If it were me, I'd cut off both legs too. Well done. Beat those filthy dogs from Jiujiang City to death. Cut off the elementalist's hands too. The exam prohibits killing. Jiang Tian made a serious mistake. He should be disqualified, transferred to the courts, and sentenced severely. Exactly. Today, he violates the rules and cuts off someone's hands. In the future, he'll commit murder and arson, break into homes, and even betray the country. You certainly enjoyed attacking me earlier. Holding the still bloody halberd, I looked at the others. A chill ran through every one of them. You already severed both of Injiping's arms. Are you still going to attack us? Would Mage Meng Tian asked. If you cripple this many candidates, all of them A rank and B rank talents, you'll definitely receive the death penalty. So what? I charged the Metal Mage and Weapons Master with my halberd. Among the earlier attackers, those two had fought most viciously. The Weapons Master specialized in surprise attacks with hidden weapons, but he had already exhausted his supply. The Metal Mage instantly transformed his entire body into an airplane and tried to escape. Clang! Hard metal rang out as I knocked the airplane from the sky with one halberd strike. Arg! Not one person who had attacked me earlier would escape. Send the rescue team down and stop him, Lin Jingxiong immediately ordered. If no one intervened, all 20-plus candidates would be crippled. If such a disaster occurred at the testing site under his supervision, the officials above would definitely punish him. He had to save as many candidates as possible. Stop! Several helicopters descended rapidly. More than a dozen rescue personnel above level 30 jumped out, including medical specialists. They immediately treated the candidates who had lost their arms and formed a protective line in front of the rest. These students could not suffer any more losses. You're this vicious toward your own people at such a young age. You'll become a menace in the future. The speaker was the rescue captain, a level 33 strength-type fighter with a D-rank talent. My own people? Did they treat me as one of their own? When they immobilized me and attacked together, why didn't you come down and talk about us being on the same side? Now that I've won, you descend and pretend to be the good guy? No matter what happened, you weren't injured. Their attacks couldn't harm you. Couldn't harm me? Put any other candidate in that situation, and they would be crippled if they survived at all. If my defense hadn't been high, I would already be destroyed. And now you call me vicious? They were only two mutant beasts. You're all candidates. Why couldn't you let them have one? Let them have one. Those were trophies I nearly died to defeat. Why should I hand them to people trying to rob me? I demanded. What kind of joke is that? I spent tremendous effort defeating those beasts. Why should anyone else receive them? They attacked first without justification. I acted in self-defense. Besides, you're no good either. My response left the rescue captain completely speechless. He's right. Jiang Tian is the one in the right. I support him. Exactly. They tried to steal from someone stronger and got beaten. If it were me, I'd be too ashamed to keep living. They're worthless and lost. What are they complaining about? Complete trash. More than 20 attacked one person, got crippled, and now need the rescue team to lecture him. With the situation becoming so serious, Lin Jingxiong immediately boarded a helicopter and rushed toward the testing ground. Meanwhile, around the testing site, roar! More than a dozen beasts roared. A dense storm of attacks filled the sky, spikes, enormous stones, breath attacks, and more. It's a mutant beast ambush. Everyone, form a defensive array, the rescue captain shouted. A circular supernatural barrier formed in front of the group. The attackers soon revealed themselves. They were the 15 level 10 final boss mutant beasts released into the testing ground. 2 were ultimate beasts, 5 were super, and the rest were advanced. Everyone possessed a shocking body. The smallest stood more than 13 feet tall, and all of them attacked the defensive array furiously. This is bad. The rescue personnel went pale. At this rate, the barrier would collapse quickly. Contact every nearby rescue team. If they continued maintaining the barrier until it broke, both the candidates and rescuers might be killed. Someone had to go outside, engage the beasts, and hold back their attacks. I stepped outside and confronted the ultimate mighty gorilla. It was a strength-type mutant beast. Although only level 10, it possessed an ultimate bloodline. Bang! A trash D-rank talent could withstand no more than 2 exchanges against something like this. But killing the remaining 13 mutant beasts would be enough. I raised the halberd, first finishing the Stone Armor King and Red-Scaled Python. Then I charged the nearest Steel Armor Hedgehog, an ultimate defensive beast. The spikes covering its back possessed considerable offensive power as well. It was an ultimate mutant beast combining offense and defense. He's going to face 13 final boss mutant beasts alone. The rescue team was not the only group worried. The livestream audience held its breath. Even through a screen, they could feel the savage power of the 13 beasts' attacks. Faster! Faster! Lin Jingxiong urged from the helicopter. Even at maximum speed, the flight would take more than 3 minutes. Under that level of assault, the barrier could never last. All he could do was hope I held back the beasts. Clang! My halberd struck the steel armor hedgehog's back. Sparks exploded, and a wide section of its spikes was swept flat. But while I fought the hedgehog, the mighty gorilla attacked from behind, driving an iron fist toward me. Bang! I caught the punch, and my arm went faintly numb. An ultimate mutant beast truly was powerful. The creature possessed a full 230,000 gene of strength. System, I want to modify. I opened the panel. I still had more than 100,000 points left to spend. When I opened the system, the modification panel appeared. Host, Jiang Tian. Modification points, increasing, +3. Currently available points, 166,723. Strength enhancement, 200,000 gene. Currently modifiable, 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement, 5,000 armor. Currently modifiable, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Critical hit enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Magic resistance enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. System level 3. Energy required for upgrade, 24/1000. Note, killing mutant beasts grants energy points. At the next level, the system will generate 4 modification points per second. My armor was already sufficient, so I dumped every remaining point into strength. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength, 366,723 gene. A vast, primordial power surged through my body. I smiled faintly as a set of combat data appeared in my mind. But even that was still not enough to impress me. Once the strength modification finished, I decided to test the system's hidden skill, 10-foot golden body. Boom. Golden light erupted from my body, and I grew to 10 feet tall. Roar. At exactly that moment, the mighty gorilla tried another sneak attack. Think you can keep getting away with that? Under 10-foot golden body, my attributes doubled, bringing my strength to a terrifying 720,000 plus gene. I met its fist with my own. The mighty gorilla's arm snapped beneath my punch, and it screamed in agony. I attacked again, driving one fist straight through its chest. Blood sprayed like a fountain. Thud. Its enormous body collapsed. I had killed the mighty gorilla in a single move. Everyone had watched the level 30-plus rescue captain suffer broken arms against that creature. Yet I had killed it instantly. My strength was truly terrifying. Steel armor back spikes. While I dealt with the gorilla, the steel armor hedgehog and the other beasts launched another combined surprise attack. You want to stab me in the back? Keep stabbing. Most of their attacks were physical. With 5,000 armor, I felt nothing at all. I reached the steel armor hedgehog, tore every spike from its back, and drove them one after another into its body. I turned the hedgehog into a bloody pincushion. And you, razor claw leopard, were you scratching me? I snapped both of the huge leopard's claws, then punched it in the head. Bang! A crater appeared in the ground. The leopard was beaten so badly that its own mother would not have recognized it. Demon fox flames, huh? I'll give you demon fox flames. I moved to a bright red fox and ripped every sharp tooth from its mouth. At that moment, I had transformed into a golden god of war. In a little over 1 minute, all 13 top-tier mutant beasts collapsed. I earned the remaining 13,000 points, raising my score to a terrifying 21,349. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. The livestream audience began flooding the chat again. I've watched countless combat exam videos, and this is the most savage one ever. I hereby declare Jiang Tian the ultimate alpha. One person fought 13, no, 15, top-tier mutant beasts alone. Nothing like this has ever happened in combat exam history. And he killed them by himself. In the past, only teams of high-ranked talents could defeat final boss beasts, and even then, one kill took an hour or more. Jiang Tian finished all of them in 1 minute. He's a god of slaughter. I'm done following idol celebrities. From now on, I'm a Jiang Tian fan. Righteous fans quickly tore that person apart in the comments. At that moment, Chief Examiner Lin Jingxiong arrived. The helicopter should have needed more than 3 minutes, but he had forcibly used supernatural power to accelerate it. He arrived in just over a minute, afraid that the mutant beasts would break the barrier and kill the rescue team and candidates. But when Lin Jingxiong saw the battlefield, he froze like an idiot. They're dead. Mutant beast corpses covered the ground, and the method of killing could not have been more brutal. You did all this? Lin Jingxiong asked, staring at my 10-foot golden body. Who else? You. I asked in return. Jiang Tian, would you mind if I tested your talent? Not at all. Good. Lin Jingxiong activated a secret testing art. A strange miniature array appeared beneath my feet, and rays of light surrounded me. More than 10 seconds later. No talent. Lin Jingxiong stared in disbelief. Technological equipment could malfunction, but a manually cast secret art could not. That meant I truly was an ordinary person. But could an ordinary person kill that many top-tier mutant beasts in 1 minute? The situation was urgent. Lin Jingxiong immediately used Chang to report me and the events at the testing site to the provincial leadership. At the same time, clips from my live stream were edited into countless videos and reposted across every major official forum. They gained millions of views within seconds. In less than a day, I had become a heated topic throughout Pingjiang province and even all of Xia. After reporting the situation to the province, Lin Jingxiong shut down the local live stream. Until the provincial government issued instructions, he temporarily removed me, the center of the incident, from the testing ground. Lin Jingxiong then rushed to the provincial capital for a meeting. Pingjiang province's senior officials assembled for an emergency conference, and I was the sole subject. Changde City, the capital of Pingjiang province, hosted the emergency meeting. Inside the conference room, Governor Zhou Liren sat upright at the head of the table. Below him were officials responsible for the province's combat college entrance exam, along with several biological science awakened researchers. What are your views on this incident? Zhou Liren asked. Naturally, he met my case. The other testing grounds had remained calm and ordinary. Governor, those 20-plus candidates attacked Jiang Tian first. The video proves it. Faced with an assault that violent, Jiang Tian was acting in legitimate self-defense. In my opinion, he committed no offense. The other candidates should be held responsible instead. I disagree. Jiang Tian acted far too viciously and directly severed the arms of multiple candidates. He violated the examination prohibition and must be punished severely. I agree. Every person who lost an arm possessed an A-rank or B-rank talent. If Jiang Tian isn't punished, how can we answer to their families? Two biological scientists objected. There was no need to guess where those bastards came from: Elemental City and Zhejiang City. Several injured candidates were even their distant relatives. That's complete bullshit. If 20 people chased you down a street and you disabled them in self-defense, would you accept a court convicting you of intentional assault? Jiang Daili, a biological scientist from Sealy City, spoke with righteous conviction. Why wouldn't I accept it? I could accept that, the scientist from Zhejiang City replied. Smack. Jiang Daili slapped him across the face. You hit me? I'll kill you. Look at that. You can't accept one slap, yet you expect someone else to accept being surrounded by 20 attackers. You? The Zhejiang scientist had no response to Jiang Daili's argument. I believe Jiang Daili is correct. Jiang Tian acted in legitimate self-defense and should not be punished. The 20-plus candidates should be held responsible, and the incident should be permanently recorded in their files. Many officials immediately agreed. Chief Examiner Lin, you supervise the testing site. What is your opinion? Governor Zhou Liren asked. I also consider it self-defense. Furthermore, if Jiang Tian hadn't killed those 13 top-tier mutant beasts afterward, the candidates and rescue team might all have died. Every candidate carried an AI system, so kills were scored immediately. Once the exam ended, every candidate's final score was transmitted to the central database. As governor, Zhou Liren naturally possessed authority to view it. An enormous ranking panel appeared before everyone. Sealy number 1 High School, me, no talent, 21,349 points, rank 1. Elemental High School, Lu Yinxue, A+ rank swordswoman, 4,349 points, rank 2. Changde High School, Zhou Chao, a rank metal mage, 4,213 points, rank 3. The scores below mine looked normal, with relatively small gaps between candidates. But more than 17,000 points separated first and second. That was absurd. Lu Yinxue had taken the exam merely to experience its difficulty. Yet not only had a talent like hers failed to take first, she had fallen impossibly far behind. Governor, did this kid use banned drugs? No. Chang scanned him at the time, Lin Jingxiong replied. Then this is terrifying. An ordinary person without supernatural power crushed an A+ rank talent. In my opinion, Jiang Tian may possess an extremely rare beneficial genetic mutation. That mutation might grant him nearly limitless strength and extremely high defense. He can even ignore attacks from top-tier Tier 1 mutant beasts. I therefore recommend studying Jiang Tian's cells. If we map the sequence of his mutated genes, develop a corresponding gene sequence drug, and apply it to awakened fighters, Xia's overall combat power could skyrocket. Once the technology is developed, Pingjiang province will hold tremendous importance throughout Xia. Very well. I approve the proposal. Since Jiang Tian comes from Sealy City, Jiang Daili, you will oversee the research, Zhou Liren said. As for the combat exam incident, I announced 3 decisions. First, Jiang Tian is Pingjiang province's combat exam champion. Second, the 20-plus candidates will be held accountable. and this incident will be permanently and prominently recorded in their files. Third, build public awareness around Jiang Tian and promote him heavily. Pingjiang province hasn't produced someone like this in a very long time. Understood. The government departments immediately began acting on their orders. Public relations officials posted announcements throughout the official forums. I had already held overwhelming public support. The official decision made my position even stronger. Holy crap, this is great. Jiang Tian is safe, and he's officially Pingjiang province's champion. Of course, why would anyone be punished for legitimate self-defense? The government finally did something right. If they had declared Jiang Tian guilty, I would have gone straight to the governor's house and taken a dump on his doorstep. That's nothing. I would have dug up his ancestors' graves. Doesn't the government normally take 4 or 5 days to release a decision? How did they respond in less than 1? Use your brain. Look at Jiang Tian's score. He earned more than 20,000 points. Across all of Xia, no province has ever produced a score above 10,000, no matter how easy the test. Jiang Tian doubled that. If the government remained silent, the forums would collapse under the abuse. Comments filled the official announcement. At the same time, Lin Jingxiong arrived at the hotel where I was staying with a group of biological scientists. I had already enjoyed every kind of premium service, a chef on call who could prepare any dish I requested, specialty massage therapists, and more. Jiang Tian. Let me introduce Jiang Daoli, the director of this biological technology project. Hello, Jiang Tian. I'm from Sealy City too. Having our city produce a champion like you makes even me incredibly proud. Jiang Daoli knew how to speak pleasantly. We came to collect a few cells and some blood from you. Would you mind? Here's the reason, Jiang Tian. Lin Jingxiong explained their goal. All right. I did not care. I was an ordinary person. What could they possibly discover? It was only a few cells and some blood. Thank you. After collecting the samples, Jiang Daoli impatiently led his team back to the laboratory. To a biology fanatic like him, research was everything. By the way, Jiang Tian, you've probably read the announcement. You're the provincial champion now. Sealy City's mayor, education director, principal, and the others are all waiting for you. They call me on the way over. They've prepared a banquet at Huangtian Hotel. All they need is the guest of honor. Naturally, no celebration in any city would exclude its champion. Lin Jingxiong and I traveled to Huangtian Hotel. My father, Jiang Gua, had already called me. City officials had invited him there as well. Inside the hotel, Sealy Mayor Zheng Desui, Education Director Lu Nan, Principal Li Ping, and my homeroom teacher Shi Li were all present. My father stood surrounded by the crowd. His company owner, Chen Lu, had come with him. During the ride, he openly explained that he wanted me to endorse the company's sports drink. You must be Jiang Tian's father. It's an honor to meet you. The officials enthusiastically shook Jiang Gua's hand and chatted with him. Chen Lu also seized the opportunity to introduce himself. Chief Examiner Lin and our champion are here, the mayor called. The ceremonial band immediately began playing. Quick, let's take a photograph first. The mayor pulled me toward the photo area. The two of us stood in the center, with Lin Jingxiong and Jiang Gua beside us. The education director, principal, homeroom teacher, Chen Lu, and the others followed. We first took a group photograph, then several individual ones. Afterward, everyone entered the banquet room. During the meal, Jiang Tian, this is your reward from Sealy City. The mayor handed me a bank card containing a 1 million yuan prize. In addition, as Sealy City's first provincial champion, you'll receive a villa in the city center, Mayor Zheng Desui announced generously. The school and education department also awarded separate scholarships. I liked these materialistic officials. All they knew how to discuss was money and real estate. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Jiang Tian, which Awaken University interests you? The mayor asked. Jiang Tian, you may not know Xia's best Awaken universities in detail. Allow me to explain them. As a chief examiner, Lin Jingxiong naturally understood them well. He might not know every detail, but he knew at least 90%. Our capital has 4 elite Awaken universities: Celestial, War God, Elemental, and National Defense. Celestial University accepts only guaranteed admissions, students who awaken A+ rank or higher talents. You have no talent, so naturally, you cannot enter. The university's belief is that gods are born, not made. Only sufficiently gifted people can become gods. So you can eliminate that option. Once my points accumulated, I would kill even gods for them to see. 1 punch per god would be no problem. Next is Elemental University, which accepts only elemental talents. That leaves National Defense and War God. Neither ranks above the other. National Defense focuses on building military forces, while War God develops elite individual combat power. For a monster like you, I recommend War God University. War God's instructors include numerous level 90 powerhouses with extraordinary mastery of both martial techniques and talent skills. They would help you more than anyone else. The university also provides one-on-one instruction. If you gain the favor of President Mu Qing, your future will soar. With your terrifying ability, becoming President Mu's student shouldn't be difficult. Lin Jingxiong emphasized every word solemnly. Who is Mu Qing? I asked. I knew little about her. President Mu is War God University's 16th president. She possesses an S-rank offensive swordswoman talent, is reportedly above level 90, and has a very powerful background. Is becoming her student difficult? Not exactly. President Mu accepts one student each year, the winner of that year's freshman tournament. Martial techniques became increasingly difficult at higher tiers. Without accumulated insight, reaching even beginner through self-study was nearly impossible, especially for techniques at tier 3 and above. But I was different. I had modification points. No matter what technique I learned, I could modify it directly to perfect in a second. Only after receiving an invitation to the capital did I learn that while I celebrated, the great families in the head of state's office were analyzing footage of me killing 13 top-tier mutant beasts. Head of state, according to our analysis, Jiang Tian's strength and defense have already exceeded the limits of awakened fighters. Even a divine-rank talent cannot compare to him. It might not withstand even one attack. An official responsible for statistical analysis delivered the report. Has anyone analyzed his genetic sequence? Head of State Xia Jia asked. A biological team in Pingjiang province is currently conducting the analysis. We don't understand the cause yet, but perhaps only he can succeed in that place. Head of State, do you mean the Divine Blessing Dungeon? A blessing could raise a talent from B rank to A rank, or, if the recipient was fortunate, improve it by several ranks and perhaps even take it directly to Divine. Fortunately, a Divine Blessing Dungeon existed for every tier. Unfortunately, their difficulty was truly extreme. Xia had already sent 3 teams of maximum stat fighters into the Tier 1 Divine Blessing Dungeon. Every member had been selected from the Great Awakened universities, but none had succeeded. Many died inside, while the few who escaped had lost arms or legs. Exactly. We need the Divine Blessing. It would strengthen our side and deter the petty nations surrounding us. Should we bring Jiang Tian here now and send another team of awakened fighters into the Tier 1 Divine Blessing Dungeon with him? There's no hurry. He has just become provincial champion and is celebrating. Don't ruin the occasion. Once he enrolls at an awakened university in the capital, we'll approach him. Xia Jia emphasized the decision. Inside Celestial University. Director, should we recruit Jiang Tian? An instructor asked. No. Don't forget Celestial University's principle. Only those born with superior talents can become gods. Jiang Tian is merely an ordinary person. His current strength and defense may be astonishing, but without supernatural power, he cannot continue growing. His potential will remain at this stage. Don't waste energy on him. Besides, Celestial accepts only guaranteed admissions. Let the other 3 universities fight over the trash we don't want. But Jiang Tian earned more than 20,000 points in the combat exam. Humph, the admissions director sneered. Only because the truly talented candidates accepted guaranteed admission here and didn't participate. My decision is final, Director Zhao Chuanyang snapped. Inside Elemental University. Director, should we recruit Jiang Tian? He's Pingjiang province's champion with more than 20,000 points. But Elemental University has only elemental instructors. They're excellent at guiding elementalists, but Jiang Tian isn't one. I'm afraid we would hinder his development. Director, don't overthink it. Recruit him first. Once he's here, we can hire suitable instructors. With our university's reputation, finding people capable of guiding Jiang Tian won't be difficult. You're right. Then, Director, should I travel to Pingjiang province and recruit him? No. He's a provincial champion, not some nobody. At minimum, I should go personally, and even my rank might not be impressive enough. Elemental University Director Li Yangming consulted the president about the maximum offer, then boarded the university's private jet for Sealy City. Inside War God University. Quick, contact the university jet. We're leaving for Sealy City right now to recruit Jiang Tian. Director, do we need to rush? Given Celestial's attitude, they definitely won't go. Elemental University has nothing useful for Jiang Tian. That leaves only National Defense competing with us. With our resources and elite instructors, we should win, right? You're underestimating Li Yongming. Whenever that man sees an outstanding candidate, he visits personally. He's probably already aboard his jet. Stop talking and move. Director Xiao Bing ordered. But we haven't asked the president for authorization on the maximum recruitment offer. We can discuss that on the way. Inside National Defense University. Director, the private jet to Sealy City is ready. Good. Depart immediately. Meanwhile, after the banquet ended, my father and I moved into the villa awarded in the city center. Then I began farming dungeons like a madman. I needed more modification points and had to unlock additional modifiable attributes. After several hours of farming, my energy points reached 600. I needed 400 more to upgrade, but the dungeons around here. Sealy City possessed only one. The nearest remaining dungeon was in Changda City. I prepared to travel there, but my father called and told me that 3 university admissions directors had arrived at our home. He wanted me to return immediately. I smiled faintly. The visitors I had expected were finally here. I wondered what conditions the universities would offer. A short while later, I returned to the city center villa and found Lin Li, Li Yongming, and Xiao Bing standing in the living room. Li Yongming, doesn't Elemental University accept only elemental talents? Jiang Tian isn't an elementalist. Why are you here? War God Admissions Director Xiao Bing asked. That's not how this works. My university has a private jet, and I can go wherever I want. Is that any of your business? Besides, I have the right to recruit anyone I choose. Why the hell do you care? You can go anywhere? Then why don't you go die? You dare curse me? Want me to slap you? Come on. Who's afraid? We're both level 60. Let's fight. Facing their argument, National Defense Admissions Director Lin Li stepped forward to separate them. Enough. Stop fighting. We're all here to recruit. Jiang Tian is back, so let's present our respective offers. Humph. Both men snorted. Li Yongming released Xiao Bing's ear, while Xiao Bing let go of Li Yongming's hair. Their world-shaking battle finally ended. You must be Jiang Tian. I'm Lin Li, Director of Admissions at National Defense University. I'll get straight to the point. If you attend our university, you'll receive 1 million yuan in annual support and graduate as a field-grade military officer. A field-grade officer? Li Yongming and Xiao Bing exclaimed. National Defense University had never offered that kind of guaranteed rank during recruitment. If that seems too low, I can ask the president for more. A higher rank is possible. Even Major General isn't out of the question, Lin Li added, shocking them again. Major General? Lin Li, are you joking? That's equivalent to a provincial governor. The other 2 directors were speechless. They quickly recovered and began speaking. If they remained silent any longer, I might accept Lin Li's offer. Jiang Tian, Elemental University will provide 2 million yuan in annual support. Our president also has several close friends above level 75. If you attend Elemental University, the president will use those connections and have the powerhouses guide you personally. In addition, you'll receive maximum clearance for our martial technique library. You may study any martial technique you want, even Tier 9. Li Yongming had received authorization for this offer from the president during the flight. If you're making offers like that, I'll stop holding back. Jiang Tian, attend War God University, and we'll provide 3 million yuan in annual support. You'll also receive maximum clearance for our martial technique library. Elemental University's collection can't compare to ours. Most of their techniques relate only to elementalists. War God's Resource Vault contains every kind of cutting-edge material. You'll receive complete access to it as well, along with 10,000 university credits per year. Among all 4 universities, War God held the largest collection of supernatural resources, covering everything from Tier 1 through Tier 9. Students could exchange for anything if they had sufficient credits. Then I choose War God University, I said without hesitation. Its resources and martial technique collection suited me best. Very well. But if you encounter trouble in the capital, you can still call me. National Defense University will help whenever possible. This is your War God University admission notice. You may fly back with me and enroll now, or travel there yourself tomorrow. Either way, you have 3 days. Xiao Bing handed it over. If I enroll today, does War God University possess private Tier 1 dungeons? And are there many Tier 1 dungeons around the capital? That was what concerned me most. Of course, the capital isn't far from the beast battlefields, and our campus contains several Tier 1 and Tier 2 dungeons perfectly suited for your training. That's excellent. What are we waiting for? Let's leave now, I said excitedly. After farming several Tier 1 and Tier 2 dungeons, the system should level up at least twice. That would mean 5 modification points per second. But I need to pack first. There's no need, Jiang Tian. War God provides every facility and necessity. All you need to bring is yourself, Xiao Bing said. After a brief farewell to my father, I boarded the private jet for the capital. Xia's capital lay nearly 60,000 miles from Sealy City. Fortunately, with modern aircraft technology, the flight required only a little over 3 hours. Of course, War God was one of Xia's elite awakened universities. If it did not possess private planes and an airport, that would be far too low class. After we landed, Xiao Bing gave me a tour of the campus. Once I understood the major locations, he took me to the residential district. Students live here? I stared at the luxurious 2-story villa. It was even larger than the one Sealy City had awarded me. Yes, our university's accommodations are rather modest. I hope you can adapt, student Jiang, Xiao Bing said. In other words, he hoped I would not dislike the conditions. This is modest. I was speechless. The first floor alone approached 8,600 square feet. With all this space, does a group of students share each villa? Please don't joke, student Jiang. One student lives on each floor. If we placed a group together, other universities might think we're poor. How embarrassing would that be? So don't worry. One student per floor. Let me show you inside. Xiao Bing led me through the door, and the facilities were even more luxurious. Beyond the bedroom, living room, kitchen, and private bathroom, the first floor contained a gym, swimming pool, private theater, hot spring pool, and more. An elevator connected the 2 floors. The utilities must cost a fortune, I said. You're joking again. If students had to pay for utilities, we'd be some third-rate diploma mill. Other universities would laugh themselves to death. You don't pay utilities, and the university sends dedicated staff to clean. We guarantee you'll be satisfied. This neighborhood is reserved for this year's freshmen. At present, you're the only person in this villa. Another student will move in after recruitment ends. Please get along when that happens. Were they treating students like honored ancestors? How could a university like this exist? I gave it an immediate thumbs up. This is your student watch. Your corresponding permissions have already been activated. Ask Chong if you don't understand something. You can check credits, courses, and more simply by calling its name. Really, I decided to test it. My previous world had never possessed such a considerate AI. Chong, where am I now? Your current position is inside Rose District, one of the freshman residential areas. More precisely, you are in the first-floor living room of Villa A8. Chong can provide navigation to any requested destination. Chong, check my credits. Hello? Your current student credit balance is 10,000. All right, student Jiang. I need to report back. Contact me if you need anything. Xiao Bing left, leaving me alone in the villa. After standing dazed for a while, I checked the time. 1 hour remained before dark. I might as well farm some mutant beasts in a dungeon. Chong, show me every mission I can accept. Freshman missions have not yet been released. You may attempt certain upperclassmen missions. Chong projected a mission list before me. Bounty missions. 1. Collect 10 Flame Lion Hearts. Reward, 100 credits. 2. Collect 1 bottle of Emerald Spirit Snake Venom. Reward, 50 credits. 3. Collect 5 black scales from Iron Armor Beasts. Reward, 40 credits. I studied the bounty missions first. Students normally posted them. Some held pharmacist talents and needed mutant beast materials to create potions and improve their skill. For example, flame lions were particularly ferocious Tier 2 beasts. 10 hearts cost 200 credits in the resource vault. This way, I could train and earn credits at the same time. Bounty missions were the most numerous. The university also issued training and challenge missions with far more generous rewards. I looked over them briefly. Training Mission 1. The Berserk dragons in the Tier 2 dungeon have become arrogant. Teach them a lesson. Requirement. Collect 10 Berserk dragon horns alone. No teams. Time limit. 1 hour. Mission reward. 500 credits. Challenge Mission 1. Many bronze armor zombies have appeared at the edge of the Tier 1 Divine Blessing dungeon. Sneak in and steal 10 bronze sabers for research. Teams permitted. No time limit. Mission reward. 1,000 credits. I was confused. Why had no one accepted it? Wasn't 1,000 credits an incredible reward? Why not simply kill the bronze armor zombies and collect their sabers? If you could take them openly, why bother stealing? Chong, what makes this Tier 1 Divine Blessing dungeon different? I asked. Inside a Tier 1 Divine Blessing dungeon, every class level is suppressed to level 10. Even the weakest monsters possess maximum statistics. Consider the bronze armor zombies at the outer edge. They are strength-type monsters with 70,000 gene of strength. The middle and inner zones contain even more terrifying statistics. What did it mean by maximum stat monsters? Maximum statistics? My modifications had no maximum. I had no intention of entering the Divine Blessing dungeon yet, so I began with several bounty missions. With my power, earning 100 credits would not be difficult. Shouldn't I have a weapon before entering? I frowned. I had not brought the Super Alloy Halberd with me. For now, I decided to look at Violet Spirit Alloy. Chong, how many credits would it cost to forge a Violet Spirit Alloy War Halberd? 40,000 credits. 40,000. I clicked my tongue. War God had plenty of resources, but they were truly expensive. At least the quality matched the price. I immediately abandoned the exchange. I would save my 10,000 credits. Punching beasts to death might splash blood all over me, but Kunkin laundry detergent should wash it out instantly. Besides, high-tech washing machines should have no trouble. Once I decided, I asked Chong to navigate to the nearest dungeon. I could complete bounty missions and farm system energy points at the same time. I still needed 400. I wondered whether the Tier 1 dungeons here contained enough mutant beasts. Following Chong's directions, I soon reached a Tier 1 dungeon entrance. It was a teleportation array created by a space-type talent. Naturally, the dungeon itself was not located on campus, but inside an open pocket realm. Beep. Student card detected. Under university rules, I only needed to scan my card to use the teleportation array. But when I did, the administrator immediately recognized it as a freshman card. Student, the Tier 1 dungeon you've selected contains level 7 through level 10 mutant beasts. I recommend the one next to it, which contains only level 1 through level 5 targets. That dungeon would suit you better. Freshmen knew where the entrances were, but often lacked information about the beasts inside, so the administrator explained. Which dungeon contains more mutant beasts? This one. Then I'll enter this one. I did not hesitate. Farming energy points mattered more than earning credits, so naturally, I wanted the dungeon with more targets. White light flashed, and I arrived inside the Tier 1 dungeon. Everyone around me was a War God upperclassman, though their levels were generally low. The mutant beasts elsewhere granted far more experience than the ones here. Hey, a freshman. Want to join my team? We'll guide you through the joy of killing mutant beasts. The price is only 200 credits. No, I refused. I had just watched this group take forever to kill one level 7 beast, and they wanted to carry me? Wasn't that a joke? Junior, we may not have combat classes, but a starving camel is still larger than a horse. We're all level 20. Carrying you won't be a problem. Chong, where are the mutant beasts most concentrated in this dungeon? Following Chong's navigation, I reached a region where the beasts gathered in packs. The smallest contained 4 or 5, while larger ones held more than a dozen. I selectively accepted bounty missions based on the species present. At nightfall, the dungeon closed and forcibly teleported me out. My harvest was considerable. I collected the materials for 5 bounty missions. After submitting them at the designated locations, the upperclassmen transferred a total of 270 credits. Once finished, I went to the university cafeteria to see what it served. The moment I entered, I saw food from everything that flew through the sky, ran across the earth, swam through water, or rolled around in bed. Cough. That last one did not count. There were also dishes made from mutant beast meat. Prices were low. I ate 8 dishes and 9 large bowls of rice for only 5 credits. On the way home, I checked the system panel. Energy points. 1011/1000. I had enough for an upgrade. Upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Host. Jiang Tian. Modification points. Increasing +4. Currently available points. 438,769. Strength enhancement. 366,723 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement. 5,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed enhancement. System level insufficient. Locked. Critical hit enhancement. System level insufficient. Locked. Magic resistance enhancement. System level insufficient. Locked. System level 4. Energy required for upgrade. 11/2000. Note: killing mutant beasts grants energy points. At the next level, the system will generate 5 modification points per second. Holy crap, I already have this many points. I had ignored them for 2 days, and the balance had exceeded 400,000. It was time for another round of modifications. I decided to spend more than 130,000 points raising my strength to 500,000 gene, then use another 100,000 to add 2,000 armor. The exact decision would depend on the situation, but what situation did I even mean? After returning to the villa, I soaked comfortably in the bath while watching a movie. The robotic butler had already arranged snacks and drinks. It cost nothing, and someone handled everything for me. I felt unbelievably comfortable. After bathing, I played games on the huge screen. Xia's advanced technology had produced a surprising number of great games. The next day, I slept until 11. After eating the enormous breakfast prepared by the robotic butler, I got ready to farm another dungeon. You must be Jiang Tian. Several men in bodyguard-style clothing stood ahead. Behind them was a muscular man. He was Xiajia's secretary, Qiu Xiaoji. Who are you? Qiu Xiaoji, secretary to the head of state. The head of state requests your presence, he continued. Requests me? Sorry, I'm busy. I need to earn credits in the dungeons. The head of state probably wanted more than a simple meeting. He must have watched my combat exam footage. If he wanted me to come, it almost certainly involved a dangerous dungeon. Otherwise, the head of state had no shortage of experts at his side. Why would he need a freshman? Jiang Tian, this is an opportunity to serve your country. You should treasure it, Secretary Qiu Xiaoji emphasized. I could not be bothered with them. They were trying to manipulate me with patriotism so I would work for free in some dungeon. Sorry, but you could not morally blackmail someone without morals. There is also 3 million yuan as compensation for your work. 5 million. 10 million. Deal. Twen. Qiu Xiaoji stopped himself immediately. Damn it, I cursed silently. I should have waited longer before accepting. A private car soon brought Qiu Xiaoji and me to head of state Xiajia's office, where several other important figures had already gathered. They included selected geniuses who would also enter the Tier 1 Divine Blessing Dungeon. These people were super talents from Xia's 4 elite Awaken universities. National Defense, Elemental, and War God all had representatives. The student from Celestial University possessed the highest talent and was naturally the most displeased. First, allow me to introduce your companions for this operation, Xiajia said politely. These 3 upperclassmen are from Celestial University, Zhou Xia, an S-rank shadow, Zheng Niu, an S-rank pharmacist, and Chen Yang, an S-rank weapons master. Hello. These 3 upperclassmen are from Elemental University, Zhang Tian, an A+ rank fire mage, Mei Qingqing, an A+ rank wood mage, and Xiong Er, an S-rank earth mage. Hello, Zhang Tian. The 3 greeted me warmly, completely unlike the Celestial students. Hello, seniors. The final student is Qin Jun from National Defense University, an A+ rank restoration envoy. Hello, Junior Zhang Tian. Both sides exchanged polite greetings. One more person will accompany you, my daughter. When Xia Jie finished, Xia Wenjing stepped out. Her combat power would also be extremely formidable. Hello, everyone. Please take care of me during this mission. No. Wenjing, we should be asking you to take care of us, 2 Celestial University bootlickers said. Xia Jie personally summarized the mission. Enter the Tier 1 Divine Blessing Dungeon and obtain the Divine Blessing. Based on the dungeon's tier, it should contain between 1 and 3 Divine Blessings. Every one of you is a genius selected from across Xia and has the greatest chance of reaching Divine rank. I don't want you to bring the blessings out. Use them immediately after obtaining them. As for who receives one, that decision belongs to your group. At your ages, you possess the greatest hope of advancing to Divine rank talents. All right, I'll personally escort you to the dungeon entrance. Foreign forces, particularly the island nation, watched other countries' Divine Blessing dungeons constantly. Head of state, the general station there saluted Xiajia. His name was Nangong Tian, a level 82 powerhouse whose presence kept the region safe. The geniuses taking part in this mission were themselves descendants of powerful great family figures. Open the entrance array. Yes, sir. General Nangong, lend your violet spirit alloy war halberd to Jiang Tian. He doesn't have a suitable weapon. Can he lift it? Nangong Tian frowned. I don't possess a strength-type talent, but my violet spirit alloy halberd still weighs 200,000 jin. The head of state had to have a reason, so Nangong Tian brought the weapon over. Careful. It's heavy. Nangong Tian handed me the halberd. I caught it with one hand. My strength had reached 500,000 jin. Lifting 200,000 was nothing. I can barely feel it. It's like paper. I immediately performed great sun halberd art with it. It's a little light, but it'll do. I spoke casually. Nangong Tian, head of state, who will lead this operation. Every team needs a commander, the 3 Celestial University students asked. Will Wenjing lead us? Weapons Master Qinyang asked. No. The 3 Celestial students immediately looked delighted, believing the leader would be chosen from among them. Jiang Tian will lead. Inside the Divine Blessing Dungeon, he will possess the highest combat power. All of you will follow him, Xiajia announced. The 3 Celestial students immediately showed contempt. One even muttered quietly, "He's only a little stronger than normal. He doesn't possess supernatural power, yet he's supposed to command us? What a joke." "No problem. Whatever Junior Jiang Tian says, will do," Qin Jun and the others replied. Xia contained powerful, great families with considerable influence. The three celestial students came from such families, and Xia Jie had long disliked their behavior. This is half a map of the dungeon's outer region. Remember, once inside, travel toward the enormous tree at the center, Xia Jie emphasized. "Look, there really is a giant tree." Qin Jun pointed forward. A tree towering into the clouds stood in the distance, though they were too far away to see its branches clearly. From that point onward, they had to explore for themselves. Two roads lie ahead. Which one should we take? Xia Wenjing asked, meaning I had to decide. But the three celestial students stepped forward. "I believe we should vote again and choose a new leader. Jiang Tian isn't suitable. I'll volunteer. I, Qinyang, should lead. Does anyone object? What do the rest of you think?" Qinyang looked around. Pharmacist Zheng Niu continued. "You know that no one can bring potions into a divine blessing dungeon. Without the potions I create, how will you restore your supernatural energy? So you should agree." His words clearly attempted to force everyone into submission. The others frowned. They had entered only moments ago, yet conflict had already appeared. The journey ahead would become difficult, and the team might even split. Inside a divine blessing dungeon, that was extremely dangerous. "I still support Junior Jiang Tian." The head of state appointed him leader, Qin Jun said. As a soldier from National Defense University, he had learned to obey orders from childhood. "We also stand with Junior Jiang Tian." The others declared their support. In truth, they had disliked Chun Yang and his companions for a long time. Their resentment had not begun inside the dungeon. Those three relied on their families and talents to bully others in everyday life. No one wanted them in command. They were completely selfish. "Fine. In that case, we'll divide into two teams and travel separately." Qin Yang took Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu down one road without looking back. Everyone watched the three depart. "Trash," Fire Mage Jiang Tian spat. "Forget it, Junior Jiang Tian. Don't waste energy on them. Deep down, they believe they're superior to everyone." Xia Wenjing comforted me, assuming I was angry. "Waste energy? Why would I care? Three barking dogs, that's all. Let's move." Bronze armor corpses gripped bronze sabers and wore green corroded bronze armor from head to toe. "Qinyang, this place gives me the creeps. Aren't there too many bronze armor corpses?" Zhou Xia asked. As a woman, her fear was understandable. What's there to fear? People always exaggerate the danger of divine blessing dungeons. I refuse to believe they're that terrifying. We're all S-rank talents. Handling them should be easy. You're right. Qin Yang's confidence encouraged the other two, and their fear faded. Clatter, clatter. At that moment, every bronze armor corpse on the ground opened its eyes and stood. They swung massive bronze sabers more than 6 feet long. Humph. They're only bronze weapons. Can they compare with modern alloys? Chun Yang displayed his weapons master talent and instantly produced numerous alloy weapons. He fired them at high speed. In his view, bronze possessed pitiful hardness. How could bronze armor stop his alloy weapons? Shadow assassin Zhou Xia entered stealth with 2 razor-sharp daggers and attacked the corpses from behind. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, Chun Yang's weapons struck the bronze armor without causing any damage. The ancient bronze appeared unbelievably tough. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fear rose in Chun Yang's heart. He used Violet Spirit Alloy, an extremely hard material with tremendous armor penetration. Yet against low-hardness bronze armor, his weapons left only faint marks? At the same time, Zhou Xia ended her stealth and drove both daggers into a bronze armor corpse. Screech. 2 bursts of sparks erupted. The daggers left scratches on the bronze, but failed to penetrate its defense. How can its armor be this high? Zhou Xia was lost. Her shadow talent increased the first attack after stealth by 20%. Yet she still could not break through. Is this maximum armor? Zhou Xia guessed. If so, we're in trouble. The claim that divine blessing dungeons contain nothing but maximum stat monsters is true. The bronze armor corpses represented the limit of armor. Don't worry. Their armor may be high, but strength must be their weakness, Qin Yang guessed. Like human talents, they should excel in only one area. A massive bronze saber came down. Qin Yang hurriedly raised an alloy longsword to block. Boom! He could not withstand the strike and was forced to his knees. The alloy sword carved a deep wound into his shoulder. Without the battle armor his family provided, the saber would have severed his shoulder. Run! Qin Yang ordered. Their strength and armor are both at the maximum. There are too many. We can't fight them directly. The other two nodded. At least 200 bronze armor corpses surrounded them. They had no chance of victory. Should we leave the dungeon? Zheng Niu asked worriedly. As a pharmacist, he lacked combat power. His role was creating potions to restore and enhance the team. A pharmacist's life was valuable. He did not want to die here. If we leave, we lose the divine blessing. Don't you want to become a divine rank pharmacist? Xia has never produced one. Chun Yang's words eliminated Zheng Niu's desire to retreat. He desperately wanted a divine rank pharmacist talent. If they succeeded, he would become unique not only within his family and Xia, but across the entire world. But what do we do about the corpses chasing us? Isn't there another team? A sinister smile appeared on Chun Yang's face. You mean lead the corpses toward them and escape? But then if they die, no one will compete with us for the blessings. Isn't that better? Before long, they led the horde directly to us. Huh? Didn't you leave? Why are you back? We brought you a gift. Heh. Qin Yang laughed and fled with Zhou Xia and Zheng Niu. The corpses possessed maximum strength and defense, but their speed was relatively low. Boom. Boom. Nearly 200 bronze armor corpses marched forward, their massive footsteps shaking the earth. Bronze armor corpses? I was delighted by the uninvited guests. The challenge mission required 10 bronze sabers, and I had wondered whether I would find any. Now they had come straight to me. Wasn't this a free 1,000 credits? Bronze armor corpses. Run. Their strength and defense are both at the Tier 1 maximum. Xia Wenjing shouted. Why run? I want to see whether their maximum statistics can overpower mine. I raised the Violet Spirit Alloy Halberd and charged. I'll test them too. Fire Mage Zhang Tian and Wood Mage Mei Qingqing rushed forward. Then I'll support you. Qin Jun activated his restoration field, continuously restoring his teammates' supernatural energy. I'll protect you, Earth Mage Xiong'er said. Standing on solid ground, he could draw on nearly endless Earth element defense. Even maximum strength corpses could not break through quickly. Then let's fight. Swordswoman Xia Wenjing raised her spear and joined the battle. Fire element, Sea of Flames. Wood element, Vine Prison. The two coordinated perfectly. One restrained the corpses while the other unleashed flames. Fire dealt magical rather than physical damage. Even together, they could handle only 5 corpses at once. A flash of cold light arrives before the spear strikes like a dragon. Xia Wenjing's spear pierced a corpse, leaving a small hole. Its bronze saber came down simultaneously. Clang. She blocked, but was forced back 5 or 6 steps. Her strength was still far below mine. Bang! My Violet Spirit Alloy Halberd fell and split the bronze armor corpse in half. Ding! High-grade mutant beast killed. You have gained 10 energy points. An even greater surprise sounded in my mind. 10 energy points? I remembered receiving only 1 energy point per mutant beast before. Now this one gave 10. There were enough here to raise the system to level 5. Perfect timing. I opened the system panel. After a night of accumulation, combined with the more than 200,000 points I had not spent, my balance exceeded 400,000. System, add 200,000 gene of strength. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength, 700,000 gene. I increased strength only to kill the bronze armor corpses faster and avoid wasting time. More armor was unnecessary. Their bronze sabers struck me without producing any sensation. An ordinary person would already have been cut in half. With another 200,000 gene of strength, my halberd roared through the air. I was a tiger among sheep, and the 200-plus bronze armor corpses were quickly swept away. Approximately 3 minutes later, everyone stared at the remains covering the ground. Remains was generous. Some corpses had been cut in half, while others had become scattered chunks. Xia Wenjing was visibly stunned by my efficiency. She also possessed an offensive talent, yet could not approach my clearing speed. During that entire period, she had defeated only 1 corpse. Defeated, not killed. Its defense was simply too high. Several corpses had surrounded her, and 1 saber strike shattered her Tier 1 battle armor. Yet she had watched me take dozens of strikes. My clothing was torn, but I appeared completely unharmed. My armor had to exceed 2,000. Energy points, 2,000/2,000. Other than the few killed by Zhang Tian and Mei Qingqing, I had eliminated the rest. The total reached exactly 2,000 energy points. I could upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. An attribute panel appeared. Host, Zhang Tian. Modification points, increasing, +5. Currently available points, 247,889. Strength enhancement, 700,000 gene. Currently modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense enhancement, 5,000 armor. Currently modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed enhancement, currently modifiable. 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. Magic resistance enhancement, system level insufficient. Locked. System level 5. Energy required for upgrade, 0/3000. Note, killing mutant beasts grants energy points. At the next level, the system will generate 6 modification points per second. Speed modification is unlocked. I was delighted, though I did not yet know what the value represented. I asked the system, what does 1 point of speed mean? Ding. Host, 1 speed represents the distance you may move within 1 second. In other words, your teleportation range. What? I was ecstatic. According to Xia's theoretical data, a Tier 1 speed talent reached a maximum of 50 points, meaning 50 meters of instantaneous movement. I had more than 240,000 points. Didn't that mean I could raise speed directly to 2,400? I could teleport 2,400 meters in 1 second? I stared at the number in disbelief. In my previous world, that speed was far beyond anything competitive sports could measure. Add 2,000 speed. I did not spend everything, keeping a reserve for emergencies. Ding. Modification successful. Current speed, 2,000. Whoosh. With one thought, I appeared 2,000 meters, about 1.24 miles, away and vanished from sight. Huh? Where did Jiang Tian go? Xia Wenjing and the others looked around. I had disappeared in a flash. Boom. Explosions sounded repeatedly. I smashed boulders into powder and collapsed mountains by running through them. That was incredible. I returned to the group. What did you just do? Nothing. I only tested my speed. Let's continue. I was impatient to move. If the outer zone contained so many bronze armor corpses, more targets probably waited ahead. Killing all the way forward would make upgrading the system much easier. Records recovered later showed that Chun Yang and the others had not gone far. After hearing the commotion, they hid and watched. Those people didn't die? They eliminated every corpse. Chun Yang gritted his teeth. He had never expected me to be so powerful. I later learned that Chun Yang's expression turned ugly when he witnessed the scene. He regretted leaving me, but still refused to abandon the divine blessings. They decided to follow behind and let me clear the path. Once I reached the blessings, they would emerge and steal them. I did not notice them following and continued into the middle zone, where we encountered another group of maximum stat monsters combining strength and speed. They were bird-like creatures carrying steel forks. Their speed was astonishing. Zhang Tian's and Mei Qingqing's single-target attacks could barely hit them, forcing both to use area skills. But area skills consumed enormous supernatural energy. Damn it, Xia Wenjing cursed. She had just released spear energy, but every attack was dodged. Slash. The next second, the creature watched its own head fall as its heavy body crashed to the ground. What a joke. It had 55 speed and dared show off against my 2,000? Of course I killed it. We were now close to the enormous tree. Are these transformation fruits? Xia Wenjing asked. Besides divine blessings, transformation fruits were the most precious resources inside the dungeon. For example, the Tier 1 strength limit was 70,000 gene. A person with an ordinary D-rank strength talent could never reach it. But with enough transformation fruits, even a worthless D-rank talent could reach the full 70,000 gene limit. There are this many transformation fruits. Everyone stared at the tree. More than 200 fruits hung from its branches. With 5 people, each could receive over 40. Wait, let me test one first. Would Mage Mei Qingqing stop the others as they prepared to taste them? They look correct, but we can't be careless. Everyone agreed and let Mei Qingqing test one. Wood element talents were immune to toxins in any fruit. I did not act recklessly either. My armor was high, but toxins might count as magic damage. Eating one carelessly could still be dangerous. Yes, they're real, and they're fully mature. Mei Qingqing was delighted. Red light covered her body, and her control of wood element increased considerably. It's fine. They haven't eaten many. Most are inside their spatial watches, so we still have a chance, Chun Yang and the others said from the distance, their eyes sinister. The time isn't right yet. They remained hidden and continued following at a distance. We climbed the giant tree, and our view opened dramatically. We could see the core of the inner zone, where an enormous palace stood. Without question, I remained the team's main force. I killed nearly every monster, while the others accounted for about 2%. That must be where the divine blessings are. We reached the palace entrance. Two beast heads decorated a metal gate, each holding a pull ring in its mouth. Are we supposed to pull this open? Qin Jun frowned. Let's try. Zhang Tian gripped both rings and pulled, but the gate did not move. Ancient writing appeared across its surface. Can anyone read it? Let me see. As the head of state's daughter, Xia Wenjing had studied many things, including some of Xia's ancient scripts. It describes events from the age of gods. A high god built this palace. Inside are a high god blessing left by its creator and 3 blessings left by attendant gods. Opening the gate requires the Tier 1 limit of a god. The gate represents the maximum strength a god possessed at Tier 1, 1 million Jing. There were 3 attendant blessings as well. Even if success was only a possibility, it was enough. But opening the gate required 1 million Jing of force. The difficulty was extraordinary. Zhang Tian, how much strength do you have? Xia Wenjing asked. 700,000 Jing. The 4 of us each reached the 70,000 Jing limit. Combined with you, that's only 980,000. We can't open it. Everyone looked dejected. Not necessarily. Failing would not cost us much, but we had to try while the opportunity existed. Boom. I activated 10-foot golden body. My body grew to 10 feet, and my doubled strength reached 1.4 million Jing. Huh. 2 enormous golden hands gripped the rings. Since the requirement was 1 million Jing, I assumed I should use full strength. The next second, the gate flew away. What? The 4 people behind me stared blankly. Even I was stunned. A god's Tier 1 limit did not seem particularly impressive. Didn't you say you had only 700,000 Jing? Xia Wenjing asked in a daze. Zhang Tian probably activated some kind of enhancement skill similar to our talent skills, the others guessed. Regardless, opening the gate was what mattered. I entered first. To guard against traps, I maintained 10-foot golden body, keeping my strength and armor doubled. Even if the palace contained traps, they probably could not hurt me. Inside stood 4 enormous statues of gods. Based on their appearance, they belonged to Xia. The high god occupied the center. The other 3 were attendant gods. Each statue held a brilliant orb. Divine blessings. Everyone was delighted. They had obtained them more easily than expected. They still had 3 divine blessing orbs, which was already a pretty good haul. But that meant one person was guaranteed to walk away empty-handed. You guys should use them, Qin Jun said. I'm support class. Even if I use one, my combat power still won't compare to yours. We need you on the front lines against the mutant beasts. No, Qin Jun. The fire mage Zhang Tian said. Your support ability covers an entire area, which is incredibly rare. You're much more valuable on the mutant beast battlefield than I am. I'll step aside and let you have one. Maybe you should all use them, Xia Wenjing said. I'm the head of state's daughter. I should set an example. Weren't people supposed to start fighting the second they laid eyes on a god's blessing? Weren't they supposed to crack each other's skulls and slaughter one another over it? As for me, I had just tried using the blessing, but unfortunately, I still felt nothing. I couldn't absorb a god's blessing, even a high god's. Oh, quit arguing. Here. I teleported over and tossed the high god blessing to them. Everyone stared at me in confusion. Zhang Tian, are you running a fever? That's a high god blessing. Exactly. You contributed more than anyone on this trip. If you won't use the high god blessing, we'd feel guilty taking it. I sighed. It's not that I don't want to use it. I already tried, and the thing has no effect on me. I shrugged helplessly. It looked like the modification system was still the only path that suited me. Oh, all right then. They could tell I wasn't being polite. I genuinely couldn't absorb it. Now, at least, there was one orb for each of them. That raised another question. Who should get the high god blessing orb? I couldn't be bothered thinking about it, so I flashed behind the statue to see if there was anything else worth taking. An artifact, maybe. A god had once stayed here, after all. Even if there were no divine artifacts, there had to be some equipment lying around, right? I was already ridiculously strong, but who would ever turn down better gear? Zhang Tian, Mei Qingqing, Qin Jun, and Xia Wenjing stared at the high god blessing orb in silent thought. After a long while, they all spoke at once. Would mages have a major advantage against mutant beasts, and the Mei family is one of the main forces on the mutant beast battlefield. So we've decided the high god blessing should go to you? Qingqing. Xia Wenjing handed the orb to Mei Qingqing. Wait, what? Mei Qingqing stared at the orb, completely at a loss. Oh, just take it, Qingqing. We're all friends now. All right. Mei Qingqing stopped refusing. She knew Xia desperately needed a god-tier wood mage, and at that moment, she felt a heavy responsibility settle onto her shoulders. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared. Heh, if none of you want it, we'll take it off your hands. Three figures emerged out of nowhere. Chen Yang, Zhou Xia, and Zheng Niu. You followed us. Heh, we have invisibility potions. Following you is child's play. Bastards, give it back. Xia Wenjing and the others tried to attack, only to realize they had been poisoned. Their heads spun, and all the strength drained from their bodies. Seeing them helpless, Chen Yang actually tried to take advantage of Xia Wenjing and Mei Qingqing. The instant he stepped toward them, I appeared in front of the two women. What do you think you're doing? What do you think I'm doing? You shameless bastard. Don't bother struggling. That potion was specifically designed to suppress supernatural abilities. Zheng Niu chuckled as he approached Mei Qingqing. He had been pursuing her for some time. The Zheng family was a clan of potion makers. They regularly crushed smaller families, forced them into buyouts, then created monopolies and jacked up prices. Who knew how many potion merchants they had driven into ruin? What I hated most was the way they always acted as if they were above everyone else. Don't come any closer, Mei Qingqing cried, but with her abilities suppressed, she couldn't fight back. As for Zhou Xia, the third member of their group, she was on Chen Yang's side and obviously had no intention of stopping him. Where's Jiang Tian? Xia Wenjing shouted. I had vanished right after handing over the orb. Had these three somehow killed me? That was impossible. My terrifying strength surpassed even the gods. How could three useless nobodies possibly kill me? Whoosh. At that moment, a battle halberd came hurtling through the air. It was Nangong Tian's violet spirit halberd. Chen Yang's head flew high into the air. The halberd never slowed, slamming into Zheng Niu's right shoulder and carrying both him and the weapon backward. With a thunderous crash, he was nailed to the wall. I walked out from behind the statue. The moment Zhou Xia saw me, she sprang back and prepared to fight. Jiang Tian, how are you unharmed? Zheng Niu asked in terror. The poison was supposed to suppress supernatural abilities. Did I truly have no ability at all? Was I nothing but an ordinary person? But how could that be possible? Could an ordinary person even lift a violet spirit alloy battle halberd? Sorry to disappoint you. I turned my gaze toward the last one standing. Zhou Xia immediately activated her shadow invisibility skill. 1 second later, my fist knocked the invisible Zhou Xia right back into view. She had been more than half a mile away, but my teleportation range was over a mile. Before she could move after turning invisible, I teleported to her side and punched her. Cough, cough. Zhou Xia coughed uncontrollably. You're not human. She had always believed invisibility could at least keep her safe, but how could I possibly be this fast? Zhou Xia tried to stand, only to collapse again from her injuries. Her armor had shattered, leaving her completely incapable of fighting. She checked the armor and discovered that its core structure had been utterly destroyed. As one of the Zhou Shadow clan's most outstanding descendants, Zhou Xia naturally carried the family's advanced combat armor. Her talent gave her formidable offensive power, but her defense was shockingly weak. My punch hadn't killed her immediately, but with her organs ruptured, she would slowly die in agony. That was her punishment. 2 were down. Only Zheng Niu, the potion maker, remained. He was even weaker in a fight, and with a halberd pinning him to the wall, he had no chance of resisting. Please, don't kill me. We can work something out. How much money do you want? Once we get out, I'll give you all of it. The Zheng family is loaded. Zheng Niu had watched me dispose of Chen Yang and Zhou Xia without the slightest effort. The 2 capable fighters were already dead. A weakling like him had no chance of escaping, so begging was his only option. My family has countless rare potions, all based on our newest research. Spare me, and once we're outside, I'll give you as many as you want. Zheng Niu kept pleading. The arrogant superiority he had shown earlier had vanished without a trace. Don't beg. That's no fun. I liked you better when you were acting all wild and defiant. Bring that attitude back. Jiang Tian, brother. No, sir. Grandpa. Ancestor. Please spare me. When Zheng Niu saw that I wasn't moved, he turned to Xia Wenjing. Xia Wenjing, you're the head of state's daughter. Your words carry more weight. Talk some sense into Jiang Tian. If he kills me for a moment of satisfaction, he'll never survive the Zheng family's wrath. Qingqing, I was wrong. Please beg Jiang Tian to let me live. Zheng Niu pleaded again. Your family's wrath doesn't scare the Xia family, Xia Wenjing said without a shred of pity. Jiang Tian will have our full protection. The Mei family stands firmly behind you too, Jiang Tian, Mei Qingqing said. The rules inside a dungeon had always been clear. Life and death were up to fate. The laws of the great families meant nothing here. Crack. I smashed Zheng Niu's head apart with one punch, then pulled out the halberd. Fortunately, his potion only suppressed supernatural abilities and caused no actual damage. They merely needed time to recover. While we waited, I took back the 4 orbs from Chunyang. Go ahead and absorb them. Thank you, Jiang Tian. Everyone thanked me, especially Mei Qingqing and Xia Wenjing, whose cheeks turned bright red. Once we get out, I'm telling my dad everything. I'll make sure those 3 bastards' crimes are exposed, Xia Wenjing said. The Zhang family will join you. My family may not be powerful, but I'll tell the chancellor too, Qin Jun said. Boom. Wood elements swirled around Mei Qingqing, and flowers and plants blossomed across the ground in every direction. So Qingqing's orb carried the blessing of the flower fairy high god. Xia Wenjing exclaimed. The flower fairy commanded the wood element, and could be called the progenitor of all wood elemental power among the gods. It worked. Even Mei Qingqing could hardly believe it. A high god blessing truly was extraordinary. Her talent had leaped straight to god tier, turning her into a divine wood mage. The others improved as well. Xia Wenjing's S-rank talent rose 2 levels to SSS rank. Xiong Air, the earth mage, rose 1 level from S rank to SS rank. Zhang Tian, the fire mage, jumped 2 levels from A+ to SS rank. Let's go. It's time to get out of here, I said, feeling a little disappointed. I hadn't found a single thing behind the statue. The place had been picked completely clean. Forget divine equipment. I couldn't even find a damn broom. What a ripoff. Whoosh. A flash of light swept over us, and we emerged from the divine blessing dungeon. You're out. Head of State Xia Jie had been waiting at the entrance. Seeing that everyone who emerged had improved their talent rank, he looked delighted. But when Chunyang and the other 2 failed to appear, Xia Jie's expression grew serious. Jingjing, where are Chunyang and the others? Dad, Jiang Tian killed all 3 of them. They were absolute monsters. Xia Wenjing recounted everything exactly as it had happened. Dad, you have to protect Jiang Tian. If you don't, I'll never speak to you again, she said angrily. Don't worry. For your sake and Jiang Tian's, I'll handle it. The Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families may wield considerable power, but our side is hardly weak. They'll have to think carefully before making a move. As Xia Jie explained, many great families were bound together in alliances. The Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families, for example, were practically welded into a single block. But Xia Jie could unite the Mei and Zhang families, along with the chancellors of Elemental University, War God University, and National Defense University. Combined, their side had just as many elite fighters. All right, let's leave first. Xia Jie led everyone away while contacting the Mei family, the Zhang family, and the others. There was no reason to sit around waiting for the Chun family to come demanding answers. It was better to strike first and take the fight straight to their doorstep. When life and death are on the line, anyone who has a problem can come fight me. I first had Chang contact the butler robot and tell it to draw a hot bath and prepare snacks and drinks. That way, everything would be ready for me to enjoy as soon as I reached the villa. As I passed one of the university's training grounds, I stopped. A speed class instructor was teaching the Universal Tier 2 Ultimate Technique, Extreme Shadow Step. Extreme Shadow Step was a teleportation technique. At beginner mastery, it allowed a 30-foot teleport. Competent mastery increased that to 150 feet, proficient mastery to 330 feet, and perfect mastery pushed the maximum distance to roughly 650 feet. I could already teleport over a mile, but of course I wanted another 650 feet of range. Increasing speed through the system would have cost 100 modification points for every single point. Curious, I walked over to the training ground and listened as the instructor explained his experience and the technique's key principles. Extreme Shadow Step is a Tier 2 ultimate technique. Your instructor happens to possess A+ speed talent. Back in my day, it took me only a tiny amount of time to achieve perfect mastery. Sir, exactly how long did it take you? A curious student asked. I hadn't planned to say, but since you insist on asking, I suppose I'll tell you. 3 months. What? Only 3 months. The instructor had assigned them to study Extreme Shadow Step in advance. Yet after an entire month, almost none of the students had even reached proficient mastery. Forget mastering it in 1 month. For most people, even reaching beginner mastery in 3 months was unrealistic. Now, I'll demonstrate it for you, the instructor announced proudly. He began teleporting across the training ground, dazzling the students once again. Doesn't seem that hard. I borrowed an Extreme Shadow Step manual from an upperclassman. I had assumed the system wouldn't be able to modify it, but then, ding, modifiable technique detected, Extreme Shadow Step, 436,745/40. It only cost 40 modification points to reach beginner mastery, so I selected it without hesitation. 436,695/200. Going from beginner to competent required 200 modification points. I continued. Competent to proficient cost 2,000, and proficient to perfect cost another 7,000. I spent 9,240 modification points in total and raised Extreme Shadow Step to perfect mastery in 1 second, gaining 200 speed. That was a much better deal than spending 20,000 points directly. Once I finished learning it, I turned to leave. The instructor had just completed his demonstration when he noticed a student walking away, and anger immediately flashed across his face. "You there? Don't you know class is still in session? Are you trying to cut class?" The instructor snapped. Apparently, leaving early was something he couldn't tolerate. "Sorry, but I'm not one of your students." I was passing by and stopped to look at Extreme Shadow Step. I've learned it now, so of course I'm leaving. Why would I stay? You were passing by, and you've already learned it? Are you screwing with me? You expect me to believe you learned it in that little time? Yeah, I've already reached perfect mastery. The instant I said that, the instructor laughed in sheer disbelief. Of all the shameless bragging I've heard, yours may be the most original. You mastered a Tier 2 ultimate technique instantly? Who are you trying to fool, a dog? Pretty much. The instructor. Fine. I'll give you a chance to show off. Come on, demonstrate your Extreme Shadow Step. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. I teleported repeatedly until afterimages of me seemed to fill the entire training ground. 1 second later, the instructor fell into silent contemplation. He clearly needed some time alone. This thing takes 3 months to learn. I left that final question behind as I walked away. Class dismissed. The instructor's confidence shattered on the spot. How the hell was he supposed to keep teaching after that? Why did that guy look so familiar? Doesn't he resemble Jiang Tian, Pingjiang Province's top scorer? One student asked. I thought so too. But the freshmen haven't even arrived to register yet. Did he come early? Several students pulled out their phones and searched the official media footage. Sure enough, they found the video of me fighting 15 top-tier mutant beasts alone during the combat exam. That really was Junior Jiang Tian? But he just finished the combat exam. He should only be Tier 1, right? How did he instantly master a Tier 2 ultimate technique? For a moment, even War God University's upperclassmen began questioning their lives. I soon returned to my villa. After discovering I could learn Tier 2 techniques, I started wondering whether I could learn even more of them, or perhaps even Tier 3 techniques. Chong, what are the requirements for entering the martial technique library? There aren't any requirements. Since Director Chao Bing specially recruited you, you have the highest level of general access to the martial technique library. In other words, you can browse every section from Tier 1 through Tier 9. After hearing Chong's explanation, I decided to visit the library in person the next day. I could view techniques on my student watch through Chong, but I still wanted to see the actual facility. The physical library had dedicated training areas where I could test each technique's power. If I tried that at the villa, I might demolish the place. Once I had made up my mind, I opened the challenge mission page and submitted the items from my latest mission, 10 bronze sabers taken from the bronze-armored corpses. That earned me 1,000 university credits. Chong opened the item catalog and projected it directly in front of me. Modern technology produced a perfectly clear image without any kind of projection screen. The first things I saw were body-tempering resources that could strengthen the physique. Several rare options were listed. The cheapest cost 3,000 credits, while the most expensive ran into the hundreds of thousands. I decided to test one. Through Chong, I exchanged 3,000 credits for a vial of Fire Dragon Blood Essence, then continued browsing. I had no interest in the supernatural energy recovery potions or healing potions. But farther down the resource list, I spotted a section showing how various items could be exchanged for credits. War God students could earn credits in many ways. Besides completing missions, they could also gather materials and trade them in. I skimmed the list until a conspicuous entry caught my eye. Transformation Fruit. 1 transformation fruit equals 50,000 credits. 50,000. I stared at the number in shock. I had never imagined those things were worth so much. At that rate, I could afford a battle halberd weighing 1 million gene. I checked the exchange requirements for violet cyan alloy. By my rough estimate, a battle halberd made from it would cost about 200,000 credits. I could put it away and bring it out whenever I needed it. Once everything was decided, I had Chong contact an instructor at Resource Management. They offered door-to-door service. The instructor would deliver the Fire Dragon Blood Essence, collect the transformation fruits, authenticate them, and transfer the credits to me. After arranging everything, I was about to relax in the bath when a projection appeared by the villa's front door. The resource management instructor had already arrived. That was ridiculously fast. Then I remembered that the instructors in resource management were level 72. Reaching my villa in no time would be effortless for them. I opened the door and stepped outside. Hello, instructor. I'm Jiang Tian, the student who wanted to exchange items for credits. So you're Jiang Tian. You reported in early. I watched your combat exam video. It was awesome. The instructor sounded almost like a fangirl. She was a young woman. Luo Li wore an all-pink, doll-like outfit that immediately caught my eye. She didn't look 26 at all. She looked like an innocent 18-year-old girl. Instructor, these are the transformation fruits. I took out 4. Please authenticate them. They're enormous. Luo Li's breathing quickened at the sight, and her body began to tremble. She had never seen transformation fruits this large. They were massive. These are fully mature transformation fruits. Luo Li cried after examining them. Fully mature? I didn't understand. This wasn't my field, so naturally, I had no idea how maturity changed their effect. Every divine blessing dungeon contains a divine tree that produces transformation fruits. They're generally edible after 10 years, but a 10-year fruit has only a minor effect on a person's limits. Then there are 100-year and 500-year fruits, which are much more powerful. But a transformation fruit doesn't become fully mature until it reaches 1,000 years. Once fully mature, its ability to raise a person's limits becomes extremely pronounced. 3 fruits are generally enough for an awakened fighter to reach the absolute peak of their current stage. Even 1 fruit like this is unbelievably rare. If it hit the market, countless people would fight over it. And you have 4. Luo Li looked at me enviously. Are you exchanging them because you need some particular resource? Instructor, I want a violet cyan alloy battle halberd to play with. You want what? A violet cyan alloy battle halberd. Luo Li thought for a moment. How about this, Jiang Tian? I'll use my credits to obtain the halberd for you. In return, you give me the 4 transformation fruits, and I'll transfer another 40,000 credits to you. Deal. The university's exchange rate is only the guaranteed minimum. In the real world, those fruits are worth far more. Was this how casually a rich woman threw her money around? Luo Li's generosity caught me completely off guard. Deal. Thank you, instructor. Luo Li pocketed the 4 transformation fruits, then transferred 40,000 credits to me. Do you have any more fruits like these? I'm willing to buy them. No, I didn't reveal my true inventory. Transformation fruits were too valuable. I needed to keep some in reserve. I accepted the Fire Dragon Blood Essence. After confirming that nothing was wrong with it, I drank the entire vial in one gulp. Hey, what are you doing? Spit it out. Luo Li tried to stop me, but she was too late. That contains an enormous amount of energy. Even a level 30 awakened fighter would explode after drinking the whole thing at once, much less you. Spit it out. Explode. I thought for a moment and sensed the Fire Dragon Blood Essence circulating through my body. It did seem to contain a little energy. Strength, 710,000. My strength had increased by 10,000 gene. So the Fire Dragon Blood Essence wasn't completely useless to me. That meant I could try consuming other resources in the future. You're fine. Luo Li stared at me in disbelief. Even she would have felt violent surges of energy after drinking an entire vial. But nothing happened to me at all. Was I really that freakish? I still had 50,000 credits and considered exchanging them for more than a dozen vials of Fire Dragon Blood Essence. That would increase my strength by another 100,000 or so. Then another thought occurred to me. Would higher grade resources give me even larger increases? Instructor Luo Li, I want to exchange for a vial of Thunder Dragon Blood Essence. I checked the price. It cost 30,000 credits, 10 times as much as the Fire Dragon Blood Essence. I didn't know whether it would increase my strength by 10 times as much. If it did, I wouldn't lose anything. If it gave even more, I'd come out ahead. The system could increase my strength too, but why not use existing resources and grow stronger through both methods? Thunder Dragon Blood Essence? That's a Tier 7 dragon resource meant for fighters above level 70. Even I wouldn't dare drink it. Forget it. What if you swallow it and explode? Just let me try. I pleaded. Without Luo Li's permission, I couldn't complete the exchange. Fine, but only under my supervision, Luo Li said seriously. She led me away from the villa and into the resource management building. The facility was enormous. Other instructors managed it alongside Luo Li, and many students had come to exchange resources in person. After we obtained a vial of Thunder Dragon Blood Essence, we returned to my villa. We had initially planned to use Luo Li's residence, but other instructors lived there, so we went back to my place instead, where she could stand guard while I absorbed it. All right, I'll protect you, but I still recommend diluting it in bathwater and absorbing it through your skin. Luo Li prepared herself and formed a protective barrier from gentle supernatural energy. At the first sign of trouble, the barrier would disperse the violent energy inside me. That would prevent my body from exploding. A bath is way too much trouble. I opened the vial, tipped it back, and drained it. Crackle. Tiny arcs of lightning danced through my body, flowing back and forth. The sensation was surprisingly pleasant, but the energy soon grew violent. I felt a faint stab of pain. About a minute later, however, the lightning arcs disappeared. Done. I let out a long breath. Done? Are you sure? Luo Li's eyes widened. She inspected me from head to toe, searching for any sign that my body was about to rupture. That's impossible. Thunder Dragon blood essence is incredibly violent. How did you absorb it so easily? Luo Li had seen someone else absorb Thunder Dragon blood essence before. That person had been above level 50 and still needed to dilute it in a bath for gentler absorption. Even then, the process had been dangerous, excruciating, and nearly an hour long. I had finished in 1 minute. You absorbed that way too fast, Luo Li muttered. Once the absorption was complete, I checked my attribute panel. Strength, 750,000. Armor, 5,000. Speed, 2,500. My strength hadn't increased by much, only 40,000 gene. My armor hadn't changed at all, but my speed had increased by 300 points. It had risen from 2,200 to 2,500. I was thrilled. All right, since you're finished, I should get going. 3 of the 4 transformation fruits would be enough for Luo Li to reach the limit of her current stage. As for the remaining fruit, with her connections and resources, she could probably sell it for an unimaginable price. A later university investigation confirmed that Chun Yang's father, Chun Li, Zhou Xia's father, Zhou Qing, and Zheng Niu's father, Zheng Ziden, had secretly gathered at the Chun residence that night. All 3 wore grim expressions. I assume none of us is satisfied with the outcome of the Divine Blessing Dungeon. Chun Li began. Isn't that obvious? Zheng Ziden snapped. We got none of the Divine Blessing orbs, none of the transformation fruits, and my son died. How could I possibly be satisfied? Zheng Niu had been one of the clan leader's most valued descendants and was highly likely to take control of the Zheng family someday. Now he had died inside the Divine Blessing Dungeon, and even his father's standing in the family would plummet. This is all Jiang Tian's fault, they said angrily. They didn't dare cause trouble for Xiao Wenjing or Mei Qingqing, so they directed all their rage at me. I investigated him. He has no background whatsoever, which makes him an easy target. Tomorrow, I'll send Chen-Lin into War God University to capture him. First, we'll make him surrender the transformation fruits. Then we'll let him experience an awakened fighter's worst tortures. Killing intent filled Chen Li's face. But security at War God is tight. If we openly walk in, I'm afraid. Fear flashed through Zheng Ziden's eyes. What are you afraid of? We'll keep a low profile. So many people enter War God University every day. How could they possibly know what we're there to do? But if Mu Qing finds out, that lunatic will come after us. I refuse to believe Mu Qing would make enemies of all 3 families for a nobody like Jiang Tian. You're underestimating Mu Qing. When that woman goes berserk, not even our clan leaders dare provoke her, Zheng Ziden said nervously. If his son hadn't died, he would never have wanted to antagonize War God University's chancellor. That woman was completely insane. Once the demon lord descends and grants us his power, we'll finally reveal our true allegiance. When that happens, that lunatic will die like everyone else. After getting up, I checked my student watch. Instructor Luo Li had sent me a message saying the Violet Cyan Alloy Battle Halberd was almost finished and would be delivered around 10. She also warned me that it had come out a little larger and heavier than planned. It weighed 1.1 million gene. I couldn't let Luo Li arrive only to discover that I was incapable of lifting it. That would be humiliating. No way could I let her see me fail. I opened the system panel. The system was now level 5. After accumulating points all night, combined with the 200,000 or so I hadn't spent earlier, my balance had reached 500,000. Host, Jiang Tian. Modification points, increasing +5. Strength boost, 750,000 gene. Modifiable. 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Defense boost, 5,000 armor. Modifiable. 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed boost, 2,500. Modifiable. 100 points equals 1 speed. Critical hit boost, system level insufficient. Not yet unlocked. Magic resistance boost, system level insufficient. Not yet unlocked. System level 5. Energy points required for upgrade, 78/3000. Note, killing mutant beasts awards energy points. At the next level, 6 modification points will be generated per second. System, put every point into strength. I selected the option without hesitation. The more strength I had, the easier it would be to wield the Violet Cyan Alloy Battle Halberd. And the easier the halberd was to wield, the easier it would be to kill mutant beasts. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength, 1,250,000. I sensed the overwhelming power surging through my body and nodded in satisfaction. Then I washed up and ate the lavish breakfast prepared by the robot butler. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Chang projected the view from the entrance. Luoli was waiting outside. I opened the door and stepped out. Here's your Violet Cyan Alloy Battle Halberd. Luoli pulled the weapon from her spatial watch, apparently without the slightest effort. Instructor, aren't you a metal mage? That halberd is incredibly heavy, but you make it look weightless. Who are you looking down on? Luoli puffed out her cheeks. Metal mages can freely control metal. In our hands, it has no weight. Here, I took the halberd. It felt far more comfortable in my hands than the Violet Spirit halberd, and its armor-piercing edge was much stronger. I could hardly wait to find an opponent and test it. Jiang Tian, are you hiding something from me? Luoli suddenly asked. She moved closer and gave me a sly grin. Her sudden closeness caught me off guard. Oh, well, instructor, you obtained 45 transformation fruits in the Divine Blessing dungeon. When I asked to buy more yesterday, you lied and claimed you had none left. Yeah, I just wanted to keep a few treasures tucked away for an emergency. Tell me the truth. How many did you eat, and how many remain? Luoli kept advancing until she was almost pressed against me. Honestly, I only have 2 left. That's really all. I deliberately showed Luoli my student watch. It genuinely held only 2. Fortunately, I had prepared another spatial watch and hidden the other 38 transformation fruits inside it. Sell me both of them. Luoli reached out to snatch them. I seized the opportunity to put them away. I'll sell you one at most. What are you offering in exchange? How about a vial of Berserk Dragon Blood Essence? Luoli took a vial of Golden Blood Essence from her spatial equipment. Berserk Dragon Blood Essence may only be a Tier 5 resource, but it costs 120,000 credits in the university's resource vault. You definitely won't lose on this trade. All right, deal. I handed her 1 transformation fruit, accepted the Berserk Dragon Blood Essence, and immediately swallowed it in 1 gulp. Boom. A savage aura erupted from my body. The immense energy transformed rapidly, raising my strength from 1.25 million gene to 1.4 million. Holy crap, I couldn't help shouting. Berserk Dragon Blood Essence really was a pure strength-type resource. The boost was enormous. For now, at least, I had definitely profited. Instructor, do you have any more? I'll trade you my last transformation fruit. Dream on. Do you have any idea how rare Berserk Dragon Blood Essence is? This was the only vial I could get after pulling every string I had, and I got it especially for you. As she spoke, Luoli even winked at me. Whenever a vial appeared in the university resource vault, someone exchanged for it almost immediately. This woman's background ran very deep. That was my conclusion. All right, you have your halberd, so I should head back. But save that last transformation fruit for me. Once I find something suitable for you, I'll come trade for it. With that, Luoli vanished. I couldn't help thinking that Luoli's sources were even more thorough than I had imagined. I watched her disappear while wiping away an uncontrollable nosebleed. I must have eaten too many vegetables these last few days. They were making me run hot. Yeah, that had to be why my nose was bleeding. After Instructor Luoli left, I prepared to visit the Martial Technique Library. With my current access level, every universal technique inside was available to me for free. Chang, give me directions to the Martial Technique Library. I had explored quite a few places around War God University over the last 2 days, but I had still seen only the tip of the iceberg. So what did these people want with me? You're Jiang Tian? The man in front looked openly hostile. That's right. I studied the group. None of them looked like students. Even upperclassmen wouldn't look like this. They were probably outsiders in disguise. Our boss would like you to visit the Chen family. The men surrounded me. Not interested. That isn't your decision. Besides, there's no one else around right now. Their leader gave me a sinister grin, and all 6 attacked. The 6 men revealed their full strength. The weakest was level 43 and the strongest was level 56. Most possessed strength-type abilities. Take my hammer. Their leader swung a pair of spiked meteor hammers, each with a combined weight of 250,000 gene. Boom. I swept up my halberd and knocked the hammer from his right hand. Then I brought the weapon down, forcing him to block with the hammer in his left. Crash. A deafening impact rang out. His left-hand meteor hammer was smashed down onto his own shoulder, crushing it into mangled pulp. A violet cyan alloy battle halberd. Terror filled the man's eyes. As a strength-type fighter, he understood the alloy's density. A halberd that large had to weigh at least 1 million gene. He possessed D-rank strength talent. Yet even at level 56, his strength was only 250,000 gene. I had just finished the combat exam, but I could already wield a million-gene halberd? Was I even human? Crack. 1 second later, his own meteor hammer tore off his entire arm. He didn't dare scream, afraid the noise would attract the university's instructors. Got you. Behind me, a level 45 strength-type awakened fighter brought a huge saber down on my back. Scrape. The saber threw off sparks against my back and split my clothes apart. Did I get him? The ambusher asked excitedly. The blade hadn't even broken my skin. Instead, a large chip had appeared in its edge. What? The man stared in disbelief. Before he could react, he saw his own head soaring into the air, separating from his body. I'm dead. He watched his body collapse below him, unable to believe it. Run? That monster is a demon. The remaining 4 lost, all will to fight. Their level 56 leader hadn't survived 2 moves. His talent might have been only D rank, but he was still level 56. You think you can run? I had already determined that they weren't War God upperclassmen. Since they had attacked me without provocation, I decided to eliminate every last one. With my current teleportation range of 2,500 meters, how could any of them possibly escape? After dealing with the group, I searched their equipment but found nothing. They didn't have a single valuable item. Pathetic. I spat in disgust and left. The university's cleanup crew could handle the bodies. As I continued toward the martial technique library, my back felt a little cool. I discovered that the ambusher's saber had split my shirt. I thought back to the attack. The man had been a level 45 strength-type fighter, so his slash had at least left my back feeling faintly numb. By my estimate, another 10,000 strikes like that would definitely break a little skin. Looks like I need to strengthen my armor when I have time. I should also see whether the library has any defensive techniques. I soon reached the martial technique library. Plenty of students were there. Some could enter freely, while others had to wait in line. I had the highest access level. I could study every technique for free without spending a single credit. That guy is using the highest access entrance. Under everyone's envious gazes, I walked inside. I'm jealous. Fewer than 10 people at the entire university have that level of access. Yeah, I haven't seen anyone use that entrance in ages. Who is he? He looks kind of familiar. He isn't one of the famous experts with that access. He looks like someone new. If I didn't feel like searching on my own, I could simply summon Chong, and he would display every technique suitable for me. Chong, are there any other Tier 2 speed techniques? None besides Extreme Shadow Step are suitable for you. Then forget it. I'll check the Tier 3 library. I climbed to the 3rd floor. It was equally enormous, and many upperclassmen were studying techniques there. A training area created by spatial awakened fighters occupied the center of the floor. Many upperclassmen were practicing inside. I had Chong search once again, covering everything from strength and defense to speed. I opened the manual for 100 Rending Fist. Ding. Modifiable technique detected. 100 Rending Fist. 3,420/100. It seemed that higher tier techniques required more modification points. I entered the central training area to test 100 Rending Fist. A spatial awakened fighter had constructed the facility, so attacks used inside couldn't spill out and damage the rest of the building. For a super technique like 100 Rending Fist, beginner mastery produced 1 fist image, competent mastery produced more than 10, proficient mastery produced over 40, and perfect mastery produced a full 100. Without a doubt, this was another area of effect skill. Single target attacks weren't always useful. I needed area attacks that could seal off every escape route and leave my enemies nowhere to dodge. Haha, I reached beginner mastery in only 3 days. Please, that's nothing. I'm already at competent mastery. I'm almost embarrassed to admit it, but I reached proficient mastery in 5 days, an upperclassman with a crew cut said, immediately drawing envious looks from the others. Are you trying to destroy our confidence? Everyone knows you have A+ insight talent. Who could possibly compete with your technique training speed? Haha, my fault. To make it up to you, I suppose I can reluctantly give you a few pointers. The crew cut man claimed he was reluctant, but he really just wanted to show off. Why don't we start with you? The crew cut man pointed at me as I approached. Who, me? I pointed at myself. That's right. What? You don't want my help? Plenty of people would beg for my guidance. Today is your lucky day. Besides, isn't that 100 Rending Fist manual in your hand? Perfect. I've already reached proficient mastery, so I can teach you. His expression brimmed with pride. In his mind, I would surely be eternally grateful and might even become his devoted fan. Damn it, why didn't he choose me? Several people nearby complained while looking at me enviously. Sorry, senior. I'm not interested. My blunt rejection dumped a bucket of cold water over the crew cut man's pride. What did you say? You're not interested? Do you have any idea how rarely I offer guidance? Go teach someone else. Don't bother me. I found an open space and had Chong summon training dummies. Training dummies were ideal for measuring a technique's power. They were cast from memory alloy, allowing them to withstand tremendous attacks without breaking and rapidly return to their original shape. Soon, 100 training dummies stood before me. What's that guy doing? Did he call out all those dummies to test 100 Rending Fist? No way. He just picked up the manual, and he already summoned 100 dummies. Does he think he has perfect mastery? We're the only group that's been studying 100 Rending Fist, and no one else has come here recently. That guy is a complete beginner. There's no limit on the number of dummies, the crew cut man sneered. What's wrong with summoning extras to make his little show look impressive? I ignored them and focused on modifying the technique. I first spent 100 points to raise 100 Rending Fist to beginner mastery, then 500 to reach competent, and another 4,000 to reach proficient. Ding. Insufficient points. Would you like to use credit? The system's voice suddenly sounded. Credit? I froze. The system could do that? I had never heard of a system letting its host go into debt. You aren't going to charge some insane amount of interest, are you? I asked suspiciously. There is no interest. Rest assured, host. The credit limit varies with the system level. The current level 5 system has a maximum credit limit of 100,000 modification points. All right. If there was no interest, I had no reason to refuse. I borrowed 10,000 points and raised 100 Rending Fist directly to perfect mastery. Then I unleashed it to test its power. 100 Rending Fist. I warred. Fist images filled the air, a full 100 of them covering an enormous area. Holy crap. The people nearby stared in shock. Perfect mastery? Are you kidding me? He just arrived and instantly reached perfect mastery. Does that guy have god-tier insight talent? The crew cut man stood frozen. Everyone else's minds went completely blank. So we were the clowns all along. Yeah, with talent like that, why would he ever need guidance? Humph. Even if you reached perfect mastery instantly, the technique can't be that powerful. The crew cut man scrambled for an excuse to comfort himself. Rumble. Every fist image struck a training dummy. The dummy's limbs shattered in an instant, and after breaking apart, they didn't return to their original shapes. He destroyed the memory alloy? Everyone stared in disbelief. These were Tier 3 memory alloy dummies. No one had ever broken them before, yet now, even if he's strength type, 100 Rending Fist shouldn't be anywhere near that powerful. Forget Tier 3. I could have smashed apart even Tier 5 memory alloy. After finishing with 100 Rending Fist, I went to the 4th floor library. I already had enough strength techniques, so I needed to look for defensive ones. A speed technique would also work. Chong, project every Tier 4 defensive technique for me. A screen of text appeared before my eyes. Tier 4 Ultimate Passive Technique, Iron Shirt. Passively increases defense by 20%. A technique called Iron Shirt immediately caught my attention. Once that happened, the passive bonus would be terrifying. So I decided Iron Shirt would be my defensive technique. Forget it. My shoulders slumped. I had finally found a suitable defensive technique, only to discover that half the manual was missing. I continued upward to the 5th floor. It had no suitable defense or speed techniques, and neither did the 6th. At last, I reached the 7th floor. There still weren't any defensive techniques for me, but I found one speed technique that was a perfect fit. This is the one. Carrying the Sky Step manual, I entered the training area. Unlike the floors below, most of the people selecting techniques here were War God University instructors. I also spotted a familiar figure in the training area. That's right. It was Instructor Luoli. Several other instructors were practicing techniques alongside her, all of them completely focused. Instructor Luoli. I called in greeting. Jiang Tian, you came up here too. Surprise flashed through Luoli's eyes. My physical strength might be unprecedented, but martial techniques required far more than brute force. Did he use training as an excuse to come flirt with this adorable Luoli? She wondered. Yeah, I happened to find this Sky Step technique, so I thought I'd learn it. What technique? Sky Step. Sky what? Sky Step. Luoli snatched the manual from my hands and examined the cover and its contents. I wasn't exaggerating. It really was the Tier 7 technique Sky Step. He doesn't look like he came to hit on me. Is he seriously here to study a technique? Luoli wondered again. You really intend to learn this? Why else would I be holding it? I immediately began modifying the technique. Ding. Modifiable Tier 7 technique detected. Sky Step. System, put it on my tab. I spent 3,000 points to reach beginner mastery, 10,000 to reach competent, and 20,000 to reach proficient. Finally, I spent 40,000 more points to raise it to perfect mastery. Raising a single Tier 7 technique to perfect had cost nearly 80,000 points. Would Tier 8 and Tier 9 techniques cost hundreds of thousands each? Host, be grateful. Many people practice Tier 7 techniques for their entire lives without reaching perfect mastery. You accomplished it in 1 second, and you're still complaining? After thinking about it, I had to admit the system was right. A man should know when to be satisfied. Once the modification was complete, I activated Sky Step. Whoosh. In the next instant, I appeared in midair and remained suspended there. I discovered that as long as I had enough energy, I could stay airborne indefinitely. That's Sky Step at perfect mastery? Luoli shot to her feet, unable to recover from the shock for a long time. Luoli, is he a new instructor? He's gorgeous. Do you have his contact information? Another female instructor walked over, staring dazedly at my figure in the air. Besides our chancellor, I don't think anyone else at the entire university has reached perfect mastery in Sky Step. This is the first time I've seen him here. Did he seriously reach perfect mastery the moment he picked up the manual? That's not just ridiculous. That's absurd with a capital A. The male and female instructors nearly short-circuited from the shock. He isn't a new instructor. He's a freshman, Jiang Tian, Pingjiang Province's top combat exam scorer, Luoli explained, her beautiful eyes gleaming with interest. A freshman. The two words turned the other instructors into statues. A freshman had walked in, selected a Tier 7 technique, and reached perfect mastery in 1 second. What kind of talent was that? Even God-tier insight talent wasn't this outrageous. More importantly, this was a Tier 7 technique. How had I trained it at all? Boom. At that moment, a crushing presence descended from the sky outside the library. A flying sword streaked toward us, carrying an astonishingly beautiful woman with an icy expression. Holy crap, it's the Chancellor. Why did she come to the martial technique library? Students and instructors outside cried out when they saw the flying sword. The Chancellor was a level 92 powerhouse who came and went without a trace. She rarely appeared on campus. Except when taking the first-place freshman tournament winner as a disciple, almost no one ever saw her. If she had appeared at the martial technique library now, something major had to be happening. The flying sword stopped outside the 7th floor. Chancellor Mu Qing stepped through the air and teleported several times, arriving directly in front of me. Greetings, Chancellor. The instructors immediately saluted. Every one of them idolized her. After all, she was the only woman in Xia currently above level 90. Freshman Jiang Tian greets the Chancellor. Good. Mu Qing nodded. Xiao Bing has already briefed me about you. I rushed back from the mutant beast battlefield specifically to accept you as my student. Are you willing? After speaking, Mu Qing fixed her icy eyes on me. Her skin-tight combat suit emphasized every curve. One look told me she never skipped a workout. Her pale blue eyes were as clear as a spring, while her long white lashes resembled 2 delicate brushes, lending her an exotic, seductive beauty. She was the very definition of an untouchable ice goddess. I answered. With a level 92 master backing me, why would I ever fear those great family brats after they provoked me? Excellent. Mu Qing nodded in satisfaction and tossed me a spatial watch. Consider this my gift to mark our first meeting. Thank you, master. I caught it. The watch contained resources suitable for my cultivation. Probably because of Xiao Bing's report, none of them were intended to boost supernatural abilities. Instead, they consisted of blood essences from powerful mutant beasts and similar resources, all extremely useful to me. Absorb everything today. Tomorrow, I'll take you to a lower-tier mutant beast battlefield for training. I want to test your abilities, and you can meet your senior sister while we're there. After giving me those instructions, Chancellor Mu Qing stepped through the air and teleported away. Jiang Tian, I'm so jealous. The Chancellor took you as her student before you even entered the freshman tournament. Luoli came over to congratulate me, then gave me a pitying look. But the Chancellor is extremely demanding. She trains her students mercilessly, so you probably won't have much free time anymore. You won't get to enjoy the best parts of university life. Poor thing. There's nothing wrong with staying busy. I headed back to the villa to absorb Mu Qing's gifts. Since I was entering the mutant beast battlefield tomorrow, every bit of extra strength would help. Then there was this senior sister. I wondered what she looked like. My master was a woman, and my senior sister was a woman too. Wait, how many senior sisters did I have? Were they all beautiful? I pondered those questions the entire walk home and soon reached the villa. Gulp, gulp. There were 5 vials in total, so I simply drank them all at once. 5 torrents of energy immediately rampaged through my body, but my powerful physique quickly suppressed them. My 1.4 million gene of strength and 5,000 armor had forged an extraordinarily powerful body. Tier 5 blood essences were nothing to me. After absorbing them with little effort, I checked my attributes. Strength, 1,430,000. Armor, 5,100. Speed, 2,550. High-tier blood essence really does give better bonuses. I sighed. I didn't know which tier battlefield we would visit tomorrow, but I had heard plenty about those places. Mutant beast battlefields were filled with vicious creatures. If I could kill a few high-tier beasts and obtain their blood essence, my attributes could increase even further. I put the thought aside and decided to explore the capital market. I had heard it was incredibly prosperous, but I hadn't visited since arriving in the capital. Vendors there sold resources of every kind. There were plenty of martial techniques too. Maybe I would even find the missing half of Iron Shirt. Following Chang's navigation, I headed toward the market. I later learned from Mu Qing that, before our departure, the Chen family had still been preparing its next act of revenge. Then Mu Qing appeared above the Chen estate. Using Sky Step to stand in midair, she stared down at the compound with ice-cold eyes. She dumped several corpses at the Chen family's gates. They were the men who had disguised themselves as war god upperclassmen and attacked me that day. The Chen family's steward Chen Lin and his accomplices. You old bastard, get your ass out here. Mu Qing roared. Her pressure blanketed the entire estate as a colossal wave of sword energy gathered above it. With a single thought, she could bring it crashing down. Who dares behave so insolently at my Chen estate? A deep, aged voice came from the mansion at the compound center. A figure appeared in the sky and confronted Mu Qing. Well, if it isn't Chancellor Mu, what brings you to the Chen family? The old man was Chen Jun, leader of the Chen clan. He was a level 91 weapon master with impressive A+ talent. Hand over Chun Li, Mu Qing said coldly. Chun Li was the man who had ordered Chen Lin to abduct me, and Chen Yang's father. May I ask how my son offended Chancellor Mu? I've warned you great families repeatedly. Don't enter my university and cause trouble for my students. Did you think my words were nothing but hot air? Oh, Chen Jun feigned surprise. I knew nothing about this. How about I summon Chun Li and make him apologize to you? The Chen family will also compensate the student. Would that be an acceptable resolution? Save your breath. My rules are absolute. Hand over Chun Li now. Mu Qing's presence grew even more overwhelming. Chun Li was the one who managed the clan's businesses, its alliances with other families, and similar matters. Chancellor Mu, is there truly no room for negotiation? You old fossil, was I not clear enough? You have 10 seconds. If you don't hand him over, I'm going to lose my temper. 10, 9. Mu Qing gave him no respect whatsoever. It was as if Chen Jun weren't a level 91 powerhouse, but a useless level 9 weakling. She immediately began counting down. No matter how Chen Jun considered the situation, his only option was to surrender Chun Li. Damn it, Chen Jun cursed inwardly. You crazy bitch. Once the demon lord descends, I'll beat you to a pulp 100 times over. Fine, you can have him. He compromised. In reality, he had no choice. After the Chen family surrendered Chun Li, Mu Qing killed him on the spot. Then she visited the Zhou family and killed Zhou Qing, Zhou Xia's father, before going to the Zheng family and killing Zheng Zidong. Zheng Zidong was Zheng You's father. With that, all 3 men were gone for good. Mu Qing knew that killing them would drive the 3 clans' hatred to its peak, but only such ruthless action could intimidate them. Who cared about the consequences? She was going to do whatever the hell she wanted. After Mu Qing left, the leaders of the 3 clans gathered at the Zheng estate. Chen Jun, Zhou clan leader Zhou Mu, and Zheng clan leader Zheng Qian. We suffered catastrophic losses in the Divine Blessing Dungeon, but we cannot let this end here. Clan leader Chen is right. We didn't merely lose 3 promising descendants. Our families were publicly humiliated. And Jiang Tian is responsible for all of it. But he's protected inside War God University. It won't be easy to touch him. Universities have their own rules. Don't each of our clans have descendants attending the 4 great universities? Under inter-university rules, War God cannot refuse a formal challenge. Why don't we each send 1 descendant to challenge Jiang Tian? Make them issue life or death challenges. If he dies in a sanctioned duel, even Mu Qing won't be able to object. That works. But to be safe, we should also hire assassins in secret. As long as the money and resources are right, those outlaws will do anything. I also know several foreign assassin organizations. They can help. That place was the Luo family. But the Luo family's martial technique library was usually open only to clan members. I briefly wondered whether I should marry into the family. Then I could freeload off their collection. I'll ask instructor Luo Li whether she can help. I had read Luo Li's file and knew she belonged to the Luo family. Besides, hadn't I traded her a transformation fruit? She owed me a favor. It was the perfect time to collect. I soon arrived at resource management. Instructor Luo Li, I heard your family has a huge collection of martial technique manuals. Can I go inside and take a look? I got straight to the point. Uffed. Luo Li sprayed out her salty soda. Are you joking? Even I, an actual member of the Luo family, need enough clan contribution points to enter our martial technique library. You're an outsider. Besides, how can War God University's enormous library not be enough for you? I found a Tier 4 Iron Shirt manual, but only half of it was there. No one knows where the other half is, so I wanted to see whether your family has a copy. A Tier 4 technique? I can go in and look for you. I won't be allowed to take the manual out, but I could copy it. However, Luo Li paused. You're entering the Mutant Beast battlefield tomorrow. If you go to a Tier 4 or Tier 5 battlefield, bring me 10 Metal Devourer cores. Metal Devourer cores. Information about the Mutant Beast flashed through my mind. Metal Devourers could control the metal element, much like human metal mages. Their cores helped metal mages develop finer control over metal. Obtaining those cores was extremely difficult. First, I would have to kill the Metal Devourers. They were top-tier mutant beasts with extraordinarily powerful combat abilities. In addition to their wide variety of metal attacks, their bodies were encased in a layer of incredibly hard metal energy. They weren't defense-type beasts, but their defensive power rivaled that of beasts that were. In fact, many defense-type mutant beasts couldn't match a Metal Devourer. There was another crucial detail. Metal couldn't be used to kill one. Whenever a Metal Devourer encountered metal elemental energy, it absorbed it. Deal. I nodded. I was going to the Mutant Beast battlefield to train anyway. If Luo Li really found the missing half of Iron Shirt, I would unquestionably come out ahead. I also needed to go home and study the battlefield information. Early the next morning, Mu Qing brought me to the Mutant Beast battlefield. This place was called Shanhai Pass, one of Xia's defensive lines against the mutant beasts. It was a Tier 5 battlefield, and the beasts here ranged from level 41 to level 50. Many students had been forced to come by their instructors. However, so quiet complaints filled the area. Ugh, not the mutant beast battlefield again. That's another week of miserable living. Several upperclassmen sighed. They knew the route and didn't require instructor escorts. We're awakened fighters. With great power comes great responsibility. Humanity will depend on us to resist the mutant beasts someday. So stop complaining and train. Besides, the university rewards us when the training is complete. I already promised my girlfriend we'd take a trip this week. Then they suddenly dragged me here. This is bullshit. Plenty of students complained. I could tell none of them wanted to be there. Your senior sister is here, Mu Qing said while I watched the crowd. Sure enough, a flying sword approached through the air, carrying a beautiful figure. Looks like senior sister has some serious connections too, I muttered. Let me introduce you. This is your senior sister, Lin Jun. Lin Jun, this is your junior brother, Jiang Tian. Get to know each other, Mu Qing said. Hello, senior sister. Hello, junior brother. I heard you were Pingjiang Province's top combat exam scorer and fought 15 top-tier mutant beasts alone. You were much stronger than I was during my own exam. You're too kind. After trading a few polite compliments, we followed Mu Qing toward the Tier 5 mutant beast battlefield. Each of the 4 great universities maintained its own rest area on the battlefield, and every instructor had a separate base within it. Mu Qing brought Lin Jun and me to a tent. These are your assignments for the next 7 days. Mu Qing had Chong Project the mission descriptions. Our assignments were different. I had 10 missions, all involving the extermination of mutant beasts. Lin Jun had 12, and hers were more difficult, requiring her to kill stronger beasts in greater numbers. All right, get going. The Awakened Army will escort you to the main front. The Awakened Army, composed entirely of awakened fighters, was Xia's primary force against the mutant beasts. Division Commander Zhou will be in your care this time, Lin Jun said. Division Commander Zhou was named Zhou Wenxiang. He was responsible for this sector of the battlefield and commanded an entire division of the Awakened Army. Whenever War God students came to train, he escorted them to the front. This is my junior brother, Jiang Tian. He was Pingjiang Province's top scorer this year. Your junior brother? Zhou Wenxiang looked at me in surprise. He just finished the combat exam, and Chancellor Mu already brought him here to train? Can this kid handle it? This is a Tier 5 battlefield. Zhou Wenxiang wasn't deliberately looking down on me. Any student who had just completed the combat exam would be below level 10. Bringing one to a battlefield filled with level 41 to level 50 beasts made no sense. Wasn't that just sending me to my death? Worse, I might become a burden to the Awakened Army on the main front. Don't underestimate my junior brother, Division Commander Zhou. He's incredibly strong, Lin Jun said with a soft laugh. Fine. If Chancellor Mu brought him, he must have real ability. We boarded a military helicopter. The battlefield was far away, and several other helicopters carried students toward it in the distance. We soon reached the main entrance to the battlefield. Zhou Wenxiang gathered with several other division commanders responsible for transporting trainees. I saw several familiar faces, including Mei Qingqing and Zhang Tian from Elemental University, along with that lovable idiot Xiong Er. Zhang Tian, you came too. Mei Qingqing and the others approached to greet me. Yeah, I'm here for some training. Heh, Zhang Tian, this time we'll carry you. The fire mage Zhang Tian said with a smile. In the Divine Blessing Dungeon, his level and strength had merely been suppressed. That's right, Zhang Tian. We'll protect you this time, Mei Qingqing added. You're going to protect him? Lin Jun looked completely bewildered. These people obviously knew me, and they seemed pretty close. Zhang Tian carried all of us through the Tier 1 Divine Blessing Dungeon. They told her what had happened inside. Only then did Lin Jun understand. All right, enough talking. Get into the battlefield. Zhou Wenxiang handed each of us a token and continued. These tokens record the mutant beasts you kill and calculate your points. Let's see how many of you can surpass those people from Celestial University. The Celestial University students arrived just as Zhou Wenxiang finished speaking. What a joke. Those of Celestial are gods from birth. You think surpassing us will be easy? This time, our goal is 4 digits. 4 digits naturally meant at least 1,000 points. The highest score anyone had ever achieved while training on a Tier 5 battlefield was only 980, set by a Celestial student. No one had broken it yet. Even Mei Qingqing, whose talent had risen to SSS rank after absorbing a Divine Blessing Orb, wasn't confident she could break the record. The student who had originally set it was now Celestial University's chancellor. Is scoring 1,000 really that difficult? I asked. Uft. The Celestial students burst out laughing. Where did this country bumpkin come from? This must be your first time here. You don't even know the battlefield scoring rules. Forget him. Why waste time on some hillbilly when we could be killing beasts and earning points? With that, they left. Damn it. Those people really think they're above everyone. Get used to it. Everyone from Celestial acts like that. Let's go. Students who came to train generally formed teams to hunt mutant beasts together. But when I saw the densely packed mutant beasts covering the battlefield, excitement surged through me. Whenever I had entered dungeons to earn energy points, there had been far too few beasts. I had to search for them, and many ran away the instant I found them. The creatures here were far more aggressive. Looks like it's time to farm a mountain of energy points. This place suddenly seemed like paradise. If I killed beasts here all day, wouldn't the system rise directly from level 5 to level 6? If I stayed for an entire week, it might rocket straight to level 20 or 30. The new attribute modifications unlocked by then would be terrifying. Seniors, I'm heading in. Wielding my battle halberd like a war god, I charged straight toward the front. Zhang Tian is way too reckless. Mei Qingqing said anxiously. This is a Tier 5 battlefield. Am I imagining it? Or does he look happy? My senior sister Lin Jun looked even more confused. Is this guy some kind of freak? Let's follow him. Lin Jun, Mei Qingqing, and the others were already old friends. They teamed up almost every time they trained on a mutant beast battlefield. Thud. The first thing I encountered was a charging azure lion standing over 10 feet tall. Flash. In a single second, I severed the azure lion's head with my halberd, and the energy points arrived. Ding. Tier 5 mutant beast killed. Energy points plus 5. 5 energy points. I froze. The reward was that high. I had only killed Tier 1 beasts before, so I had always assumed every mutant beast awarded a single energy point. I also tested the azure lion's attributes. Their strength was roughly 500,000 gene, and their attacks were sharp enough to more or less match my armor. When a claw struck me, I could faintly feel it. Roar! 2 azure lion leaders charged at me. One attacked from the front and slapped a claw against my halberd. I blocked, then swept the weapon toward it. The leader was surprisingly fast and evaded my strike. At the same time, the second azure lion leader fired a beam of azure light into my back. Boom! The beam slammed into me, sending intense pain through my body. This clearly wasn't physical damage. It was magical. Crack. I stopped holding back and activated my speed. One teleport placed me beneath the Azure Lion leader's belly. I drove my halberd into it and ripped out its intestines. After quickly disposing of both leaders, I prepared to kill the remaining Azure Lions. Then a 16-foot-tall Azure Lion King charged from the distance. Its enormous claw smashed against my halberd. Bang! The impact carried tremendous force. Caught off guard, I was pushed back more than 6 feet even after blocking it. But I quickly steadied myself. What is this kid? The division commanders stared in shock. They had fought Azure Lion Kings before. Even they would have been hurled hundreds of yards by a charge that violent. If I'm not mistaken, he's a freshman at War God, right? That's right. I think he has a chance to break Celestial's 980-point record. Not necessarily. Do you think SSS rank talent is just for show? The commanders voiced different opinions. 100 Rending Fist. I couldn't be bothered activating my speed to chase the beast. Instead, I unleashed 100 Rending Fist. Fist images poured down across a huge area like a torrential rain. More than a dozen Tier 5 beasts died instantly, awarding me 70 energy points. After I launched 100 Rending Fist several more times, the surrounding mutant beasts actually began retreating from me. They tried to keep their distance, creating an empty zone around me. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More than 10,000 black feathers shot toward me almost instantly. When I saw the huge black birds, their information surfaced in my mind. Tier 5 black feather birds specialized in speed and feather attacks, and their attacks carried lightning damage. Unfortunately for them, the feathers themselves dealt physical damage. Ding, ding, ding. Countless needle-like stings peppered my body. My 5,100 armor was more than enough to withstand them. I didn't use 100 Rending Fist against the black feather birds. It was effective against beasts on the ground, but less suitable for fast airborne targets. That didn't mean it couldn't hit them. Its accuracy was simply lower. The black feather birds were fast, but they couldn't outpace Sky Step. Combined with my 2,550-meter teleportation range, they couldn't even see my shadow. After clearing the beasts from the sky, I resumed my slaughter on the ground, chasing entire packs of mutant beasts by myself. Everyone retreat. Wait for the top beast kings to arrive and let them deal with this brat, several mutant beasts said. As Tier 5 creatures, they had already developed intelligence. They weren't merely fluent in Xia's language. They even spoke the language of the island nation. They knew phrases like Yamit and could deliver them with disturbingly authentic pronunciation. Holy crap, that guy is chasing the mutant beasts. The pressure on the awakened army across this section of the front plummeted. Wasn't that speed technique Sky Step? The division commanders and the army commander overseeing this front stared in disbelief. Isn't Sky Step a Tier 7 technique? Plenty of top experts know it, but besides Chancellor Mu, he may be the only other person who has reached perfect mastery and can remain in the air. Wherever I went, mutant beast corpses flew through the air while my energy points and token score skyrocketed. At last, the first day of training ended. I checked the 10 missions my master had assigned and found that I had vastly exceeded every requirement. My token score had reached 2,678. In other words, I had killed that many Tier 5 mutant beasts in a single day, shattering the record held by Celestial University's Chancellor. Even better, my energy points had reached 13,468. I was already starving. I didn't even have time to upgrade the system. I replenished my strength aboard the helicopter and planned to devour a proper feast as soon as we returned to camp. After returning to camp, I ate a large meal to restore my exhausted body. I might have slaughtered the beasts with ease, but the fighting had consumed a staggering amount of stamina. I had drained every energy potion supplied by the military long ago. Once I was full, I opened the system panel and prepared to upgrade. Host, Jiang Tian. Available modification points, 352,374. Energy points, 13,468/3,000. Strength, 1,430,000. Modifiable, 1 point equals 1 gene of strength. Armor, 5,000. Modifiable, 50 points equals 1 armor. Speed, 2,550. Modifiable, 100 points equals 1 speed. It had been almost 24 hours since I spent my points yesterday. As a level 5 system, it had generated 432,000 points during that time. After repaying my debt, 352,374 remained. After checking the panel, I upgraded the system to level 6 without hesitation. I still had 10,468 energy points, and the next upgrade required 5,000. +7. +7. Critical hit, modifiable. 3,000 points equals 1% critical hit chance. I immediately modified my critical hit chance to 100%. Modification successful. Current critical hit chance, 100%. Remaining points, 52,374. Critical hit chance has reached 100%. Hidden skill triggered. Attacks have a chance to deal 10,000 times critical damage. A 100% critical hit chance meant the power of my strength and techniques would double whenever I attacked. For example, my base strength was 1,430,000 gene. 100 Rending Fist multiplied that by 5, bringing it to 7,150,000 gene. A critical hit doubled it again to 14,300,000 gene. That kind of terrifying power was unprecedented for someone my age. Forget a Tier 5 battlefield. I was confident I could sweep through a Tier 7 battlefield. And once the Level 7 system accumulated points for a few days, the thought alone was terrifying. Once I finished modifying everything, I went to Mu Qing. Master, I've completed all the assignments you gave me. Do you have any more? No. Each training period comes with only so many missions. I just never expected you to finish this quickly. It appears I still underestimated you. Despite being a level 92 powerhouse, Mu Qing looked at me with undisguised shock. Junior brother, are you addicted to killing mutant beasts? Everyone else rushes back to university to relax once they finish their missions, but you're asking for more. Why don't you complete mine for me? Nice try. Mu Qing rapped Lin Jun hard on the head. Complete your own assignments. Why are you trying to dump them on your junior brother? Jiang Tian, if you want to return, I can take you back. No, master. I like it here. I don't want to leave. I refused immediately. Was she kidding? The system had gained 2 levels in a single day. Why would I ever leave a paradise like this? After eating and drinking my fill, I went to rest. I wanted to be at full strength for another day of slaughter and system upgrades. 2,678 points? That kid killed 2,678 Tier 5 mutant beasts in one day? How did he do it? The army commander couldn't understand. A Tier 5 awakened fighter generally needed at least 15 minutes to kill one Tier 5 mutant beast. Pull up the battlefield footage. Soon, video of me slaughtering mutant beasts played before everyone. The arrogant Celestial University students watched especially closely. Each possessed S-rank talent, and together they had killed 134 beasts that day, earning 134 points. They had assumed their scores would be the highest on the battlefield. They had even planned to brag in front of their instructor after returning. Then they checked the rankings and discovered they hadn't earned even a fraction of my score. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. The Celestial students pounded the table and shouted. What's impossible about it? Celestial University Chancellor Yin Nantian asked. He had set the old 980-point record and had been the leading figure of the previous generation. He was nearly the greatest prodigy of his era, and many records he established remained unbroken. Your talent has made you arrogant, Yin Nantian lectured patiently. Then he played the video of me killing mutant beasts. The Celestial students fell silent the moment it began. After a long while, that guy isn't human. How did he do it? Fine, I can accept that he's freakishly strong, but he even learned the Tier 7 technique Sky Step? He only just finished the combat exam. Even the proud prodigies hung their heads helplessly. The video had struck them too hard. They struggled even when working together to kill mutant beasts. I killed more than a dozen with a single 100 Rending Fist. A little humiliation will be good for you. It won't hurt your future. Get some rest. You still have 6 days left on this battlefield. With that, Yin Nantian left. Later, after the military consulted with the chancellors of the 4 great universities, a 5-minute video of me killing Tier 5 mutant beasts was uploaded by the official media. The video ignited a massive national debate across Xia the instant it appeared. Holy crap, Jiang Tian is seriously badass. Maybe our side isn't so helpless on the mutant beast battlefields after all. At least we have a rising star like Jiang Tian. I hope the military posts more videos like this. I love watching them. Like, is this really the limit a human can reach? He just finished the combat exam, but his potential already surpasses those upperclassmen. I refuse to believe he's an ordinary person. Could he be a god living among mortals for the experience? I think so. With strength like that, he must be an incarnation of the god of strength. Bullshit. He's so fast that he has to be an incarnation of the god of speed. The next day, with my 100% critical hit chance, I slaughtered mutant beasts even more fiercely than before. The students from the 4 great universities and the surrounding soldiers could only stare. Why does it feel like his damage doubled overnight? The army commander asked as he watched me charge through the battlefield. How could someone possibly double his damage in one night? Unless this kid worked like a video game character and could land critical hits. Yesterday, 100 Rending Fist killed more than a dozen beasts. Today, it kills dozens. Isn't that completely insane? Lin Jun and the others realized that when they hunted beside me, there was nothing left for them to do. At the public's overwhelming request, the military began broadcasting my entire battle through drones. Several drones surrounded me, providing an uninterrupted 360-degree livestream. Is he really killing mutant beasts? Are you sure he isn't squashing baby chicks? One viewer wrote in the live chat. It couldn't be helped. The whole thing looked absurdly easy. Baby chicks? Watch the other Awaken Army streams, and you'll see how hard this really is. Jiang Tian makes it look easy because he's that powerful. I think I just saw a Tier 5 black armored beast. I encountered one in a dungeon before and attacked forever without breaking its defense. Jiang Tian just killed an entire group in one hit. After all, some mutant beasts required special techniques to defeat. Perhaps because so many beasts had died the day before, an uninvited swarm appeared on the battlefield today. Countless black bats. Worse, once a victim was stunned, additional sound wave attacks would keep them stunned. The attacks also planted supernatural energy in the victim's body, which detonated several seconds later and made them explode. Everyone, retreat, the army commander ordered. Fall back to Shanhai Pass and activate the high-voltage electric grid formation. The swarm formed an endless black cloud. Forget the Tier 5 students. Even the Tier 6 division commanders and Tier 7 army commander didn't dare confront it directly. Anyone who entered would face the combined attacks of the entire swarm. Even if the bats in front were killed, the Bat King's radiation could instantly revive them. Defeating the swarm required killing the Bat King. But reaching it meant crossing a swarm of 800,000 bats, each capable of stunning targets with sound waves. Not even the army commander had the courage to try. After everyone withdrew into Shanhai Pass. Where's Jiang Tian? The army commander scanned the crowd, but couldn't find me. I didn't see him. Is he still out on the battlefield? When I retreated, I saw Jiang Tian charging deeper into the beast tide. Lin Jun said anxiously. I couldn't stop him. He has completely lost himself in the slaughter. What? The army commander climbed to a high point on Shanhai Pass and searched the beast tide. Sure enough, he spotted me inside the black bat swarm. A sound wave attack struck me, and I fell into a stunned state. It's over, the commander shouted. The livestream audience saw it happen too, and panic erupted immediately. What do we do? Jiang Tian looked stunned. He isn't moving. If the sound waves keep him stunned for another few seconds, they'll detonate him from the inside. Can somebody save him? Are you insane? Rescuing him means opening the high-voltage grid. The mutant beasts would seize the opportunity to invade, and Shanhai Pass would fall. If Shanhai Pass is breached, our territory behind it will fall next, one viewer analyzed. We still can't just watch one of our own die out there. Jiang Tian. Tears streamed down Mei Qingqing's and the others' faces. We had already risked our lives together. Junior brother. Lin Jun was devastated too. After 6 days of fighting and talking with me, she had discovered that her junior brother was entertaining and full of determination. Even she had been inspired by me. Master, Jiang Tian is trapped by the sonic bats. Please save him. Lin Jun sobbed quietly as she tugged Mu Qing's arm. Open a small section of the formation. I'm going too, the army commander said. Chancellors, come with me. We're rescuing him, Mu Qing said. More than 1 million mutant beasts waited outside, while the awakened army had already abandoned the forward battlefield. A tiny gap soon opened in the electrical grid, and Mu Qing's group flew out. Hurry! Don't let Jiang Tian die. Jiang Tian, you have to survive. Don't worry. Jiang Tian won't die. The viewers tried to reassure themselves, but anyone could see that I was in terrible danger. Trapped alone in a bat tide, I was being struck by hundreds of thousands of sound waves every second. Every single one caused a stun effect. How could anyone survive that? I upgraded the system to level 15. Magic resistance modification. Ding. Level 15 system reached. Magic resistance modification unlocked. 40,000 points equals 1% magic resistance. Percentage-based magic resistance reduces magic damage and the negative effects caused by magic damage. The moment I saw the function, excitement surged through me. The sonic bat sound waves dealt magic damage, and their stun was naturally a negative effect. As long as I raised my magic resistance to 100%, I would never have to fear magic damage again. System, take my magic resistance straight to 100%. Available modification points, 4,563,478. I checked my modification points. For the past 7 days, I had been too busy farming energy points. Every night, I returned to camp and fell straight asleep without checking my balance. Somehow, I had accumulated more than 4 million points. Now I could modify my attributes without restraint. Ding. Modification successful. Current magic resistance, 100%. I felt a strange resistance arise inside me. Whenever the sonic bat's sound waves touched my body, that power dissolved them. Ding. Magic resistance has reached 100%. Hidden skill triggered. Magic damage absorption. Converts 5% of incoming magic damage into stamina. What? I sucked in a startled breath. Did that mean my stamina was effectively infinite? I would never feel tired again, which meant I could accumulate energy points even faster. The thought thrilled me. My stamina really was recovering at a tremendous rate as hundreds of thousands of sonic bats attacked me without pause. As long as it was magic damage, I had nothing to fear. I broke free of the stun, activated Sky Step, and streaked through the sonic bat swarm. Boom. A colossal field of hundred-rending fist images crashed down. The bats were packed too tightly to evade in time, and a single attack killed or wounded several hundred. The Bat King was completely dumbfounded. It couldn't understand how a human this terrifying could exist, but its instincts told it to run. If it stayed, that human would kill it next. Fortunately for the king, the swarm stood between us. Sonic bats also approached the Tier 5 speed limit, so they fled extremely quickly. Once the Sonic Bat King retreated, the rest of the Tier 5 beast tide immediately followed. The offensive advantage they had built vanished before my 100% magic resistance. Charge! The awakened army and the students from the 4 great universities seized the opportunity, pouring out from behind the high-voltage grid to pursue the mutant beasts. Mutant beasts attacked and retreated with incredible speed. In only a short while, they had disappeared without a trace. I hadn't killed nearly enough and had chased farther than anyone else. Mutant beasts received powerful bonuses within their own territory. If one of their high-tier experts attacked me, my current strength wouldn't let me survive more than a few exchanges. My magic resistance might be 100%, but my armor was still too low. Many mutant beasts attacked with fangs and claws, and those dealt physical damage. Ha! That felt incredible. The army commander approached, laughing. How did you break free of that stun? If it had been me out there, I'd have been finished. Junior brother, are you all right? Lin Jun hurried over and anxiously checked my body for injuries. I'm fine. I sighed. Are there any other mutant beast battlefields nearby? Most people came here reluctantly and couldn't wait for the beast tide to retreat. Yet the instant we drove it away, I asked to visit another battlefield. Are you addicted? The commander asked. Unfortunately, we haven't received reports of an invasion anywhere else. I'll notify you the next time one happens. All right. I pouted. I hated leaving, but I had no choice. We boarded a military helicopter and returned to War God University. As soon as we arrived, I went to resource management and found Luoli. Instructor, did you find the missing half of Iron Shirt? You're back already? You certainly look energetic. Didn't the Chancellor give you any assignments? Luoli asked curiously. Mu Qing was notoriously strict with her students. Her assignments were too easy. I finished them instantly. Of course you did. You're a complete freak who mastered Sky Step in 1 second. Luoli looked me up and down. But did you find the cores I asked for? You mean these? I took out a small spatial watch dedicated to storing mutant beast cores. My harvest had been enormous. It contained many kinds of cores in addition to those from metal devourers. What is this? Luoli took one look and froze. The small spatial watch was completely full, holding a mountain of mutant beast cores. Even the metal devourer cores had come from pack leaders and beast kings. Every one was round, flawless, and bursting with energy. I found Iron Shirt. Luoli took the spatial watch and produced a handwritten martial technique manual containing the missing half. I was nearly caught copying this. As compensation for my adorable self, I'm keeping every one of these cores. With that, Luoli slipped my spatial watch into its usual resting place between her breasts. I froze. Why did Instructor Luoli insist on storing everything there? Hadn't she pulled the blood essence from there last time too? Didn't she have anywhere else to put things? My birthday banquet is the day after tomorrow. It's being held at the Luo estate. Will you come? Luoli asked coyly. Of course. The Luo family was one of the great clans. Their birthday banquet would have plenty of delicious food, far more than the university cafeteria. They might even serve high-grade ingredients. A banquet hosted by a great family was also an opportunity to learn about the capital's factions. I had no reason to miss it. Then remember to bring me a present. All right. I had a feeling Luoli mainly wanted to see what gift I would prepare. But with my level 15 system, I wasn't short on points for modifying techniques. Here's your invitation. Don't forget to come. Luo Li took an invitation from her spatial equipment and handed it to me. I accepted it and examined the details. It listed several other great families that would attend, including the Xia and Lin families. The Chun, Zhou, and Zheng families were listed too. Foreign families would also attend. The Yagyu and Abe clans from the island nation, among others, were coming to exchange and study martial techniques with the Luo family. After reading the details, I left resource management. No mutant beast battlefield was currently active, and I couldn't be bothered farming Tier 1 or Tier 2 dungeons. Chong, check my university credits. You have 120,000 credits remaining. How many? I froze. 120,000. I had spent the last 7 days on the mutant beast battlefield, not at the university. Where had all those credits come from? Fortunately, Chong could display a detailed transaction history. A table soon appeared before me. Transfer from Mu Qing, 108,734 credits. Master transferred them to me? Why did she suddenly send me so much? I contacted Mu Qing and learned that the credits were a reward for my outstanding performance on the mutant beast battlefield. Naturally, I accepted them without guilt. With 120,000 credits, I could exchange for resources I actually needed. I decided to continue browsing the resource vault, since I hadn't finished last time. Besides the freshman missions, I reviewed the upperclassmen missions and the most difficult challenge missions. I browsed from Tier 1 through Tier 6. The final Tier 6 challenge mission caught my attention. Tier 6 challenge mission. Objective: capture the wanted fugitive Yang Wei. Time limit: none. Reward: 60,000 credits. Description: after committing a series of crimes in the capital, Yang Wei fled into Huangshu Mountain. Proceed there and apprehend him. Below the mission description was a file on Yang Wei. He possessed A-rank talent and was a poison master skilled in the use of toxins. He was currently level 67. I accepted the mission immediately, then reviewed the information on Huangshu Mountain. Located southwest of the capital, it was a mountain range overrun by poisonous life. Toxic fog shrouded it year-round. Under its influence, the mountain's plants and animals had transformed into extremely venomous creatures. One careless move could lead to poisoning. Without specialized equipment or a suitable talent, even an expert above level 70 wouldn't casually enter the outer region, much less the middle or inner regions. That demonstrated how terrifying the toxins were. No one had accepted this Tier 6 challenge mission for a long time, and it had gradually become little more than decoration on the mission board. After I accepted it, the instructors at the mission center checked my profile again. Someone accepted the mission to hunt down Yang Wei. Who has the guts to do that? Seriously, isn't that suicide? They'd need to be another poison master at a higher level than Yang Wei. Xia has fewer than 10 poison masters in total, and none of the others are here. Whoever accepted it is going there to die. Jiang Tian took the mission. Oh, never mind then. The moment they heard my name, every instructor fell silent. For anyone else, the mission offered only a slim chance of survival. But if I went, Yang Wei had no chance of survival at all. After this mission ended, the military followed the evidence and discovered a branch of the assassin organization Wuchang. It was one of Xia's most formidable organizations. At that moment, Chen Bing, one of the Chun family stewards, was speaking with the head of that branch. We want you to kill someone. This is your payment. Chen Bing tossed over a bank card. The man across from him checked the balance and nodded in satisfaction. Tell me, who's the target? Jiang Tian. Who? Jiang Tian. Does Steward Chen not know that he's a War God University student? That crazy woman has already taken him as her disciple. Is there anyone Wuchang doesn't dare kill? No. You misunderstood me. Then what do you mean? You'll have to pay more. I browsed the resource vault as I walked home. I wasn't planning to visit Huangshu Mountain and hunt Yang Wei today. I could go tomorrow. There was no time limit. This combat suit looks pretty good. One item in the vault caught my eye. It was Tier 3, but it ranked among the best equipment of that tier. Heavenbreaker Combat Suit. I read the name aloud and checked its attributes. Increases the wearer's base armor by 20%. Exchange price, 20,000 credits. Most defense-type fighters preferred equipment that granted a fixed amount of armor rather than a percentage increase. For example, a level 50 fighter with A-rank defense talent might possess 3,200 armor, while a top-grade Tier 6 combat suit could add another 2,800, bringing the total to 6,000. If that same fighter wore the Heavenbreaker combat suit, 120% of 3,200 would be only 3,840 armor. But I was different. With modification points, I could raise my base armor to a terrifying number. Speaking of armor, it's been a long time since I modified mine. I looked at the 5,100 armor shown on my panel. System, add 11,000 armor. At 50 points per armor, that cost me 550,000 points. But with the points left from before, plus the system's current generation rate of 15 points per second, I still had more than 100,000. That was the advantage of a high-level system. I had points to spare and could modify myself whenever I wanted. The extra 11,000 brought my armor to 16,100. Then I exchanged for the Heavenbreaker combat suit. Luo Li would deliver it later. Now it was time to learn Iron Shirt. I finally had both halves. Ding! Iron Shirt has reached perfect mastery. Defense increased by 20%. After the system notification, a defense panel appeared. Host, Jiang Tian. Armor, 19,320. Magic resistance, 120%. What? I froze again. Why had my magic resistance increased too? Did Iron Shirt's defense bonus apply to every defensive attribute? I hit the jackpot. I was ecstatic. Magic damage was now completely useless against me and instead supplied me with a constant stream of stamina. Meanwhile, my armor had nearly reached 20,000. Physical damage had also been reduced to an obscene degree. On top of that, I had a 100% critical hit chance and 1.43 million gene of strength. I clicked my tongue in amazement. Fewer than 20 days had passed since my awakening, yet I was already this absurd. Give me another month or a year, and no one in Xiao, perhaps no one in the entire world, would be able to injure me, while I could kill any opponent in one hit. I walked along, imagining that glorious future, and soon spotted Luo Li approaching. Here's the Heavenbreaker combat suit you exchanged for. Luo Li fished around in her usual hiding place, pulled out the combat suit, then planted her hands on her hips and panted. Hey, why didn't you exchange for it while you were still at resource management? You made this adorable Luo Li run all the way over here. I'm exhausted. I just wanted to see what kind of surprise instructor Luo Li would bring me. You're the secretly dirty type, aren't you? Luo Li said. The Heavenbreaker combat suit is practically useless. You wasted 20,000 credits on it, she continued. That's fine. It works for me. All right. What you exchange for is your decision. This adorable Luo Li is leaving. Oh, and when you come to my house the day after tomorrow, don't dress too casually. Okay. I made the gesture with my hand. After Luo Li left, I returned to the villa. The front door was open, which meant someone was inside. Had my new roommate arrived? I wondered which province they came from. What would their personality be like? Would I even understand their regional accent? Curious, I approached the entrance. Before I could step inside, a familiar figure emerged, my senior sister, Lin Jun. Senior sister? Junior brother, you're back. I need to tell you something. I submitted a request to Master, and she approved it. From now on, we'll share this villa. You'll live on the first floor, and I'll live upstairs. You below, me on top. How does that sound, junior brother? Lin Jun gave me an innocent smile. I've already moved my things into the second floor. To celebrate my first night here, I'm going to cook dinner for you personally. What do you think? Sounds great. What would you like to eat? Nothing complicated. Steamed lamb, steamed deer tail, roast duck, roast chicken. Lin Jun. And I called that nothing complicated? By the way, senior sister, I heard the Lin family is one of the capital's great clans. Most great family heirs live at home. Why do you live on campus? I couldn't help asking. The university villas were luxurious, but they were still several levels below the lifestyle available in a great clan. What? Do you not want your senior sister around? Lin Jun pretended to be angry and puffed out her cheeks. I'm not talking to you anymore. She turned to leave. Senior sister, look. A shooting star. Where? Lin Jun's attention snapped to the sky, and I leaned my face closer. I don't see anything. Realizing I had tricked her, she turned back, and her lips landed directly on my cheek. Jun, did you seriously do that? You ambushed your senior sister? Lin Jun covered her face where our accidental kiss had landed, and the tips of her ears rapidly turned red. I immediately stepped back and explained that it had been an accident. Lin Jun responded by grabbing my ear and dragging me inside. Easy, senior sister. You're going to pull it off. Once inside, Lin Jun exchanged for cooking ingredients through resource management. That's right. The department didn't only offer cultivation resources. It also carried ordinary household goods. The catalog had everything imaginable, even adult toys. The two of us started playing video games. They were popular 3D games, and we were soon completely absorbed in them. The ingredients arrived in an enormous bag that even I found heavy. Once I carried it inside, Lin Jun began showing off her culinary skills. She might have been fierce on the battlefield, but she truly knew her way around a kitchen. Frying, roasting, steaming. She handled everything effortlessly, and before long, a full banquet covered the first-floor dining table. Junior brother, time to eat. We need plenty of energy if we're going to keep gaming afterward. Lin Jun produced 2 bottles of expensive liquor. She hadn't exchanged for them. She had brought them herself. Senior sister, I don't know how to drink, I said, trying to refuse. The instant Lin Jun heard I couldn't hold my liquor, her competitive spirit ignited, and she insisted on drinking me under the table. About 5 minutes later, I stared at the unconscious Lin Jun sprawled across the table and fell into thought. You call that holding your liquor? I hadn't even started trying, and she was already out. Now I had to carry her upstairs, and I had lost my gaming partner. If you can't drink, don't show off. I complained while looking down at her. Why has the air been making me run so hot lately? I muttered as I went to wipe away another nosebleed. After eating and drinking a little longer, I left the dirty work to the robot butler and carried Lin Jun upstairs to rest. Once her design data was sent to the butler, it could quickly remodel and decorate her room. I wondered whether she had chosen pink for absolutely everything. After laying Lin Jun flat on her bed, I returned to the game we had been playing. I had almost cleared it earlier. The game was called Miracle Heroes, a stage-based action game with 100 levels. I had already reached level 92. Loli Baby. A familiar username suddenly appeared on the screen. I suspected it belonged to Luo Li, but she was supposed to be at work. Was my instructor slacking off on the job? I sent a party invitation, and the user accepted almost immediately. Luo Li later admitted that she had been stuck on level 92 at the time. Fine. I'm bored anyway, so I'll play with you. Luo Li joined my party and activated voice chat. Hello? Is this great sage equal to heaven? The moment I heard her voice inside the villa, I froze. It really was Instructor Luo Li. Instructor, it's me. Jiang Tian. Luo Li froze at the sound of my voice too. But the next stage was about to begin, so the game came first. We were both elite players and cleared stages rapidly. Everything went smoothly from level 92 through level 99. Level 100, however, was genuinely brutal. We spent almost 2 hours trying and still couldn't clear it. Luo Li got off work and continued playing on her way home. We kept attempting the level until midnight. Yes, we finally did it. That was amazing, Jiang Tian. Luo Li said over voice chat while lying in bed, too excited to sleep. All right, it's time for bed, instructor. I wished her good night and immediately fell asleep. The next morning, I woke around 9:30 and went upstairs to check on Lin Jun. She was still sleeping. Huangshu Mountain was nearly 600 miles away. I took an ultra-rail train, which was even faster than high-speed rail, and the trip lasted only a little over 10 minutes. The ultra-rail carried me from the capital straight to Huangshu Mountain. Poisonous fog shrouded the entire mountain range, lending it a hazy appearance. Outside the mountains, squads of Xia's awakened soldiers patrolled constantly, partly to prevent the fugitive Yang Wei from escaping. You're Jiang Tian? This is amazing. I've been watching your live stream. You were incredible. Hello, I replied. You're going inside to capture the fugitive, right? Great. With you handling it, this will be easy. Do you need any support equipment or supplies? Our base has everything. Take whatever you want. The soldiers brought me to their regimental commanders. Jiang Tian, you're finally here. 2 commanders were stationed at the base. 1st Regiment Commander Chen Xiang and 2nd Regiment Commander Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao was also one of my fans. Jiang Tian, this is an antidote pill. It can protect you from Huangshu Mountain's toxic miasma, though it may not work against other poisons. Here's a map of the mountain too. But the poisonous fog is extremely dense right now, and visibility is poor. The map may not be much help, 2nd Regiment Commander Zhang Dabiao said. Thank you. I accepted both items, asked a few more questions, then prepared to enter Huangshu Mountain. The moment I stepped inside, thick miasma surged toward me. I swallowed an antidote pill first, but I still wanted to test how powerful the miasma actually was. More importantly, I needed to determine its damage type. If it dealt physical damage, I would see whether my current armor could withstand it. If it dealt magic damage, the tiny amount of stamina I had just consumed instantly returned to full. After walking a few steps, I decided it was too slow and began teleporting. A dozen or so teleports brought me into a canyon between 2 towering mountains. Ha! Jiang Tian, you actually dared to come after me? Today is the day you die. A voice rang out. Massive sheets of rock broke loose from the mountains on both sides. In an instant, the canyon was completely buried. A sinister-faced man appeared nearby. He stared coldly at the mountain of rubble. This was one of the traps he had prepared while hiding in Huangshu Mountain. Every boulder weighed more than 10,000 jin. With that many crashing down, there was no way I could survive. If somehow I did, he would have to finish me personally. What a pity. Such a promising future, only to come looking for me and die young. Yang Wei sighed at the pile of rocks. Hiding in Huangshu Mountain was boring, so naturally, he had watched live streams on his phone. At level 70, a fighter could undergo a second talent awakening. There was an extremely small chance of awakening another talent, and Yang Wei had succeeded. In addition to his Poison Master talent. Ha ha ha. Yang Wei laughed triumphantly. You're awfully confident. In the next instant, I appeared above his head, then teleported straight at him. What? How are you that fast? Yang Wei sensed danger. We had been more than a mile apart, yet I reached him in 1 second. How could anyone move that quickly? Even a speed-type talent shouldn't be that terrifying. But only after fighting me did he truly understand how frightening I was. Ugh! Yang Wei steadied himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at his combat armor in disbelief. While fleeing the capital, Yang Wei had purchased several pieces of equipment, including a Tier 6 defensive combat suit. It had saved him many times, yet I had shattered it in one strike. Ha ha! I have to admit, you really are strong. Yang Wei laughed wildly. Do you know what my talent is? I'm a poison master, an expert in toxins. My entire body is covered in poison. When you struck me just now, the poison on my skin transferred to you. Ha ha! That's a super toxin I created from hundreds of poisonous insects found on Huangshu Mountain. All you can do now is wait for death. Yang Wei mocked me, looking at me as if I were already a corpse. The poison won't kill you immediately. It will torture you slowly, corroding your flesh until the agony makes you beg me to end your life. Only my secret antidote can neutralize it. But if you swear loyalty to me and the organization behind me, I'll cure you. What do you say? Yang Wei considered me an extremely promising prodigy. His organization had recently lost many members to Xia's authorities and desperately needed recruits. If he could bring me under his control, it would be a tremendous achievement. Smack! The same scene played out again. One punch sent Yang Wei plummeting from the mountain into the rubble below. Cough, cough. Yang Wei hadn't expected me to retain any strength after being poisoned. You weren't poisoned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Even a level 70 healer would die within an hour after being exposed to my poison. You can't survive it. Protective equipment could only keep poison away. If it never made contact, it couldn't kill its target. But I hadn't blocked the toxin. I simply appeared completely immune to it. Smack, smack, smack. I couldn't be bothered talking, so I beat him senseless and prepared to take him back. Don't take me back. If I return, I'm dead. Please spare me. Yang Wei begged, but the agony coursing through his body left him unable to stand. I ignored him completely. Let me go, and I'll give you something valuable. Something valuable? What? A key to the Demonic Flame Dungeon. The Demonic Flame Dungeon? Information surfaced in my mind. It was a Tier 4 Divine Blessing dungeon. According to legend, its central chamber contained more than just Divine Blessing orbs. It also held a complete set of Tier 4 Divine Battle Armor. After returning to the base, I learned what would happen next from Chen Xiang and Zhang Dabiao. Ha. With Jiang Tian hunting Yang Wei, this is as good as done. We can finally stop sealing off this place. Damn it. I've wanted to return to the mutant beast battlefield and earn some real merit for ages. Zhang Dabiao had been stationed there for months. Zhou Wenxiang, who had once held the same rank, had already been promoted to division commander. How could Zhang Dabiao not be frustrated? Commander Zhang, I think you're dreaming, Chen Xiang said. Yang Wei is a level 72 poison master with a second awakened talent. You honestly think Jiang Tian can handle him? Yang Wei has been trapped in Huangshu Mountain's inner region for a long time. He must have prepared all kinds of traps. Jiang Tian will face enormous difficulty just reaching the inner region. So stop dreaming. We should stay here and do our jobs. Why risk our lives on a mutant beast battlefield anyway? Isn't this assignment comfortable? Chen Xiang spoke with lazy satisfaction. Humph. You and I aren't the same. The Chen family backs you, so you don't care whether you remain a regimental commander. You never lack resources. I came from nothing and have to fight for everything I get. I envy you. You were born into the right family. Who cares whether you have any real ability? Sometimes it's nice to lie down and live like a salted fish. Zhang Dabiao's words dripped with sarcasm. He and Chen Xiang had never gotten along. On the battlefield, Chen Xiang always hesitated and cowered, terrified of death. Without the Chen family pulling strings, he would never have qualified to command a regiment. Zhang Dabiao was different. He had fought his way upward by killing mutant beasts one at a time. In terms of genuine ability, Chen Xiang couldn't match one of his hands. Besides, Jiang Tian slaughtered everything on a Tier 5 battlefield. Dealing with Yang Wei will be nothing. Nothing? You should start preparing to collect his corpse. Chen Xiang raised his tea and took a sip. How did you know someone would be collecting Yang Wei's corpse? My voice suddenly came from outside the tent, followed by Yang Wei's body landing inside. Uft. Chen Xiang sprayed out his mouth full of tea. You killed Yang Wei. Sorry, I didn't control my strength and hit him too hard. I lifted Yang Wei's corpse. The savage-looking hole through his chest was impossible to miss. You killed him with one punch. Chen Xiang asked again in disbelief. What else? You think trash like him deserved a second punch? Yang Wei had kept dodging my questions about where he had hidden the demonic flame dungeon key. Eventually, I stopped asking. I refused to believe War God University lacked the means to obtain a key to the dungeon. So I lost patience and ended Yang Wei with one punch. He's really dead. Zhang Dabiao stepped forward and checked the corpse. Yang Wei was thoroughly dead. Zhang Dabiao staggered back several steps, unable to believe any of this was real. How much time had passed? They had barely sat down and finished a cup of tea. In only 15 minutes, I had brought Yang Wei back. I don't have the education for a fancy speech, so I'll just say it. You're fucking awesome. Zhang Dabiao gave me a thumbs up. All right, I'm leaving Yang Wei to the military. Your people and the 4 great universities jointly issued this mission, so report it quickly. Once the university verifies everything, they can send me my credits. After emphasizing that point, I left the tent and boarded the Ultra Rail home. The instant I reached campus, Chang notified me that the reward credits had arrived. Once news of the completed mission spread, all 4 great universities published official notices. At Celestial University, what? Someone completed the Tier 6 challenge mission? Who was it? Damn them. I was planning to accept it next month, and now somebody beat me to it. That mission was worth 60,000 credits. Who stole it? Heh, you said the same thing last month, and you never accepted. Besides, with your strength, taking that mission would be suicide. We could have formed a team. My roommate is a healer, so our odds would have been good. All right, stop bragging. Let's see who completed it. Jiang Tian. He did it. Didn't that guy just return from the mutant beast battlefield? He rested for one night and immediately went after Yang Wei. Holy crap. He really is terrifying. A freshman took down Yang Wei. And did you read the military's report? Jiang Tian beat him to death. Are young people all this terrifying now? After hearing the news, they could no longer maintain their arrogance. If any one of those upperclassmen had gone alone, they probably would have collapsed before even seeing Yang Wei. Jiang Tian awakened as an ordinary person without a trace of supernatural energy. How did he become this powerful so quickly? This isn't normal. His engagement wasn't broken, and both his parents are alive. He doesn't fit the usual underdog comeback script. Give him a few more months, and even instructors like us may not be able to beat him. That's a good thing. Xia has produced another exceptional prodigy. We should send Jiang Tian as our lead representative to the next international forum. I can't imagine him placing anywhere but first. Agreed. Let our students watch this and give them some motivation. It wasn't only Celestial University. Instructors at Elemental University, National Defense University, and the other elite schools were all following the news. By the time I returned to campus, Lin Jun had sobered up. After confirming that I had only carried her to her room and hadn't taken advantage of her while she was drunk, she seemed embarrassed to see me. I didn't mention the previous night again and turned my attention back to the missions. The Tier 6 challenge was complete. Next, I would clear every freshman mission. There were 50 freshman missions in total. Hunting low-tier mutant beasts and gathering materials were easy for me. Traveling to the suburban dungeons consumed most of the time. Half an hour later, I had completed all 50 missions and earned roughly 5,000 university credits. After working nonstop since morning, I decided to get a high-calorie meal at a nearby Kennedy Fried Chicken. Several professionals from the island nation were sitting inside. Believing no one understood their language, they were making obscene comments about several women at the next table and even discussing how they would harass them. I had encountered the language before and understood every word. My food tray smashed into the leader's head. Why did you hit him? The group jumped to its feet, and one prepared to contact the security bureau. I translated what they had said for the women at the next table. The women and every nearby customer immediately became furious. The island nation professionals didn't apologize. Instead, they released the pressure of level 30+ fighters to threaten the crowd. But plenty of other professionals were eating there, and the women at the neighboring table were freshmen from Elemental University. The confrontation instantly escalated. I had only intended to stop the harassment, but more and more people joined the fight. The island nation professionals were surrounded. Their arms and legs suffered repeated injuries until they completely lost the ability to resist. Afraid the situation would spiral out of control, The owner ended the promotional event and demanded that everyone stop fighting. At that moment, vehicles from the Security Bureau and the Island Nation Embassy arrived simultaneously. The troublemakers were gravely injured, but none of them had died. Island Nation Ambassador Abe entered the restaurant with his entourage and demanded that the attackers be identified immediately. Everyone who had joined the fight put away their weapons, and not one person admitted involvement. A Security Bureau officer prepared to inspect the surveillance footage, but the owner said the equipment had been damaged during the chaos, and its recordings were unrecoverable. With no footage and no customers willing to testify, the embassy could only send the injured men to the hospital. Abe declared that the investigation would continue once they regained consciousness. The conflict had escalated far beyond the original verbal harassment. The crowd had used excessive force, and the incident could easily become a diplomatic dispute. The women from the neighboring table came over to thank me. At last, one of them recognized me. "Are you Jiang Tian, Pingjiang Province's top combat exam scorer?" They had also taken the exam in Pingjiang Province, though at different sites, and had watched my combat exam livestream. When the other customers heard my name, they gathered around to confirm it was really me. I didn't remain there any longer. Luo Li's birthday banquet would be held the next day, and the Abe clan was on the guest list. What happened today would probably be raised again at the Luo estate. Did you hear? The Myriad Treasures Guild on Commercial Street officially opens today. The moment I stepped outside, I heard several students discussing it, and huge numbers of people were heading toward Commercial Street. The guild had spent months renovating and preparing its Xia branch. Now that it was finally opening, it naturally attracted a massive crowd. I heard everything is 20% off for the grand opening. That's nothing. Anyone who applies for a VIP card on the first day gets a chance to enter a drawing. Supposedly, the grand prize is extremely mysterious. They haven't revealed what it is, but knowing how generous the Myriad Treasures Guild is, it'll be at least a dungeon key. Maybe even a second talent awakening stone. A second talent awakening stone? You can't buy one of those no matter how rich you are. I heard it gives you a 50% chance of awakening a second talent. That's incredibly tempting. Awakened fighters with a second talent have much greater combat power than those without one. Come on. You can't awaken a second talent until level 70. We're only freshmen. That's way too far in the future. Nothing wrong with planning ahead. What if I'm the lucky winner? None of that matters. I heard silver VIPs get a robot girlfriend. Man, did you see the promotional poster? That realism, that touch, that devotion. Holy crap, seriously? I need to sign up. It's true. My fourth uncle's third son's second daughter-in-law's oldest cousin sells fried dough outside the guild. He heard it with his own ears. I can confirm it. My great-aunt's second cousin sells beetle nuts there. But what gift should I give Luo Li? I fell into thought. Instructor Luo Li clearly didn't need money, so the present had to be creative. Besides, I couldn't afford anything too expensive. I might have more than 10 million yuan in my bank account, but that still wasn't enough to buy some of the high-grade resources on Commercial Street. Lost in thought, I reached the street without noticing. It was always lively, but today the crowd was unbelievable. The entrance to the Myriad Treasures Guild was especially packed, with long lines everywhere. Please remain calm. We have plenty of VIP cards available. There's no need to push. The store manager repeatedly came outside to maintain order. I looked around. There were 2 VIP application channels. The first relied entirely on money. A bronze VIP card wasn't especially expensive. It only required a 1 million yuan deposit. But the deposit for the highest tier was a terrifying 3 billion yuan. I was confident I could earn that much someday, but even if I did, I wouldn't deposit it all here. I would rather spend the money on my life and training than pour it into a drawing. Starting at level 50, anyone who met the Myriad Treasures Guild's requirements at each tier would receive an invitation. Once they successfully joined the guild, before crossing into this world, I had always dreamed of traveling and seeing everything it had to offer. Unfortunately, my wallet had been too small to take me anywhere. Those places would also be excellent for farming energy points. At the moment, I was the only person entering through the second channel. Holy crap, someone just entered the second VIP passage. No way, he reached level 50 that young? I thought the Myriad Treasures Guild's minimum requirement was level 50. Maybe he walked into the wrong line. That's what I think. Even if he enters, he won't qualify for the second kind of VIP status. Several heirs from the capital's great families have already tried. Not one of them succeeded. You know how hard the test is. The requirements approach the absolute human limit, almost the same limits imposed by a divine blessing dungeon. Anyone who passes is a walking stat monster. True, there's a reason the second type of VIP is called a guest elder. Hello, My name is Annie. How may I help you? The receptionist was well-trained, with a polite, professional tone. I looked Annie up and down. I had to admit, Annie's curves were even more developed than Lin Jun's. She was probably in the same league as Instructor Luoli. Beyond that, her unique eyes resembled clear pools of water, and her long white lashes made her look especially alluring. Even standing perfectly straight, the pronounced curve of her shapely rear was impossible to miss. Hello, I want to become a guest elder of the Myriad Treasures Guild, I said. Yes, that would be very nice, Annie said excitedly. She had worked here for a long time, but no one she served had ever become a guest elder. If I succeeded, she would be promoted to my exclusive attendant, serving me and no other guest elder. Please follow me. I'll take you to the assessment. Annie's tone was exceptionally courteous. She soon brought me to a machine built by the Myriad Treasures Guild using its latest technology. It could measure the numerical value of any talent. These are the level and attribute requirements. You can review them before deciding which guest elder rank to apply for. Annie pointed to a table. I looked it over. I skimmed the table. It contained detailed explanations of the Myriad Treasures Guild's guest elder ranks, which roughly corresponded to its VIP card levels. The first was Bronze Guest Elder. Applicants needed to be level 50, but there were no restrictions on talent. Strength, speed, or any other type was acceptable. I examined the required values. At level 50, a strength-type applicant needed at least 420,000 gene of strength. According to research on human limits, 450,000 gene was the maximum at that level. If I was going to earn guest elder status, I wanted the strongest rank available. I continued through silver, gold, violet gold, and diamond until I reached the final rank, Supreme Guest Elder. That was the rank I wanted. But when I checked the requirements, I discovered that a Supreme Guest Elder had to be at least level 70. I fell into thought. I wasn't an awakened fighter and didn't have a level. What was I supposed to do? My current strength was 1.43 million gene, still 1.57 million short of the required 3 million. Fortunately, I could modify it. My system was now level 15, and after accumulating points for a day and a half, my available balance had reached 1,950,000. I opened my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Tian. Available modification points, 1,953,478. Plus 15. Plus 15. Strength boost, 1,430,000. Armor boost, 25,000. Critical hit boost, 100%. Magic resistance boost, 120%. Other attributes awaiting unlock. System level, 15. Energy points, 2,358/180,000. System skills, 10-foot golden body, 10,000 times critical hit, chance, magic damage absorption and conversion. System, at 1.95 million gene of strength. Ding. Modification successful. Current strength, 3,380,000. Overwhelming power surged through my body. My flesh and meridians pulsed with energy, and I felt as if my stamina would never run out. Annie, I want to take the Supreme Guest Elder assessment at the level 70 standard, I said. What are you talking about? Annie froze. What kind of outrageous statement was that? She had seen plenty during her time at the Myriad Treasures Guild, including many shameless braggarts, but she had never encountered anyone this audacious. The shock left her speechless. Her stunned expression made the question obvious. Was I really that powerful? Ha. Stop bragging, kid. While Annie stood stunned, another young foreign woman with blue hair approached. Judging by her uniform, she held a higher position. The blue-haired woman was Annie's supervisor and the attendance team leader, Monica. She had just finished serving a VIP and wandered over because she had nothing else to do. The moment she arrived, she heard someone asking to take the Supreme Guest Elder assessment. Every Supreme Guest Elder was a powerhouse above level 90. And now some student wanted to take the assessment? You have no supernatural energy and no level. How can you take a Guest Elder assessment? Security, escort him out, Monica shouted. What terrible luck. It's our first day open, and we already have to deal with an idiot. And Annie, what were you thinking? He has no supernatural energy. He's obviously an ordinary person, yet you brought him here for an assessment. Perhaps you don't want to keep working for the Myriad Treasures Guild. Quit being so bitter. Team leader, the guild has no rules saying that only awakened fighters can apply to become guest elders. My guest has the right to take the assessment, and I haven't violated a single guild regulation. Even as team leader, you can't fire me. With that, Annie led me straight toward the assessment machine. Her words only made Monica angrier. Fine. Let's see whether he's really everything you claim. If you insist on taking the assessment, go ahead. I'll watch the two of you humiliate yourselves when you fail. Heh, a supreme guest elder? Keep dreaming. Strike the memory metal with your greatest possible force, Annie instructed. All right. I stepped forward and threw a punch. Ding. 10,000 times critical hit triggered. Boom. Unknown force detected. Possible divine entity. Activating super defense system. The store's technological systems suddenly broadcast the warning. The Myriad Treasures Guild's automated defense system had been created by awakened fighters with intelligence-type talents. It activated only in response to emergency attacks, generally from powerhouses above level 85. My single punch had triggered it. Boom. Holy crap, what was that? Look, a room in the Myriad Treasures Guild just collapsed. My god, what kind of expert would dare attack the guild? This may only be a branch, but anyone targeted by the Myriad Treasures Guild's bounty would have nowhere to hide anywhere on Earth. Who could possibly be that fearless? What army produced a warrior like him?